you spell your first and last name for me?
Sky, S-K-Y. Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Hughes. Can you tell us your full name, please?
Sky Lee Hughes.
And Ms. Hughes, are you married to Chris Hughes?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been married?
10 years.
10 years. Do you know Travis? Did you know Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Travis?
We were good friends.
How did you meet him?
I met him at church.
And were you already married to Mr. Hughes at that point?
Sorry. No, I was not.
Okay. So you met him when you were still single?
Yes.
And about when was that?
In about 2001.
All right. And so had you known him continuously since then?
Yes.
Eventually, when you and Mr. Hughes got married, I take it you both were friends with him. Is that right?
Yes.
And did he come over to your house a lot?
Yes.
Did he spend a lot of time with you and Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
And eventually, you and Mr. Hughes have a son?
Yes.
And did he spend time with your son?
Yes.
Did he ever sleep over?
Yes.
Would he spend the weekends at your house?
Yes.
And would he go to church with you all together?
Yes.
All this time that you spent with him, I imagine you got very close to him?
Yes.
And you cared about him?
Very much.
And you loved him very much as well?
Yes.
In the last 4 years, since 2008, you've been interested in what's been going on in this case, right?
Yes.
And because of the care and so much how much you cared for Travis, I would imagine you care about what happens in this case, right?
Absolutely.
Because ultimately you would be hoping that Ms. Arias is convicted.
Yes.
And in the last 4 years, your interest has included contact with the prosecutor's office, right?
Yes.
And you've spoken with the victim witness advocate?
No.
Who have you spoken with?
I've spoken to Philip and Mr. Martinez.
Okay. Was there somebody else that you were going to say?
No.
Okay. So Philip, and just to be clear, that's Mr. Martinez's paralegal, right?
I believe so.
All right. And you've spoken to Mr. Martinez himself?
Yes.
And this is over the last 4 years?
Yes.
And you have been watching the trial since it started, right?
Yes.
And you've been watching it, I guess, because it's being live streamed?
Yes.
And when you're watching the trial, your contact with the county attorney's office is continuing, right?
Yes.
And when you're watching the trial, you're watching to see if there is any inconsistencies or things that might be helpful to the prosecution.
I watch to see if there's things that I remember or that are, inconsistent. Yes.
Okay, so in other words, if there's something that's helpful to the prosecution, you would have contact with the prosecution to let them know that.
If there's something that's helpful for Travis and his case, then I will let, the prosecution know.
Okay.
Yes.
And if it's helpful for Travis in his case, it would be helpful for the prosecution, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so your contact with Philip and Mr. Martinez has continued throughout this trial, right?
Yes, much less than in the beginning, but yes.
All right. And on January 15th, you received a call from the county attorney's office?
I don't know what date it was, but...
The call about Gus Searcy.
Yeah, I don't know the date, but I did get a call about Gus.
Okay. And who did you speak to about that?
Philip.
All right. And what did Philip tell you?
He asked me if I knew Gus Searcy. I said yes. And he says, how do you know him? And I said, he works with Chris in Legal Shield.
Okay. And do you remember, I know you don't know the date, but do you remember the time approximately of when you got the call?
I don't. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Do you have any memory of whether it was morning or late night?
It wasn't late night.
Okay.
It was probably morning.
More morning
sometime.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you communicate your conversation then to your husband?
Yes. I had to ask him for a phone number, so yes.
I'm sorry, you asked?
I asked Chris for Gus's phone number.
Oh, why did you do that?
To give to Philip.
And because Philip wanted to have Mr. Searcy's number?
I just said I might have his number. Let me get it.
Oh, okay. And so did you ultimately give it to Philip?
Yes.
And when you were talking to your husband about it, what is it that you told him?
I said I need Gus's number. He says why. I said Philip needs it.
Okay. And did Philip tell you why he was asking about Mr. Searcy?
He said that the defense was going to be calling him.
Okay. And so, any other part of your conversation with your husband then about this?
No.
So, you told Mr. Hughes, or your husband, that the prosecution was wondering why Mr. Searcy was being called?
No, he wasn't wondering why. He just asked for his number.
Because he was being called as
Yeah.
a witness? Okay. But that part you communicated to Mr. Hughes, your husband?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. And were you present when your husband texted Gus Searcy?
No.
And were you present at all during the conversation that your husband had with Mr. Searcy?
No.
And did you talk to the county attorney's office again that day?
I don't think I did.
Okay. Did you call Philip back or Mr. Martinez back to discuss what the conversation that your husband had with Mr. Searcy was?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So did you never advise Philip that Mr. Searcy had a phone call, that Mr. Hughes had a phone
Oh, no,
call?
I said Chris talked to Gus.
Oh, okay. Do you have a memory as to when that was?
Maybe the next day or the day after that.
Okay.
I was talking about something else
To whom?
to Philip.
Oh, okay. You were talking about something else to Philip and then you also told him about the conversation with Mr. Searcy?
Yeah, I said Chris talked to Gus.
Okay. And did you summarize the conversation for Philip about what your husband talked to Mr. Searcy about?
No. I mean, I just said that he talked to him. He said, why? And I said he just talked to him about that they were going to be meeting together later. Chris was doing an event, a seminar, and Gus was going to be there.
Okay.
And that I asked him if it'd be okay if Gus and Chris saw each other, like if that was going to be a problem.
Okay. And what did Philip tell you?
He said no, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. And did Chris share with you the fact that he told Mr. Searcy that he thought the defense was lying or like a snake?
I don't remember if he told me that or not. He just told me that Gus said that he had information that could hurt Jodi or help Jodi.
Okay. And anything else did he tell you about their conversation?
Not that I remember. That's basically what I remember from their conversation.
Okay. And then after you knew that your husband had spoken with Mr. Searcy, then it was a day or so later that you spoke to Philip and advised him of that?
Yeah. That's not why I called him. I called him about something else, and I just asked when I was on the phone if it would be okay because they were going to be at a seminar together.
Okay. Why did you call him?
Because I had remembered something that I just thought he should know.
What did you remember?
Jodi had told a friend of ours that she got baptized for Travis.
And so you were
Just
helping
letting Philip know that.
Okay. And did the prosecution ever advise you or your husband, at least to your knowledge about your husband, that you were listed as defense witnesses?
No.
They never told you that?
No. Well, I asked him if he was going to be using me to testify. He said he didn't think he would be, and I said, "What about defense?" He says, "I don't know if the defense is using you or not."
And when you say he, are you talking about Mr. Martinez specifically?
Yes. We hadn't received a subpoena or anything.
Okay. But he didn't tell you specifically that you were listed or not listed. He just said he didn't know?
No, he didn't say he didn't know. He just said he didn't know. I didn't ask him if we were listed. I asked him if we were going to testify or not, and he said, I don't know if you're going to testify or not for them.
Okay. Right. So he said that he didn't know we had called you, we're going to be calling you to testify.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so I take it also you were never advised then not to watch anything on the media?
No.
All right. And you have been continually watching this case since it started in trial, right?
Yes.
All right. That's all, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor never advised you to tell your husband to talk to Mr. Searcy, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecution never told you to contact any witness to attempt to influence them in any way, correct?
Correct.
And if there were any calls that were made at that juncture, they were mostly between you and Philip, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the issue involving Gus Searcy, he called you and asked you about Gus Searcy, and you provided a telephone number, right?
Right.
At no time did Philip ever indicate that Mr. Hughes was to talk to Mr. Searcy, correct?
Correct.
And then later on, a couple of days later, you called for a different reason, and at that point you asked Philip whether or not it was okay if Mr. Searcy and Mr. Hughes saw each other at a seminar that they were both attending.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Redirect.
Ms. Hughes, the prosecutor or the prosecutor's office knew that you were watching the trial, right?
I don't know what they knew.
Well, I mean, you were reporting to them throughout the trial. You've been reporting what you've seen and anything that can help, right?
Objection is characterization that she's reported. I think that there's 2 instances that have been talked about, but no reporting.
Restate your question.
Well, Judge, you've had contact with the prosecutor's office throughout the trial, right? That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, here and there. Yeah.
Okay. So when you're contacting the prosecution, you're talking about what you've seen. Some of the times you're talking about what you've seen, right?
You make it sound like I was like watching and then calling real fast. Like it wasn't like that. Like sometimes people would text me, hey, what about this? You know, is this important? And if people would send me an email, or I would see like when the t-shirt thing came up, then I called and told them something that I remembered that might have to do with that.
Okay, so with the t-shirt thing, obviously it would be obvious then that you were watching the trial if you're talking to them about the t-shirt.
Well, I actually didn't see that part in the trial. I received a text from Taylor Searle, and he said if Travis had a t-shirt made, he would have gone through me. We had a t-shirt business together. I never made that t-shirt. And I said, what t-shirt? And he told me.
Okay, so the specific t-shirt example wasn't because you were watching trial?
No.
Okay, you said that you would receive text messages and emails?
Yeah.
From whom?
Well, not me specifically. Somebody had sent a message to Chris on Facebook, and I don't know. They're not like a friend of his. It's some random person.
Okay, so you would receive those and do what with it?
I just called and said, hey, this person said this, and he said, okay, thank you.
Okay, you would call who? Philip?
I called Philip, I think.
Okay. So any helpful information you would call the prosecutor's office?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And when you got the call from Philip about Gus Searcy, he never advised you not to have any contact with Mr. Searcy, right?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Stepdown. Any other witnesses?
Judge, we do have Mr. Searcy is present. As I explained yesterday, we had no intent on calling him as a witness, but the state has advised us this morning that they were not interested in Mr. Searcy's further testimony. I know the court may have had questions for him as well related to the phone number. I don't know if those questions persist or not. He is here today. I'll bring him in. The court also ordered that he be restricted from doing interviews at this point in time, and he is asking that restriction be released. So we'd like to make record of that this morning, that no party has any more interest in him, and release from his subpoena and restrictions.
Any objection?
No objection. I would note that the conversation that we had on the record yesterday was involving Mr. Searcy was whether or not he was to appear telephonically. And we all agreed that if there was a need for him to appear, it would be fine with everybody that it was telephonic. And the state would then indicate at some point, if we needed him, that we could just get him on the phone. So while he's here, I suspect he just wants the limelight, but I have no questions for him.
All right, I will release Mr. Searcy from his subpoena and the previous order that he not participate in any media interviews. Mr. Searcy, I'm releasing you from your subpoena. You are free to go, and you may participate in media interviews at your discretion. All right, thank you for being here. Other witnesses?
Judge, well, yes, we're going to try to get a hold of Ms. Juban. The other issue being Ms. Hughes is here. We have a subpoena for which to serve her on as a potential witness for the trial, and we would ask that, well, we're going to do that now, but also that she be excused from any further proceedings and be restricted from watching the trial, as was the order previously.
All right, Ms. Hughes, you are going to be receiving a subpoena here momentarily. What that means is that you should not discuss anything about your testimony with anyone other than the attorneys, and you should not watch the proceedings from this point forward. All right? Mr. Nurmi?
Ms. Juban today. So no further witnesses today.
I'm wondering what the reason would be. Do we have a working number, or what the problem is?
Well, Mr. Nurmi, are you at liberty to discuss why we can't have the witness testify today?
We're not able to get a hold of her.
All right.
Judge, my understanding is that the number that we have is not working. So there's a problem with that.
Well, in any event, she's not available. Do you have anything else that you want to present in terms of evidence related to your pending motion?
No, Your Honor, not in terms of evidence at this time. Something tells me we will in the future as this trial goes on, but not at this time.
Mr. Martinez, anything you want to present at this point?
There has nothing that been shown. The issue involves Chris and Sky Hughes. There has nothing that has been shown that indicates that they did anything improper or that the state did anything improper. They may want to call anybody in the rest of the world, but that will not add anything to this inquiry. So I'm asking the court to find that there is no prosecutorial misconduct.
Well, now that the state has informed us they don't have any surprise witnesses popping out of the room, I guess we can go to the argument portion of this. There has been, and what the case law tells us, judges, if misconduct of the prosecution so infects the proceedings with unfairness that Ms. Arias cannot receive a fair trial, then a mistrial is warranted based on prosecutorial misconduct. And it is our position that we are there and then some. In that regard, as far as what misconduct has occurred during the course of this trial, there's been so much, and there's been so much that has preceded this trial, that I could go on for hours. But instead, I'll just limit it to what I might call a greatest hits list. Even as it relates to this hearing, when the initial evidence was brought forth, Mr. Martinez and the state brought forth 2 surprise witnesses that we did not know anything about. They claim, oh, well, we didn't know what it was about, and that's not true. We gave notice, and we know they knew because Mr. Martinez had his paralegal contact other witnesses, people he knew were listed as witnesses, to get information on Mr. Searcy. He knew. And that's how he knew to bring Chris Hughes and have Mr. Abdallah on the phone. He knew, and he claims ignorance. That's his defense, ignorance. It is not a defense in this situation. And we've talked about as well, we said that through early proceedings before this court was presiding over this case, he said messages didn't exist. Text messages did not exist. Well, we heard testimony from his own detective that they were on the phone. But he files a pleading saying text messages don't exist. We also, in this greatest hits list, have the testimony of Detective Flores. Detective Flores goes to the Cronus hearing and says that it was Dr. Horn's opinion that the shooting came first. At trial, Dr. Horn testifies differently, and then even within the context of this trial, Detective Flores was on cross-examination. He was asked asked to explain the discrepancy, shall we say. His testimony was that it was a misunderstanding, and this is laid out in the special action that we filed with the Court of Appeals. He says it was a misunderstanding, I misunderstood what Dr. Horn said, repeatedly. Then, on redirect, Mr. Martinez asked him, were you substituting, whose assessment was it about the gunshot first? It was mine. I was substituting my own judgment. That's what he said during redirect. One of those is not true. We know that. We know that either he misunderstood or he substituted his own judgment. Both cannot be true. Those statements cannot be reconciled. Also, throughout the course of this trial, the counsel for the state has yelled at witnesses, has thrown evidence on the ground. And then, as the evidence shows today, he did something which is in direct violation of a court order. We filed a motion, and this court granted a motion saying that the witnesses to this trial were not to watch the proceedings involved. That was ultimately an extension of what we call the rule. Given the media coverage, the court grants that extension. And Mr. Martinez knew that Chris and Sky Hughes were on the witness list. He knew they weren't supposed to be watching the trial. Now, the court order may not have been completely enforceable against them in Utah, but he knew. And his assistant or paralegal, whatever his title is, Philip, that we've learned of today, had contact with Ms. Hughes. Ms. Hughes just told us this morning that, in fact, yes, whenever something was wrong or something she thought would help, what she called Travis's case, but ultimately the state's case, she said, yeah, she would let him know. She would call Philip. She would speak to Mr. Martinez. They asked, there was even comments about, did you ask whether you were on the witness list? He didn't say they were listed. He didn't tell him that. He knew they were listed. He knew it. He said he didn't know if they were going to be called or not. So the sin does not lie with Chris and Sky Hughes because the order was not enforceable upon them. The sin lies right here. Because he knew it, he's an officer of the court, and he acted and procured information in violation of that court order. That, again, is more misconduct that gets us past that issue of infecting the proceedings. Because he is then getting coached by a witness that he knows not supposed to watch the trial with tidbits of information that she thinks would be helpful. So the question becomes, what do we do? What sanction, if any, is appropriate? I would submit to the court to have impose no sanction is to condone the behavior. Is to say there are no consequences for the behavior. That does not seem appropriate in this context. Ms. Arias' life is at stake and the state is violating an order of this court. Has made misrepresentations, and if there's no consequence, there's no reason to stop. Now, is there? Now, there's no doubt about the fact that a mistrial is a severe remedy, but we ask for it given the misconduct and the level of misconduct in this case. But I would also submit to the court that there are other remedies available. Well, one related to the mistrial is that we would assert not only should a mistrial be declared, but the Maricopa County Attorney's Office should be withdrawn from the case because they have procured information in violation of the court order. But I would, as I said, as an alternative to a mistrial, the one clear remedy this court has is to remove or negate the finding of the death penalty. That the death penalty is eligible. This is a sanction that can be imposed on the state because it doesn't affect the merits of the case. It is a less onerous sanction. What we're really talking about, Your Honor, is removing a sentencing option. The Arizona law, and we instruct the jury on this, is always satisfied with the life verdict. The sentencing option of death is not a requirement under Arizona law. It is something that they are seeking. But their behavior and misconduct in this case warrants that potential to be taken away. We think it warrants a mistrial, but if the court's not so inclined, we believe that removing that sentencing option is also a sanction that this court should consider.
Mr. Martinez.
There is no law that was cited by the defendant that indicates or that prohibits the prosecution from contacting individuals that may have information, whether they are subpoenaed or not. In this case, these individuals were not subpoenaed. There's no indication that the defendant was going to call them. The subpoena was sent out today. And the state indicated that we would not be calling them as a witness. So for the defendant to then shift the burden over to the state to contact a person, anybody in the world or anybody that they may call, and say, these are your obligations. That's not what the rules contemplate. If they really were going to call these people as witnesses, why don't they subpoena them? As they indicated to you previously, the process to get a witness into this court out of state is long and protracted. And they've complained that they weren't even able to comply with that. So if they really were serious about these people as witnesses, why didn't they start the process back then? It's a sham to stand up here and say, well, these people were going to be witnesses. The other thing is that even if they were witnesses, the state can contact them. There's no prohibition, just like he can get on the phone and contact Detective Flores. They've exchanged emails before. There's no prohibition about that. In fact, that involved the TLSI issue, where they exchanged emails and the prosecutor was not kept in the loop. So this idea that somehow the rules say that the prosecution can't contact a witness, there's just no support for that. And so in light of what has been presented, the evidence, in light of all of the pleadings, and in light of the law, I ask you to dismiss what really is nothing more than a sham allegation of prosecutorial misconduct. Thank you.
Mr. Nermi, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. In response, briefly, this is far from a sham. The misconduct upon the state and then pleading a level of victimization is almost laughable if it weren't what was happening here in the context that it's happening here. The lack of subpoena, the fact that somebody is on the witness list, may or may not be called, is something that happens all the time. Something that happens all the time. The state had numerous witnesses on their list that they decided not to call throughout this process. And it is not about contacting witnesses. That's not what we're talking about here. This is talking about information obtained that he knew was in violation of court order. He says, oh, they cite no law. This judge, and we put law in our motion asking the rule to be extended to witnesses watching it on TV. This court granted that motion. The state was present. The state objected to it, and this court granted it. It's a matter of violating a court order and obtaining information. And Your Honor, that is misconduct in and of itself, but it is but one in a series of events or actions upon the state for which sanctions should be imposed. And as the case law tells us, it is the cumulative nature of those instances of misconduct that get us to the point where a mistrial or other sanctions should be imposed, and I've listed those for the court.
Mr. Nermi, was Guy Hughes listed on the state's disclosure notice?
Chris and Sky Hughes were on, I believe, both notices. I know that they were on ours, and I don't have the exact date and time, but we could certainly provide that to the court.
Did you make any effort to contact Sky or Chris Hughes to tell them they could not watch the proceedings?
No, as a matter of fact, Judge, this court instructed the state to do that as well with their witnesses, and I believe they were on their witness list as well.
Judge, but we did file a questionnaire which indicated the witnesses that would actually be called by either side. I did not list Chris and Sky Hughes. The defense did. That's on record.
But again, Judge, and I would say respectfully, the court's question goes to Chris and Sky Hughes, not Mr. Martinez. If they were in violation of the court order, it wouldn't be misconduct. But if they contact the prosecutor's office and share information that they believe would be helpful based on the fact that they're watching the trial, that's where the problem lies. And please don't be confused by that, because we're not talking about sanctions against Chris and Sky Hughes for violating the court order. I would agree with the court. Okay, even whether we made contact or not, and we didn't know whether we were going to call them or not, but regardless of whether we made contact and said, hey, don't watch the trial, they would be under no obligation, and their disposition would be probably to hang up on us or ignore our requests. It would have been futile. The issue is the contact with the state and the state using that information.
Well, Mr. Nermi, I didn't hear Sky Hughes testify that she told Philip or Mr. Martinez that she was providing information based upon her review of, or her viewing the media coverage of this trial. In fact, what I heard her say is that she and Chris Hughes received emails, texts, telephone calls, and that as a result of that, contact was made with the prosecutor's office. Now, it may be that she did tell Philip or Mr. Martinez that, but I did not hear her say that in her testimony.
There was a portion of her testimony where she said she had other contact, but there was also portions of testimony where she said she watched the trial and reported to them. And whether or not the state knew, whether the state knew or didn't know she was watching the trial, they knew she shouldn't have been, and they knew where this information was coming from. She was looking for inconsistencies in contacting Mr. Martinez's assistant. And I think then, and just the same when we talk about the withdrawal of the county attorney's office, it leads me to question, as we have this argument, whether the assistant to Mr. Martinez is now a witness meriting the withdrawal of the county attorney's office. This man was having contact with Ms. Hughes. And if he knew, and even though I would submit he did, because that's what Ms. Hughes talked about, looking for inconsistency and having contact with Philip, using a straw man does not absolve Mr. Martinez of the responsibility of violating this court order.
All right. Some of the grounds stated by the defense have already been addressed by this court, either through a previous ruling by Judge Duncan or by a ruling by this court, and some of those issues have even been addressed in a special action, which was denied. With regard to the issues raised with regard to Chris and Sky Hughes, the court finds that the defense has not established there was any prosecutorial misconduct. So the request for mistrial or some other sanction is denied at this time. All right, let's get ready for trial. Let's get the jury ready.
Just will need the exhibits.
Yeah, and we'll bring those right up.
This one was
the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue with direct examination.
Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
When we ended the day yesterday, we were talking about the time period in which you were getting ready to move back to Wairika, and you were talking to us about the BMW that was ruined based on the U-Haul. And what we started to talk about, or what we're going to talk about, is the time period in which you moved out. Do you remember the exact day that you pulled away from the U-Haul from Mesa for the last time? Not the date, but do you remember the day, what took place?
Yes, I had stayed the night at Travis's the night before. The U-Haul was parked down the street and around the corner where there was room, because now my car was on a tow dolly. And this time I got a tow dolly that had all four wheels up instead of towing one, since the last time that didn't work out. So after, well, we hung out, we stayed the night, we slept in a little bit, and then I don't remember what started an argument that day, because we argued several times that month. But we were arguing, and I just remember I left crying. I didn't want to leave things that way, but I knew that he'd call me or I'd call him, and there would be apologies, because that was always the cycle. So I felt unsettled leaving things that way, but I just thought we'll talk about it later, because we were both too upset. So I left. I walked down the block, got into the U-Haul truck, and started to leave. And I thought, I pulled up to the house one more time just to see, if anything. And I called him, and he came out on the front porch, and he came around to the side, and we were talking a little bit more. It seemed like things were going to go well, but then he was still upset. And so then I was still crying. And he went over to the front porch, and he was going to go inside, and I was watching him before I pulled away, and he turned around and flicked me the double bird, and then walked in the house and shut the door. So I just drove away crying.
And you were crying as you drove away?
Mm-hmm.
A pretty
Yes.
serious fight that day?
It didn't turn violent that day, but yeah, it was serious.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 439. You could just read that to yourself.
Yes.
What is that, ma'am?
An email I sent to Travis before moving. Maybe I don't remember the date. I think it was late February 2008.
And was this before the last day you moved?
It was
Before the day you pulled away?
Yes, it was before I moved.
What was the purpose of you sending this email?
I had kicked around. Well, I knew that I wanted to move, but I wasn't sure how to tell Travis, because he was kind of reactive sometimes whenever I made exertions of independence. So I sent him that email to sort of just remind him that we're not always going to be hanging out like this and doing things like this. We're going to move on and see other people, marry other people, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. After you pull away crying, you said he flipped you the double bird. You're driving your U-Haul with your car on the back, is that right?
Yes, my Infinity on the back.
Okay. When do you next receive contact from Mr. Alexander?
I don't recall, but I would have called him or he would have called me. I do remember receiving contact from him while I was in Hollister, California, staying at my older half-sister's house.
Would this have been the same day or the next day?
Maybe, well, it might have been the next day. It was late at night, so I want to say it was the next day because I remember stopping in Southern California to meet with Gus Searcy. If I had driven straight to Hollister, I could have made it there by the evening. I'm not sure where I slept. I know I slept in my U-Haul some nights. It took me a few days to get up there because I made stops. But it would have been that day or the next day.
Okay. When you, backing up a little bit, when Travis flipped you off, were you mad? Were you sad? How did you feel?
It hurt my feelings. I didn't want to leave things like that. He used to say we should never go to sleep angry at each other. And so I kind of, I saw it like similarly that I'm leaving town, I'm leaving the state. Who knows when we're going to see each other again. He wanted to go do the Pacific Coast Highway and come up and see Wairika and visit me there and do things there that were on the list of 1,000 places. So that was sort of a tentative plan in the future. And I would see him at prepaid legal events, but it was going to be a long period of time that I wouldn't see him, and I didn't want to leave it like that, even though we were going to talk on the phone.
Why did you care about leaving it like that? You had this horrendous fight. You had sex the night before you had the horrendous fight, right?
If we didn't, I don't remember that night before, but definitely the day of that I left.
Okay. You had sex the day of this fight?
Yes, before the fight.
Okay. What was the fight about?
I don't recall the specifics, but there was a running theme at that time about.
She's describing what the fight was about.
Sustained.
What was this running theme that you were fighting about?
One was the pamphlet.
Speculation at what point in the relationship, middle, and
We're talking about the day she left Mesa to move to Wairika. This is a very specific point in time.
State your question.
On the day you left Mesa, the day Travis flipped you off as a goodbye, you had an argument, right?
Yes.
You said there were running themes in your argument at that point in your relationship, right?
Yes, during that month.
Okay. What were those running themes?
They were. He had come clean and told me about Lisa Andrews at that point. So I wasn't angry. I was just shocked. Like I thought.
objection and response.
I'm sorry.
She's asking for themes.
No need to apologize to him, Jodi.
And I'm going to object to defense counsel's outburst. There's an objection. The court should rule before.
Yes, I'm going to roll in the objection. Let's not make comments. Ask the question. I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
He told you about Lisa Andrews.
Yes.
This is the first time you knew about this, right?
No. Someone else had told me the day before, I think. It was in April that this person told me.
And you were describing, before I interrupted, that you weren't angry with him?
No.
Since fact's not in evidence.
Restate the question.
Were you angry with him when you found out he was dating Lisa Andrews?
No, I wasn't angry.
How did you feel?
Well, by that time I knew he was interested in Mimi. I felt really bad because I knew what it was like when I found out that he was seeing a bunch of girls on the side while I was his girlfriend. And now he had a girlfriend, and I was one of the girls that he was seeing on the side that his girlfriend didn't know about. I guess she didn't know about me. I don't know.
And you mentioned Mimi. Is that Mimi Hall?
Yes, Mimi Hall. I think she said Marie Hall here. She goes by
Okay.
Mimi.
And you said at this time you knew he had interest in Miss Hall. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Is this at the same time that he was having sex with you?
Yes.
Why was it then okay with you to be having sex with him when you knew he had this interest in Miss Hall?
Well, internally it didn't always feel okay, but it's kind of like old habits die hard. We were still together physically, so the opportunity was always there to act that way, and obviously there's still some chemistry or attraction to a degree. And I knew it was unhealthy, but I wasn't making healthy choices at that time, so I just continued to sleep with him.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this before we move on. When you were making these bad choices and you said old habits die hard, were you under the impression that he was or was not having sexual activities with Miss Hall?
Definitely not, was my impression.
Okay.
They weren't together, was my impression.
Okay. As it relates to, you said you and Travis made a pledge, if I heard you correctly, to not to go to bed angry at each other. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that was one of his philosophies.
Okay. So after this fight and when you were pulling away, or the day that you pulled away, did you speak with him that evening then?
I don't remember if it was that evening or the next evening, but we did speak.
Okay. So you might have gone to bed angry one night, huh?
Yes. Well, I wasn't angry. He might have gone to bed angry.
Okay.
I was very
You weren't
sad.
angry. When he calls you after all this, you find out he's interested in another woman. You know that he was dating yourself and another woman at the same time. He flips you off, leaving his home. It again begets the question, Jodi, why pick up the phone when he calls?
Objection, assumes facts not evidence. She indicated that she wasn't sure she called him or he called her. I think she indicated she called him.
Restate your question.
Why talk to him on the phone?
Well, he did He did send me a text message. It was either that night or the next. It was a very mean text message. And in the text message, he had a lot of his facts screwed up. So I called him to correct him.
What was this text message, and we'll get into some of those later today, but in terms of the subject matter, what was he mad about?
He was mad about the person who had informed me about Lisa. He was mad about, he had got into my Gmail account because he had my password, and he found instant messages between me and a guy named Steve Carroll that I had started chatting with on ldslinkup.net. It's a Mormon social networking site. And I don't remember, it was so long. He just, my phone started beeping, and it beeped, beep, 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 because all of these text messages were coming through, and it was all one single one that he typed out and sent, and it just comes through broken up with X amount of characters per text message.
So you said something of interest there. You said he got into your Gmail account. How did he do that?
He had my,
Sustained.
Before he texted you in April 2008, you said he got into your email account, right?
yes.
Okay. How did he gain access to your email account in April of 2008?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence. She hasn't testified when it was.
She just said
All right.
got into her email
Ruled. You
account.
may answer the question.
I gave him my Gmail password and my Facebook password in October 2007.
Why?
It was a suggestion he threw out there for us to rebuild trust. He gave me his MySpace password and Facebook password, and I gave him my Facebook and Gmail password. He originally suggested that we exchange a password on each of our accounts, and I said, I don't care, I'll give you 2. And he said, okay. And I kind of regretted it as soon as I said it, but we stuck with that, so it was 2 for 2.
So based on these concerns you had in October that you've talked about his being unfaithful to you, a deal was struck where you who had not been unfaithful to him was to give your passwords to him as well?
I'm sorry, I kind of got lost in
Okay.
that question.
In 2007 in October, you were talking about, earlier you talked about how you got the feeling he was being unfaithful to you, right? Or that happened during the course of your relationship.
Well, I wouldn't have considered it unfaithful because we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. But his roommate came up to me and said he's seeing. Sorry.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He told me that Travis was seeing other people, and that wasn't a revelation to me because I had assumed that maybe I wondered if he was still carrying on the same behavior that he was while he and I were official. But he told me that he's trying to date other people, whereas Travis was telling me I'm not dating anyone, but I occasionally go on dates with people. And occasionally he sleeps with people. So we weren't together, so I didn't feel like it was my business to know about other aspects of his life there. But at the same time, we were trying to reestablish trust between each other because we weren't sure whether or not we were going to get back together and be exclusive or supposedly exclusive.
Okay. And this concern that he was dating and or sleeping with other people, that motivated you to give your passwords to him. That was part of the deal that was struck, is what I'm asking?
Can you say that one more time?
This information that Mr. Hepworth gave you about Mr. Alexander sleeping with other people, that somehow wound up in you giving your passwords to him?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence. He was seeing other people, not sleeping with other people.
No, she said he was sleeping.
Restate your question.
You received information that Travis was dating and having sex with other people, right?
Well, his roommate didn't say he was having sex with people, but because that's what he was doing while he was with me, I assumed that was this.
No, the question, she said he didn't say that.
Based on that, what did you assume?
Based on that, I assumed he was still carrying on the same behavior unless he had changed his ways.
Okay. So this information then, going back to my question, said that ultimately then you wound up giving your passwords to him even though he was the one who was being unfaithful. Or I know unfaithful is not the right word. He was the one seeing other people.
Yeah, we exchanged passwords.
Why did you feel the need to give yours to him is, I guess, my question.
Because I wanted it to be an equal exchange. He was giving me two, so, well, originally it was going to be 1 for 1, but I threw out, sure, I'll give you 2, just so that he knows, like, he can trust me, and so, that's why we went up to 2.
Okay. So, after you pulled away, you say, he's texting you, he's angry about the fact that you're conversing with someone named Steve Carroll. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you made, if we understood you correctly, you made contact with him because him being Mr. Alexander, because he had his facts wrong. Is that right?
Yes, he did have his facts wrong.
Why would you care if Mr. Alexander had his facts wrong?
I could tell by the text message that he was angry, and I don't know why it still affected me, but when he got to that level, it wouldn't make me feel good, and I would just start shaking and get, like, it's hard to describe. I would just feel some kind of trepidation or apprehension, or I don't know, fear is a little bit strong, but just unsettled.
When he got mad at you, you said you would visibly shake?
Yes. Well, not at the beginning of the relationship.
Okay. But at this point, in April of 2008, if he were to get mad at you, you would shake?
Yes.
Did this shaking, did that begin before or after the beatings began?
Before.
Sustained.
Did this begin before he slapped you in the face or in the cheek?
It was kind of like the jaw, neck area. Yes, it began in the fall 2007.
Before he threw you down and choked you?
Before he choked me, yes.
Before he broke your finger and kicked you in the ribs?
Yes.
Before he pushed you down in the room, wouldn't let you leave, and insulted your family?
No, I think they had already begun by that point.
Okay. So some of the physical contact had began, and you actually got to a point in your relationship where you would shake when he got angry. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, it was like my nerves. It kind of like how a chihuahua shakes. You know, they just kind of tremble a little bit.
And you could observe yourself having this reaction in April of 2008, even when you're miles away from him in Hollister, California. Is that right?
Yes, I was asleep and it woke me up and I began to have that feeling. It starts like as a tingly, uncomfortable, like nervous, like your nerves starting to just get frayed.
Afraid.
No, frayed. My nerves were frayed, like just frazzled.
What were you nervous about? What was going to happen?
You know, I remember now in that text message, he was threatening to,
Overruled.
he was just threatening to, he was angry because he wanted to know the name of the person that had told me the information about Lisa. He misunderstood and thought her name was Michelle. And he said, if you don't tell me Michelle's last name, I'm going to, you know, I don't know. He just said, I'm telling, oh yeah, he said, I'm going to tell all your friends and family basically about all the, I can't remember how he characterized it, but I think it was something like psycho things that you've done. And I didn't know what he was talking about. And first of all, her name wasn't Michelle. He got that wrong. So I called him back and it was a very friendly phone call. I threatened him back.
So you threatened him back. What do you mean?
I think the last part of his text message said time to spit it out, and he was talking about this girl he thought her name was Michelle. It was Marie, but not Marie Hall, it was Marie. And what I said was kind of mean. I was, at that point, the way we left, and now he's waking me up in the middle of the night with a whole bunch of text messages. They're all unkind. He's threatening me. I just felt like he was being a complete bully at that point, and I was tired of being bullied. So I called him up and I said, after he said time to spit it out, and he just felt like he was trying to reach through the phone and still exert control over me, and I'm at my sister's house and I'm sleeping, so I think I just got fed up, and I called up and I said,
What'd you say?
it was really mean. I said, the only thing I'm going to be spitting out is the fact that you're a pedophile with a past, and something like that. And I was saying, I don't know. At the time, I characterized what I saw as child pornography, but I realized it wasn't child pornography. It was just a picture of a young boy. So I think I said something to that effect, and he got very quiet.
Did that then end the conversation?
No, I felt really bad about it, so my tone turned softer because I didn't like to snap at him. Usually it turned really bad when I snapped at him, but this time he was a little bit more humble, and he went back to this Michelle character that I said her name wasn't Michelle, it was Marie, and I didn't know that Mimi went by Marie, so he was worried about Marie who, and I described her, and I don't know. It wasn't that same Marie. And so, I don't know, we just talked it out eventually, and I don't remember how it ended, but I think it ended up like I was more apologizing to him. It always seemed that way, like our arguments would always end up with me apologizing more, and I felt bad for saying that too.
Okay. From Hollister, then, where do you go? Is this where you meet Mr. Searcy, or do you go back up to Wairika? Could you just explain that to us?
I think I met Mr. Searcy in Southern California and then drove to Hollister and stayed there one night, maybe 2 nights, but I think it was just one night, and then hit the road and went all the way to Wairika.
And at that point in time, then you began, this is when you moved into your grandparents' house from what you're telling us before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you are hours away from Travis, right?
Yeah, about 1,000 miles.
Okay. You talked earlier about how you felt like he could reach through the phone and grab you. Did you feel any differently with a few more days and a few more 100 miles behind you?
It was a gradual process, but I started feeling after I moved to Wairika like this cloud was lifting off of me. I don't know what kind of cloud, just maybe I wasn't seeing things clearly while I was in Mesa, or I was very depressed. I was suicidal during that time, and I wasn't feeling that way then, finally, when I went to Wairika. I enjoyed spending time with my grandparents. They're not getting any younger, and so I liked the time that I was spending with them and my little brother and sister. So just the association with family I was enjoying, and my photography business began to really take off. Well, I had a lot of weddings booked. I didn't end up getting to shoot those weddings, but other portraits and things, the market was pretty open there for the taking.
Okay. You were happier there in Wairika?
I was still depressed, but I felt better than I did in Mesa.
You say still depressed. Depressed about what?
It was still up and down with Travis, so I would feel down at times and then up, and then sometimes I would do something to piss him off, and he would say, send more mean text messages or emails or chatting or something like that. So I didn't like that because I knew that I would still have to see him in the future as far as at prepaid legal events, and I wanted us to be able to be friends. I wanted us to be able to show up at these events with our own respective spouses and be happy for each other. I was friends with my previous exes, and I wanted it to remain that way with Travis.
Was that this desire to remain friends and the fact that you might see him at prepaid legal events? Is that the motivation behind continuing any kind of relationship with him?
Well, maybe partly, but it was more the fact that I still had feelings for him, and I still wasn't making the best choices for myself, and so I would still call him, and I would still answer calls when he called me, and we just continued almost the same thing except from far away.
Okay. We heard yesterday a recording of could only really be characterized, or the bulk of it anyway, as a phone sex conversation that you recorded on May 10th. Were you having other of similar chats of a similar nature with Mr. Alexander when you moved back to Wairika?
Yes, that's when they started to proliferate.
How often did they occur?
I can only think of 3 other times other than that one, and then prior to moving, it had only happened one time.
Now, you mentioned earlier this desire to be friends and that your families might spend time together and that sort of thing. Why talk about subjects that we heard on the phone call? Why talk about those? Why not just leave it at talk about prepaid legal or mutual friends?
Actually, I liked it. It wasn't about the sex. It was more about, I wasn't having sex, but it was more about, he was very nice to me. He was complimentary. He said nice things. Even when they were explicit, they were still complimentary toward me. And there were times when he was very mean, and then he would be nice. And I craved the nice from him and I dreaded the mean. So when he was nice, I tried to prolong it so that it would last longer.
The nice that you got from the sex, so you tried to make the phone sex calls last longer. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, I wanted to draw it out some so that it wasn't just, like wham bam and then hang up, so that it was actually we used to have long conversations and they were pleasant, and it wasn't sex. The topic of sex might have been broached, but it wasn't phone sex. And so now it seemed like he would be very nice to me, but then it would always lead to that, or he wanted it to lead to that. So at times, like the one that you heard yesterday was, he wanted me to get on the phone and start talking to him, and we had already sort of had that topic come up just prior to that phone call, minutes before that phone call. And so I knew that's what that phone call would be about. So I did call him knowing that that's what it would be, but he was being very, very nice online, and I hoped that he would continue to be nice to me on the phone.
And we're talking May of 2008, right?
Yes, that one would have been May 10th.
But these other calls, was this the one we heard yesterday? Was this the last of these calls? Was it the first of these calls?
No, it was probably the third. Well, there was the one the day after we broke up. I don't know how much, I've never done that before, so I was just kind of listening and trying to say some things. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
The phone call you were just describing for us, that was the first instance you had phone sex with him, but this is before you moved back to Wairika, right?
I was in Big Sur that day, and I guess it was phone sex. I got the sense that he was masturbating.
Okay. Let's talk about the calls in Wairika when you moved back in April and May of 2008. How many phone sex conversations did you have with him during that time period?
I believe there were two prior to the one, during that time period, there were two prior to the one that was played yesterday, and then one afterward, I think.
What other things, you mentioned your photography business starting to pick up. Did you have a job when you moved back?
Not right away. I was putting in applications everywhere. There weren't many places in Wairika.
Did you also, was your mind open to the ideas of dating?
It wasn't on my mind, so I can't say if I wasn't consciously closed off to the idea, but it wasn't something I was seeking at the time.
If you were dating another individual at that time, would you have felt like you were betraying Mr. Alexander?
I don't know, because prior to that I would have felt that way, but at this point in our relationship, I probably would have felt more like I was betraying the other person. I don't think I would date anybody else, at least on any serious level. Maybe I'm monogamous, so if Travis and I aren't technically together, but I would have had to have cut that off if I were to go forward with somebody else.
During this time period, was there, I know you mentioned chatting with a gentleman on LDS LinkUp. Were there any other individuals to which you had an interest in at that point in time in your life?
Yeah, there were a few other people. And we didn't chat on LDS LinkUp, we chatted on Gmail, but we met on LDS LinkUp. There was another guy that I was beginning to talk to at the beginning of 2008 on LDS LinkUp as well. His name was Sam Schultz, and I wasn't sure where. Anyway, I might get off topic. Sorry, but.
Well, let me ask you this. What about Ryan Burns? What was your relationship with him?
Okay. I didn't really have a relationship with Ryan. What happened was I got a text message from Zion, another person in the business, and out of the blue he asked me what's up in Spanish. He was texting me, and I texted him back, and he asked me where I was. I texted him back and told him Wairika, and then he said, you need to come out to Utah. There's some people I'd like you to meet, and I thought people means plural, so I said who, and he texted me back and said, I found your husband. And I wanted to know who he was, so I think I joked about the future. I think I said Mr. Arias as a joke, and he didn't tell me, but he started giving me, I asked him for clues. He started giving me clues. He said things about his accomplishments in the business, and I had just been on a conference call with somebody, with Ryan Burns as the speaker, and so it matched. And so I thought, probably not him, but I wasn't sure. And so I think I asked him, how many letters does his first name have? And he thought that was funny. He told me 4. So I'm like, okay, that matches. Things like that. We just went back and forth until I finally texted him. I said, I think I know who he is. And he asked if he could give the guy my phone number, and I said yes. And so I think it was the next day, or maybe that same day, that Ryan called me.
And what period of time would this have been? Would this have been May or April? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I think it would have been April, because I remember texting Zion and saying, make sure you don't edify me as a blonde because I am a brunette now, because I had dyed my hair before moving out of Mesa.
You dyed your hair before moving out of Mesa, and just so we're clear, is this in April 2008? Or before April of 2008? You said you moved
Actually,
out.
I think it was late March. I don't remember. The only reason I remember those dates is because I used to have date and timestamp photos. I guess I still do on the hard drive. But I remember the last Super Saturday that I went to was sometime in late March, because it was after convention. And I waited till after convention to dye my hair. And I showed up at convention with dark hair and a few blonde highlights.
Judge, this might be a good time for the recess, or I can proceed. Whatever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 125 in the jury room. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Continue.
Ms. Arias, before we pick up again and speak about your relationship with Mr. Burns, I'd like you to take a look at Exhibits 440 and 441, and actually let me say 440 for the time being, and let me see if you recognize these. what is exhibit number 440?
These are text messages sent between Travis and I, dated, well, it says it's dated from 2106 to 6608.
And do you recognize those as being those text messages?
Yes, these are all the text messages. Well, not all of them, some were deleted, but the ones that were recovered, these are the text messages between us.
And as best you can recall, are the times correct?
Actually, no, the time is 7 hours off. It's 7 hours ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Arias. Now, we ended this morning with talking about Brian Burns, and I believe you were just telling us how Ms. Hughes' brother Zion told you he found your future husband, that sort of thing. And I think we're at the point in time where Ryan was going to call you, or you received a call from him, right?
Yes, I received a call from him one time when I was walking out in Wairika.
Okay. And had you recalled meeting Mr. Burns before?
I think he recalled more than I recall. The only thing I remember about him is I saw him in Oklahoma City in 2008. He didn't seem very approachable, not because of his manner, but because...
Yes.
Did you describe your impressions of him when you met him?
Yes. He was surrounded by a lot of people, so I don't know if I made my way up to him and introduced myself, or if he made his way over to my side of the room and then we just introduced ourselves to each other. I can't remember that. I just remember it was at a gathering with some people that were on Team Renew, and then also on Saturday night of the convention, a bunch of us piled into a limousine and drove.
She was asked about her impressions.
Sorry.
What happened, Jodi?
The only other thing I remember about Ryan in Oklahoma City is that we all piled into a limousine together. I wouldn't even have remembered he was there, except when I reviewed my pictures later, he was in one of the pictures inside the limo.
Okay. So it sounds like that Mr. Lovinger was attempting to play matchmaker between you and Ryan Burns. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And were you open to dating? How did you feel about it? Would you feel like you were betraying Travis if you dated Ryan? Can you just kind of explain your mindset to us?
Yes. I wouldn't have felt like I was betraying Travis, but I was worried about how Travis would react, so I asked Zion in one of my text messages, said, not that you would, but please don't tell Travis about this. He's a good friend, but in order for this to have any chance, he shouldn't know about it. And Zion texted me back and said, he shall not know.
And why were you concerned, or what gave you concern if Mr. Alexander were to know about you perhaps dating or speaking with Mr. Burns?
Well, it had been a pattern of Travis's since before we dated that he didn't take kindly to me going on dates with other guys. And throughout, well, I didn't go on dates with other guys while we were together, but even after we broke up, I went on another date with John Dixon, and that didn't go well at all when he found out, when Travis found out. And then there was another guy that I went on a date with, and he teased me about him for forever after, almost. And also when we had that big fight in his bedroom the week that I was moving, that's when I told him about this guy, Steve Carroll, that I was text messaging or chatting with, and that erupted. So I just didn't want to hear it from him. I knew he was 1,000 miles away and he couldn't hurt me, but it still hurt my feelings when he screamed and yelled, and it was a headache and it was drama, and I just wanted things to be peaceful between us.
Even though you were 1,000 miles away, let me ask you this. Were there occasions during this period of time where Travis yelled at you on the phone.
Yes,
Did you do the shaking that you spoke about?
I probably did.
Okay. Now, from your understanding, when you were having these phone conversations with Mr. Burns, where did he live?
My understanding was that he was in West Jordan, Utah.
Okay. So you're not, you're thousands of miles away. Is this a relationship that thrives over the telephone, text message? Describe that for us.
We began talking. There weren't any major fireworks. He was nice. We just talked back and forth for a little while. Nothing ultra flirty, and then it sort of tapered off for some days, maybe a week or so. I think it was like almost a week. And then he texted me again out of the blue, and I explained to him, well, I texted you a few times, he didn't answer. So I kind of thought maybe he lost interest. And then he explained that he was camping and he didn't have cell phone reception. And as a joke, he was saying things like, love her, how could that ever happen? And all these nice text messages. And I thought, okay, well, he does like me. He just was out of cell phone range. So we sort of picked up again and began talking some more.
Began talking. Now, I know you were hundreds of miles away and you're not seeing each other, but in terms of the relationship, was this a romantic relationship, a prospective romantic relationship?
I would say a prospective romantic relationship.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 280. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a text message that Ryan sent to me when we were text messaging back and forth.
Is there a background to that text message that was related to a conversation?
Yes, eventually we talked about meeting, and it would make more sense for me to go out there because there's more to do in Utah by far than there is Wairika. Plus there are national parks and other things surrounding the area he lived. So I was gonna go out there and hang out so that we could get to know each other.
Okay. Now, Judge, if I may approach. Ms. Arias, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 392. Can you look at that and tell us if you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a text message Travis sent to me immediately after another one he sent to me.
I move to admit Exhibit 392.
I don't have any objection.
392 is admitted.
Can you see the date on there, Ms. Arias?
Yes.
And I see 0502. What does that denote?
May 2nd. That would have been 2008.
2008. And how can you be sure it was 2008?
I didn't get my Helio phone until April 2008, and that's on my Helio.
And the text message says, send me some pictures, I want to see you right now. What does that mean?
He had just sent me a much longer text message talking about, alluding to the Little Red Riding Hood thing that he wanted to do, and the pictures that he wanted to take, the same thing we were talking about on the tape that you heard yesterday. And he wanted me to take phone pictures of myself and send them to him right then.
Phone pictures of yourself, like pictures of your face?
Well, explicit photographs.
What do you mean explicit?
Maybe nude, like sexually explicit.
Was he specific in his request?
That was the only, I think that was the only request that I remember on that day.
Just a sexually explicit picture, correct?
Well, he said pictures plural.
Okay. And you said this was also related to a discussion of I believe you said Little Red Riding Hood fantasy. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that the fantasy we heard described yesterday on the tape?
Yes, that's what it was alluding to.
So on this tape recorded call that we listened to yesterday, had he alluded to that fantasy previously, or was that the first time he brought it up with you?
No, I first learned about it in early in our friendship in 2006.
He brought it up in 2006?
Yes.
I want to show you, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's been marked as Exhibit 391. Do me a favor and take a look at this exhibit and see if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the longer text message on that same day right before the one you just showed me.
Oh, it was the one you were referring to moments ago?
Yes.
We'll move to Exhibit 391.
No objection.
391 is admitted.
And so we're clear, Ms. Arias, before we begin to discuss this. In your recognition of this, was this, we have different pictures of it, but was this part of one long text message?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And 5-2 that we see there, we're talking also May 2nd
Yes, same day.
and 2008?
Yes.
Okay. He says that this photo shoot is going to be one of the best experiences of your life and his. And he talks about all the pictures he's going to take of you. Was this doesn't mention Little Red Riding Hood, so I just want to be clear. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes, that was the only photo shoot kind of thing that was planned at that time that was of the nature that he's referring to in this.
Okay. And he says the progressiveness of it from the very clean to the very dirty and everything in between. What did that mean to you?
The same thing that he explained further in the tape was that he wanted to get different angles, different shots, different positions.
He says, a day that has not gone by that I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft and hard into you. Is that a reference to your understanding, is that a reference to what we talked about or what we heard on the tape when he talked about zip tying you to a tree?
I hadn't heard about that because this is the 2nd of May and the conversation was on the 10th, so I didn't hear about the zip tying to the tree until that conversation occurred.
Okay.
But presumably in the forest. Is
Objection.
what,
Speculation, presumably.
Sustained.
He references in this email, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies. Is this a reference to Little Red Riding Hood, or is there a reference to other fantasies to your understanding?
My understanding is that he's saying he doesn't want to fantasize about anyone else except me, but he said that to a lot of girls, so.
Okay.
Objection, speculation, move to strike. She doesn't know that.
Sustained, granted. Last answer.
You found out that when he was dating you, he was dating Lisa Anders and Mimi Hall, right?
I wouldn't say we were dating, but I guess we acted like that.
Okay, you're right. Well, I should say when you were having sex with him, he was dating those two other girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. He talks in here and in the tape about fantasizing about you and getting himself off on many occasions. To your understanding, is that a reference to him being by himself or a reference to these phone calls, this phone sex you were having with him?
I assumed it was a reference to by himself.
He also says in this message, you are the ultimate slut in bed. What did that mean to you? Is there some history behind that?
Yes.
What's that history?
Sometimes he would call me that when we were having sex.
Is that one of those things that made you feel special, or how did you feel when he would refer to you as a slut in bed?
Well, he wasn't saying it as an insult, so I just felt, I don't really remember how I felt, but I just knew that he was enjoying himself.
He says he wants to send one down your throat and another on your face. What did that mean to you?
Oral sex and
Ejaculating in you?
yeah, yes.
He also says you're going to get taken like you have never been taken before. What did that mean to you?
We were always trying to top ourselves, like go a little bit farther than the last time, and usually he would come up with some creative ideas, so most of the time I was game for it.
Most of the time you were what?
Game.
Okay. But how about feeling like you've been raped, but you enjoyed every delightful moment of it? Did you want to feel like you were raped?
No. But
So you're accurate here. He also says, you'll rejoice in being a whore. That sole purpose in life is to be mine, to have animal sex with, and to please me in any way I desire. Was it your ultimate goal in life to be Mr. Alexander's whore?
no.
Based on what you said before, you were interested in the fond and affectionate feelings you got from him being happy, right?
Certainly.
Not being his whore.
Well, I mean, that wasn't like how I would have put it, but if that's...
That's how he put it, right?
Well, I mean, sometimes I would enjoy like being with him, so...
Were you willing at this point in time in your life, in May 2nd, 2008, to have animalistic sex with him?
Probably.
And please him in any way he desired?
Well, there would have been some limits, but mostly yes.
And this was after the abuse and after you'd moved away, you were still willing to do this for Travis, if that's what he wanted, right?
Yes.
You were still willing to be tied to a tree, if that's what he wanted. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure I would have gone for that, but I let him entertain the idea.
He also asks or talks about him doing anything that you want him to do in this part of the text message. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you going to ask him to tie you to a tree?
No, not that.
Were you going to ask him to ejaculate down your throat and on your face?
I don't know that I would have asked, but I probably would have gone for something like that.
You didn't really have interest in Mr. Alexander as a quote-unquote sex slave, did you?
No, I didn't look at him like that.
Did you want him to be designed for your most vile and lustful pleasures?
No, I don't think any of my pleasures were vile, but maybe lustful, and I didn't expect him to be designed for that.
Okay. Why, and this was happening within a day or so of you having conversations or text messages with Mr. Burns, and it sounds like there was a budding, I think we use the words budding romantic interest with Mr. Burns. Why, given this budding romantic interest, are you still entertaining Mr. Alexander's interest?
I still had feelings for Travis, and it was just something that we were familiar with, comfortable with, and I think the comfort came from the familiarity, and it's just something we continued to do.
Okay. Before we move from this time period of your life, I want to show you what's been marked. Exhibit 413, 414, and 415, and entered. I'm going to push this.
You may.
Do you remember seeing those photos previously?
Yes.
Could you explain this photo to us when it was taken? I'm sorry. This is Exhibit 415.
I believe that was taken on Main Street or Broadway. I think it was, Oregon Street. It was taken on Oregon Street in Wairika,
Okay.
right out front of her dad's office.
And who is that?
My friend Heather.
Okay. And when was that taken?
It would have been after I moved to Wairika. I don't remember the exact date. Sometime in the spring, I think.
And your hair there, I'll let you describe the color. What color would you describe that as?
I would just say various shades of brown, medium to dark,
Okay.
light to dark, maybe.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 413. Who's that with you in the photograph?
It's my little sister.
Do you remember when this was taken?
We were laying on my bed and just goofing off. And we're on my pillow and just took pictures.
Do you remember when?
After I moved to Wairika, and it's at my grandparents' house.
Okay. Was this around the time of your phone call with Mr. Alexander?
It would have been somewhat contemporaneous.
You said a few disparaging things about your sister during that phone call. What did you mean by that? You said she was stupid. Can you explain?
Yeah. I wasn't aware at the time that she had a drug addiction, and she was an alcoholic, and she was only 17, and she was also coming out of an abusive relationship that she was hiding from the whole family. So I didn't know any of those three problems. So I thought her behavior was a little off. She was kind of out of it most of that time. So I thought that's just how she was, because I wasn't aware that she had those problems.
Okay. And it appears to me in this photograph, I would describe the hair color as various shades of brown. Is that what you would say?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's Exhibit 414. Do you remember when this was taken?
Yes.
When was this taken?
In the spring, also 2008.
Who's that with you in the photograph?
That's my parents' dog. Her name is Jewel.
And it appears your hair is brown in these photographs.
Yeah, it goes kind of from maybe dark blonde or light brown to dark brown.
When did you dye your hair brown?
I don't remember the exact day, but it's in the text messages.
Okay.
It was while I was still in Mesa.
Moving back to, or forward for a minute to June 4th, earlier we saw photographs of you with brown hair. Or, excuse me, on June 4th we saw pictures of you in brown hair earlier in this trial. Did you change your hair color from this photograph until the time you got to Travis's house?
Trying to remember, because I dyed my hair twice, and the first time it didn't take. That was in Mesa. So I did it again. But it was already dyed by then because it was not that dark until the second time. So
Okay. You didn't go blonde?
I wouldn't have been able to go back to blonde.
Why not?
Well, I had been platinum blonde for about almost 5 years at that point. So as you can see, my natural hair color is pretty dark. And when you strip away all that hair color, the shaft of the hair it changes it. I don't exactly know because I'm not a cosmetologist, but it changes the hair shaft. So when you deposit dye onto the hair again, it not only takes, but it sucks it up like even more. So it's now almost like it's stained in a way that you can't really remove it. I heard that you could actually strip it back to blonde, but by doing that to my hair of what it was, I wouldn't have really had hair left. It would have just broken off and fallen out. So it stayed dark.
I could have a moment, Your Honor. Arias, I inadvertently gave you the wrong exhibit earlier. I'm going to now hand you, if I may approach, Your Honor, with exhibits 407 and 423. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I recognize them.
Okay. You mentioned just a moment ago that you dyed your hair brown in Mesa and that there was reference to that in one of the text messages. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at these exhibits and determine if such a text was in there?
I'll look for it. It's not really in order. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah.
Okay, and having refreshed your recollection with that document, when did you dye your hair brown?
Well, it says three.
Objection, hearsay. She has to refresh her recollection. She can just give us the date.
If you could advise us what day, based on looking at that, you dyed your hair back to brown.
Yes, I would say it was on 3/20/08, but it says 3/21.
Objection, hearsay.
Can we approach? not telling us what the document said, but based on your review of the document, what day did you dye your hair from blonde to brunette?
Would have been in the evening on the 20th of March.
Okay. And since that time, you've never gone back to blonde. Is that correct?
Nope, I haven't. Well, this first time it didn't take very well, so I did
Okay.
it one more time. It was like I don't know how else to describe it, like a kind of like a dirty brown. It was sort of medium brown. It's not what I was going for. I wanted it darker.
All right. Now, we've spoken earlier about, and some references have been made to your communication with Mr. Alexander. It wasn't just in person, it wasn't just by phone, verbally. You also communicated through text messages and other forms of internet chat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In these, so we have a better sense of your relationship, everything that led up to June 2008. Was he assertive and aggressive with you in these emails, in these text messages?
Very much authoritative.
Very much what?
Assertive, aggressive, and authoritative.
Okay. Do you recall some of the things he said to you in these text messages? And if you need a moment to refresh your recollection, you certainly can.
You're not talking about the instant messages? You're talking
No,
about...
right now let's talk about the text messages.
Okay.
Without reading what he said, do you recall some of the things he would call you?
Judge, if you could just give us the date, doesn't have to be the time, but the date and whatever she's going to say that she's refreshed about.
The objection to that?
Judge, her recollection of what she doesn't have to give a date and time just to testify, that's not an appropriate objection.
Objection, lack of foundation.
The witness should give the date prior to indicating the statement.
Okay, I'll find it. The one that I remembered was
Judge, I
on
think the instructor would give us the date.
5/26/08. Well,
What did he say to you on 5/26/08?
he called me, well, he said I look like a pure whore.
And that was on 5/26/08?
Yes.
And do you understand why he called you that? Was he upset? Something of that nature?
Yes. Well, he was upset about a lot of things that day, but there was a specific reason he called me that.
Why he called you a whore?
Yeah.
Why?
He found a comment that I left on another friend's page on his Facebook, on one of his photos.
And this, you said another friend's page. What are you referring to?
His Facebook page. The guy had a photograph up, and I left what I thought was a funny comment on it.
Do you recall what the comment was?
Yes, it was a reference to the movie Anchorman. It's a comedy with Will Ferrell. And can I explain the context?
Well, let's say, first of all, what was the comment?
I put, are those man boobs or are you just ripped?
Okay. And this was the comment. Travis was mad at this comment and called you a whore because you said you made a movie reference.
Yeah, it was a joke about the movie, from the movie.
Okay. Was there other discussions with him that day? Be they, specifically May 26th, be they verbal or written discussions?
There were these text messages and also a chat conversation and a phone conversation that followed.
Okay. Is this a chat conversation we heard in evidence earlier where he calls you a three-hole wonder
Yes,
and a slut
yes,
and a whore?
yes, and many other things.
What other things do you recall him calling you during that conversation?
Calls me a bitch. He tells me I'm worthless, and he tells me I'm shit.
And to your understanding, this was about an Anchorman reference posted on a Facebook page.
That was one of many convoluted subjects that he was angry about.
Okay. Was there other things he was angry at you about
Yes.
that day? To your understanding, what were those things?
He was angry because I told him I would drop the subject of him getting help for his stuff and
What do you mean his stuff?
his sexual problems. And, well, we agreed to drop it as long as he got help. I didn't really want to bring it up anymore, but after he made that comment about sodomizing a little girl on the phone, then I was I was concerned that he wasn't making any progress. So I sent him another of the same little stack of pamphlets that I grabbed, and I mailed it to him without telling him. I just dropped it in the mail because after that phone call, it concerned me. And he blew up over that and some other things also.
Some other things. What other things?
I had missent a text message to his phone. It was supposed to go to Steve Carroll. And the nature of that text message was that, because Travis had my Gmail password and he was getting into it. And so Steve and I were chatting on this, and it created a fight when Travis found the conversations. So I sent Steve Carroll a text message. I meant to send him a text message saying, hey, let's use my Hotmail for now, or something like that. Because someone has my Gmail password. Unfortunately, it happens to be an ex-boyfriend. And it was kind of a long explanation, and I went to hit send and could see it was 2 messages on my phone, and it goes through 1 and then 2. And as I was sending it, it saw it was going to Travis Alexander, and I was like, oh crap. So I hit cancel as fast as I could, and it canceled the message, but the first one made it to him, and that was enough to piss him off. So he accused me of being a liar because I wasn't telling him about what was really going on with Steve and I, even though we've never met. And and so it just seemed to compound, because there was Abe, and then there was Steve and John Dixon and all these people. And then he was very angry about all that stuff.
mentioned Abe. That's a reference to whom?
Abe Abdelhadi?
Since you brought up Abe, if I could approach again, Your Honor, with Exhibit 438. You take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that, Ms. Arias?
This is an email I composed to Abe on February 18th, 2007. I composed it at Travis's behest and then sent Abe the email and also forwarded Travis a copy afterward because he wanted to read it.
Okay. Move to admit exhibit number 438.
Judge, may I court hire the witness on this one?
You may.
If there's an objection.
You may.
With regard to this, it says subject forwarding our friendship, correct?
That's correct.
And it does say that it's from you, right?
Yes.
And it does give a date, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it does say that it's to Travis Alexander, doesn't it?
The forwarded email is.
No, it doesn't say that. It says to, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond voir dire the witness. This is cross-examination. He can wait his turn.
Overruled.
Take a look at Exhibit 438 and see who the to line is to.
To travis.alexander@gmail.com.
So this isn't, and there's underneath there a BCC. Do you know what that stands for?
Blind carbon copy.
You just told us, ma'am, that this was composed at Mr. Alexander's behest, right?
Yes.
And that you sent it to Mr. Abdelhadi, right?
Yes.
And that you sent a copy to Mr. Alexander, right?
Afterward, yes.
You didn't do it at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Ma'am, isn't it true that what happened is that you actually took this email?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. If he wants to say this was cross-examination, fine. But the foundation for this exhibit has been laid, and we move for its admission. She's already explained.
Counsel
before,
approach.
yeah.
Counsel approach.
Arias, before you forwarded this email to Mr. Alexander, do you recall when you sent it to Mr. Abdelhadi?
Judge in the state's testimony, it isn't forwarded, it's sent to Mr. Alexander.
Rephrase.
This email was a forwarded email, correct?
Yes.
To whom was it originally sent before you forwarded it to Mr. Alexander?
I first composed it and sent it off to Abe Abdelhadi.
And do you remember when that was?
I believe the date was February 18th, 2007.
So the same day that you forwarded to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Okay. I move to admit Exhibit 438.
Anything else?
No.
Why did you write this letter to Mr. Abdelhadi?
Travis was giving me a hard time about us remaining friends. He felt that there was too much history between us because we had gone on one date.
And this reads a bit like a breakup letter you make the comment that what matters to me is how that I am accountable for, what matters to me is how that which I am accountable for would make Travis feel.
I don't see what paragraph.
I'm looking at the paragraph here, beginning with the word what.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
I just wanted to Travis and I had already become official. I guess I just call it official because that's when we decided we were going to stop dating other people. So I wasn't dating Abe during this time, but I was still his friend, and it's very common at the prepaid legal events to hug associates that you know, kind of like we're all a big family. So Travis was not comfortable with me hugging Abe. He had said that his friend Chris called him and told him that he saw me hugging Abe at one of the Super Saturdays in Anaheim. And it made Travis uncomfortable. And then I thought to myself, would I have done that? Would I have hugged Abe if Travis were with me? And I realized that I wouldn't have. So then I realized, well, that means I'm acting differently in front of Travis than I would otherwise. And I didn't like that I didn't want to be that way. So I decided that I wanted to conduct myself and treat Abe the way I would treat him if Travis were standing right next to me.
Okay, I'm a little confused. When we go to the paragraph beforehand, you said, when we hugged at the Grove a few weeks ago, my intention was nothing more than to warmly greet a friend and business associate. Right?
Yes.
That's what it says? What would be wrong with that? In your mind, how about let's start.
There was nothing wrong with it in my mind. I didn't think I was in the wrong, but I realized it made Travis uncomfortable or unhappy.
So because it made Travis uncomfortable and unhappy that you hugged a friend and business associate, you were encouraged by Mr. Alexander in order to avoid his wrath to write this letter, right?
That's me.
Restate.
In order to avoid Mr. Alexander getting mad, raising his voice at you and making you shake, is that why you wrote this letter?
No, because I wasn't shaking yet at that point, and I'd only seen his wrath one time. Actually, I hadn't seen it. I heard it over the phone.
Okay.
I just wrote it more so that he would feel better about my interaction with Abe, and so that Abe was on the same page as me, so that he didn't take any offense when I was less warm or friendly toward him.
Why? You just told us a minute ago that you didn't think there was anything wrong with hugging a friend and business associate at the Grove. Travis did. Why was his feelings on the issue more important to you than yours?
I felt maybe it was just not a good way to look at things at that time, but I used to believe that when you're in a relationship, the other person's feelings should take precedence.
Is that what you mean when you say his happiness is of cardinal significance to me and his feelings, opinion I value more greatly than gold?
Yes.
The next paragraph begins with, I didn't write this email to expound upon my secret worship Travis agenda. What does that mean? Because
it sounds throughout the email like I'm putting him on a pedestal, and I really was, but that wasn't really the reason for the email, so it was kind of just a joke, but that's why I wrote that.
And you also write in this email, I think you're a great person who has never had a single bad intention towards me, and I appreciate all the time you've taken to impart your knowledge, perspectives, and experiences. You didn't hold any ill will to Mr. Abduhadi, right?
No.
You didn't want to kick his ass in the bathroom? like we heard Mr. Alexander did yesterday?
No, I didn't.
As it relates to your understanding, I know we talked, is this part of the conflict between Mr. Alexander and Mr. Abduhadi?
Yeah, that's one component of the whole conflict regarding that subject.
Did you ever ask Travis to write a similar letter to the woman who was hugging him in Oklahoma City?
No, I would never have done that.
Why not?
I didn't like the way it felt when he asked me to end my friendships. So I wouldn't have done that for him. And I've never done that with any of my boyfriends.
Did he ask you to end other friendships with male friends?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
Yes, he didn't want me to be friends with John Dixon.
And so we're clear Mr. Dixon was the gentleman brought up in the tape we heard yesterday?
No, not in the tape. He was the one that we fought about prior to our leaving for Havasupai.
Okay. And he was just a friend, right?
Just a friend. Well, there was sort of a romantic interest there, but it wasn't anything that I would let blossom because he wasn't a member of the church.
Were you encouraged or motivated by Mr. Alexander to write a letter like this to Mr. Dixon?
Yes, I don't think it was quite as long, but there was a similar letter written.
Okay. Was it humiliating to you to write these letters?
It was awkward. I just tried to write from my heart.
And aside from Mr. Abduhadi and Mr. Dixon, were there other males to which Mr. Alexander wanted you to end your friendship?
I can't recall. He was just hostile about most interactions I had with guys, but those two stand out because he actually wanted me to stop being friends with them.
Okay. And you did?
In Oklahoma City, well, almost. In Oklahoma City, he demanded that I call Abe right then and there that same night that he saw him and I talking and end our friendship. So I called, I was trying to think of some alternative or something he would be happy with, some kind of compromise. And I couldn't come up with anything. So I reluctantly called him with that in mind. And Abe did most of the talking. He's very chatty. And the more he talked, he seemed kind of level-headed. And I just couldn't bring myself to do it. It seemed confrontational or a little bit bold for me to say, hey, let's stop being friends. And unnecessary at the same time. So what I did instead is I just made a promise to myself that I wouldn't make any effort to contact him at all as long as Travis and I were together.
And this was in Oklahoma City. I want to be specific because we've mentioned a couple different conferences. What year was that?
That was March 2007, Oklahoma City.
And just so we're clear, you went to Oklahoma City with Mr. Alexander in March of 2007 and March of 2008, is that correct?
Yes, both.
Okay. And when you went in March of 2008, this was subsequent to a history trip, correct? Or did you just go to...
Yeah, it was all the same trip, but we hit all the church history sites first, then went to convention.
Okay. Did Mr. Alexander... Well, let's talk about this. Did Mr. Alexander ever encourage you to end friendships with women?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
Yes, he didn't like my friend Rachel. One of the only close friends I had in the church. I met her in Palm Desert. She went to the same branch. The branch is the same thing as a ward. They just call it a branch when it's a smaller number of members in the group. So it was a branch in Palm Desert. She was part of that, and our friendship blossomed. And
Was this the same Rachel you lived with when you moved to Mesa?
yes, that's the one I moved in with.
And to your understanding, why did Mr. Alexander want you to end your relationship, your friendship with Rachel?
He became hostile not toward her because he didn't interact with her a lot, but anytime she came up in our conversations. After I had a conversation with him, which came after she and I had the conversation that we need to go to our bishops.
Yourself and Rachel had a conversation about going to the bishop. Could you, what does that mean, or could you just explain that to us?
Yes, my understanding is when you're a member of the church, most things, if you know, we're all sinners, is the idea, and nobody's perfect. So you repent, and a lot of times that stays between you and God and within your heart, and you go through your own repentance process until you feel like you have repented sufficiently. But when there are certain sins that are more egregious, it is recommended that you go to your bishop so that he can counsel you and guide you toward back to the straight and narrow, in other words. And so sexual sin is definitely on that list.
So your conversation with Rachel then related to sexual sin?
Yes.
Okay. And was this the same conversation you referred to a while back about where you told her you were having oral sex with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. And did Travis want you to go to the bishop with this information?
No.
And would I be correct in assuming then that Travis wanted you to end your friendship with Rachel because she encouraged you to go to the bishop?
He was just hostile about her afterward. I don't really know the reason.
Okay. Aside from Rachel, did he want you to end your friendship with anyone else? Any other females, excuse me?
Nobody comes to mind. I want to say yes, but I can't think of anybody.
Okay. Getting back to the text messages, you mentioned that on May 26th, he called you a whore. Moving back in time, were there other text messages where he called you names?
When I was looking through these just now, it seemed like they were more like complaints or accusations of things that I did wrong.
So are there any text messages where he calls her whore?
No, that wasn't my question. Apart from calling you names, if I heard you correctly, you said there was accusations in these text messages. Is that what you said?
Accusations and complaints about just things that he felt I did wrong or things that didn't please him.
Okay. Let's start with accusations, and then we'll work our way back to the things you did wrong. And if they're one and the same, so be it. What were the accusations he made against you in text messages? And if you need a minute to look, please do.
Okay. There was a bunch in here. know how many examples you want because it's full of them.
Okay. Judge, you want to take a break before we begin?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be back 3:20. We will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Ms. Arias, would you please take the stand? Please stand for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before we delve too far into the text messages, I neglected to ask when you were talking about your friendship with Rachel Blaney and her suggestion that you go to the bishop. Did you have a conversation with Travis about her suggestion?
Yes, and just for the record, it's Rachel Bennett. Sorry.
Bennett, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was Rachel Bennett.
What's that?
It was. I think she's divorced.
Okay. Rachel. You have this conversation with Rachel, and you talk to Travis about it, and based on your conversation with Rachel, it sounded like you wanted to go to the bishop. Is that accurate?
I felt it necessary at that point based on what Rachel told me.
Did Travis want you to go to the bishop?
No.
What was your understanding of the reasons that he did not want you to go to the bishop?
He had had this problem before. It was embarrassing to him, and he did not want to go to his bishop. I offered, that's okay, that I'll just go to mine. And that's when I learned that if I go to my bishop, there's a high potential that his bishop, my bishop would call his bishop, and then he'd get called into the bishop's office, and that would create problems for him.
Why would that? What was your understanding of what problems that would create for him?
I wasn't sure. I just know that he and Deanna had had their temple recommends taken away at one point. That's what he told me, because of the same activities.
What was your understanding of Mr. Alexander's, for lack of a better way of putting it, status in the church?
Well, I was actually real nervous about talking to him because he baptized me.
What was her understanding of the status?
She's explaining.
In order to baptize, you have to hold the priesthood. He was a holder of the Melchizedek priesthood, which is the greater priesthood. So my understanding of it at that time was that when you hold the priesthood, you're delegated with a certain authority to act for God. He had read the Book of Mormon 23 times at that point. He could quote hundreds of scriptures, maybe more, from memory. He knew all the doctrine through and through. At least I believed he did, including what Mormons refer to as deep doctrine, which are types of doctrine that aren't immediately shared with non-members, if at all, and they aren't immediately shared with new members either, but maybe eventually, depending on their progress in the church. And I mean, he wore his temple garments. He went to the temple. He'd been a church member for over a decade. He baptized me. It just seemed like he was a lot farther along in his knowledge and authority in the church than I was. I hadn't even been a member for a year at this point, and a year is a significant milestone in the church.
How so?
After being a church member for a year, if you've lived worthily for that year, you are eligible to enter the temple.
So, are you telling us then that you felt as if his knowledge was so much greater than yours, so his decisions on these issues or his beliefs on these issues were more informed than yours?
I believed he was superior to me in all matters of our mutual religion, and I understood his embarrassment, and I also I believed that he understood where the line should be drawn as far as the law of chastity goes, and that, I don't know, I mean, we did go all the way like a few days before, so I knew that we had crossed that line, but, I mean, I knew for certain, all the other things aside, but I didn't want to cause any problems for him.
So, after you had this discussion about telling the bishop, you wanted to, he didn't, and you didn't. Is that accurate?
Well, I can't really even say I wanted to. I felt like I had to. It was not like I was looking forward to it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Getting back to these text messages, and I know you've had a chance to look at them a little further. Rather than going backwards, perhaps, we'll go back in time and move towards 2008. Earlier during your testimony, we saw a couple pictures of that you testified were pictures of Mr. Alexander's penis that he had sent to you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Having reviewed those text messages, are there other times in which he sent you pictures of his penis or erection?
Yes.
And do you remember when those were, having looked at the text messages? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Yes. They would have been February 2008.
Okay. And the messages you see, are those just the verbiage, or are there more pictures associated with those text messages you have before you?
There are pictures associated with these text messages, but the pictures aren't here, just the text.
Okay. How often did Mr. Alexander Well, we've heard of 2 occasions when he sent you a picture of his penis. Were there other occasions when he did that?
There were other occasions.
Do you remember how many more?
Several, not tons, but there were many times.
Okay. What was that?
I mean, I couldn't count.
Okay.
Somewhere around 10. I mean, over 10, under 20, I would say.
Okay. Did you ever request these pictures?
Sometimes.
Why?
I requested pictures of him, but not his, that, if that's what you mean.
Is that, what do you mean by that?
His penis.
Are you embarrassed to say penis?
Oh, yeah, well, in public, yeah.
Okay. You never requested pictures of his penis, but he sent them to you. At the same time, having reviewed some of these text messages, were there times when he would request pictures of you that via text message?
Yes.
And having reviewed some of those text messages, and if you need to take a look at it, just let us know. When did those requests happen?
They happened many times, but these text messages show there was some on February. February 25th, 2008.
Now, looking at February 5th, 2008.
25th.
Huh?
25th.
25th, excuse me, 2008. There are a series of messages. Well, let me ask you this. When you look at these messages, whose phone are these based on? When a message says incoming, does that mean incoming to your phone or incoming to Mr. Alexander's phone?
It would be incoming to Travis's phone, like a message he received.
Okay. And on the 25th of February 2008, it appears there were numerous text messages that day. Would that be fair to your recollection?
Yes, we were going back and forth for the whole weekend, I think.
For what?
Almost the whole weekend.
Okay. And if you look at those messages, one could get the impression that you were texting Travis and he wasn't texting you back. To your recollection of events, is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Are there text messages that you sent Mr. Alexander that are not included in the data that is before you?
Yes, I was responding to him and he was responding to me back and forth for this entire thread, but all of his they must be deleted because they're not here.
Okay. You said, before we get into the content of some of these, you said that you were going back and forth that weekend. Was there something going on that weekend between you and Mr. Alexander that isn't reflected in these text messages?
Yes. Well, it's not very detailed in the text messages.
Okay. Since it's not, please provide us that detail. Was there an argument? Was there a vacation? What was going on in the February 25th, or I guess it was a weekend? What was going on that weekend?
Well, it started as it started as an invitation. He was going to take me somewhere I got some articles of organization for him to start an LLC, and he wanted me to do all the footwork for it, and he would pay to have it published. And so he said, by doing that, I want to take you out to dinner to this place that you'll really love. And he didn't want to tell me where it was. He just said it's something right, something totally you'd love it. And so it was something he kind of talked up a little, and it wasn't like set in stone, this date, but I guess it was in his mind. Otherwise, I would have never taken off because it sounded like a fun date. But instead, I was talking to Gus Searcy, and he was doing a presentation in Las Vegas. And I went out there for the weekend to see the presentation and go to a few things, just shows and things around in Las Vegas, just a weekend to relax a little bit. And I didn't tell Travis I was going, and he got very upset about it and offended and hurt that he accused me of ditching out on our date.
Okay. So this was the reason for the flurry of text messages then?
No, actually, because what happened was after that argument, he apologized and I apologized because I felt like, I didn't mean to skip out on this date. I didn't understand that it was set in stone. So I felt really bad because he seemed very upset about it. And after that, just like almost always after we're done apologizing, it led to something sexual. And so we started going back and forth on our text messages, and they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. And so it was kind of like just foreplay to when I got back to Mesa.
You mentioned, like it always does, it got sexual after an argument. And you mentioned make-up sex before. Why did it get, from your perspective, why did it get sexual after an argument?
Travis had this cute little term called de-stressing, and I thought that was interesting. So it's something it was like a code word in our relationship. So when he was stressed out, his way to de-stress would be sex. So arguments were stressful, and that was a good way to blow off steam and feel better afterward.
By sex, are we including oral sex, anal sex, or vaginal sex? Is that what?
Yeah, all of the above.
All the above was de-stressing?
Well, whatever the activity entailed that day.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you were in Vegas, and from what you told us earlier, you said it became sexual, and you said he was asking for pictures that day?
Yes.
Okay. And by pictures, would I be correct in assuming we're talking about nude photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received these requests from Mr. Alexander for nude photographs of yourself, where were you?
I was hanging out with Gus in his motorhome. We were watching The Prestige.
Okay. When Mr. Alexander sent you the text messages requesting dirty pictures, did you have dirty pictures as you said? Did you have those on your phone?
No, I didn't keep him on my phone.
Okay. So, did the request then involve making a new current picture of yourself?
In order to fulfill their request, I would have had to.
Okay. Did you end up fulfilling that request?
I did my best.
And I know it might be embarrassing, but what did you do to do your best?
Obviously, I'm not going to do anything like that with Gus there, so I went into the bathroom, and it's a motorhome, so it's a very small, cramped bathroom, and he wanted a photo, and I just I mean, the lighting was poor. I just did the best I could.
What did he want a photo of?
Oh, my butt.
So do you remove your clothing to take a picture of your buttocks for Mr. Alexander?
Not all my clothing, just my pants
Okay.
and my underwear.
What was that?
Just my pants and my underwear.
Why do you do that?
Because he responded positively or favorably toward those things. So there was incentive in that regard.
Okay. Before we move off the subject, did you fulfill requests like this more than this one occasion?
Yes.
Can you recall another occasion when you were asked to do this?
I'm drawing a blank. I mean, I know that was something that happened in our relationship, but I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. It wasn't uncommon for you then to get these requests and go off to fulfill them. Is that fair to say?
It wasn't uncommon, but it wasn't very frequent.
Okay. But you never stored these photos on your phone. Is that what you were telling us before?
They got deleted. Yes.
Okay. So were they all requests? Did he request that you send pictures of particular body parts and at different occasions?
He only requested that specifically, that I remember.
Okay. How did you feel doing that?
Kind of like the voyeur a little bit. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know, I felt a little awkward, like if it was a picture that wasn't very flattering, I would delete it and try again, and then delete it and try again, and then if it was like, okay, that one looks, he'll like that one, so I would send it, and it wasn't so much that was uncomfortable, but it was outweighed by the fact that I liked his response in return.
And so when you sent him these pictures, do you see in these text messages positive responses from him, or are those not present as it relates to February 25th?
His responses are not present, but I did receive positive, they were not angry or negative by any means.
When you say positive response, what are we talking about? And if you need to look back at the entire dialogue of that day, please do so.
I can see that I'm responding to things he said, and we were trying to top each other. His responses aren't here. But there are different things that we're talking about.
Okay. Would it be fair to characterize his responses on that day as sexual?
Yes, exactly that.
Okay. One of the things that we spoke about earlier was, well, let me ask you this. Did he send you, looking at these text messages, did he send you other text messages of a sexual nature?
Yes, he did.
Can you recall any of those for us?
There's one in here. I mean, I can find it if you'd like. It was
Sure.
Okay. I'm not finding the one I was looking for.
Okay. Jodi, let me back up a step then and ask you this. Apart from the sexual text messages, well, let me ask you this. We talked about, before we completely get off this sexual text messages, did he ever ask you, ever make reference or requests of you to wear your hair in braids in these text messages?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Do you ever remember him making specific requests to you via text message to wear the Spider-Man underwear?
I remember him making requests. I don't know if it was over text or the phone, but I remember responding about them in the text messages.
Okay. Yesterday, you told us about a trip you made to Walgreens in order to obtain candy that would be used as sexual props. Do you remember sending or receiving a text message related to that?
I remember sending and receiving text messages that night. I don't know if we were referring to the Pop Rocks or I think it was more about how I'm not comfortable going into the store. I think I put because I'm dressed like a slut.
Okay. Did Travis ever send you text messages in which he was, and I forget the words you used earlier, so I'm just going to say that if he was mean to you in these
Yes.
text messages? Recount for us, if you will, times that he was mean to you in these text messages.
Can I look at the text
Yes.
messages? Okay. He got meaner after I moved, so skip to that.
So those text messages you have in front of you, are they dated?
Yes.
You take a look at the text messages related to the time around March 30th of 2008.
Yeah. If you want to reference the number, you can look at that.
No, just review them and describe for us what Mr. Alexander was conveying to you in those messages.
Start me. It's a fight that started because I hung up on him because he was swearing at me.
To your understanding, why was Mr. Alexander swearing at you?
He was swearing because he got upset I don't really remember what this argument was about. There were so many, but he mentioned something about something having to do with prepaid legal.
And was he mad at you or mad in general related to something at prepaid legal?
It appears that he was mad at me because I was stressing him out because I made a comment about not making Players Club, which is a monthly qualification. The Players Club is, I don't remember it specifically now, it's been so long, but it was a level of production. They counted certain memberships that you sold or recruits as counters, and so a certain number of counters each month got you into the Players Club.
And I got a little confused there. He was mad at you for commenting on how he didn't get into Players Club?
How I didn't. He said here I was moaning about it, but I think I just mentioned it. I don't remember moaning about it.
You don't remember what?
He says he was talking about how I was moaning about not making Players Club.
Okay. About him not making.
About me not making
Okay.
Players Club.
And so
He always made Players Club.
What's that?
He always made Players Club.
Okay. And that Players Club is a level in prepaid legal?
It's more a qualification. It doesn't have to do with your actual level. You can be any level and be in Players Club or not, I think.
Okay. So he was mad at you for not making Players Club?
No, he was mad at me bringing up the fact that I didn't make Players Club that month.
Okay. And that led to him cussing at you?
Yes, I hung up because he started swearing.
In general or at you? Was he calling you names? Do you remember what he said?
I don't remember, but he was being very negative toward me, and I didn't like listening to it, so I hung up so I didn't have to hear it anymore.
Okay. Was it hard on you to hang up on him?
Yes, very hard.
Had he hung up on you before?
I think he has. Nothing really stands out, but yeah, I'm sure he has.
When you hung up on him, how did he react? Is that what we see in the text messages? Without telling us what is said, is that what we see in the text messages, his reaction?
It's not about hanging up. It's more about just more of the same that he was talking about in the conversation that caused me to hang up.
Okay. Was this commentary on your abilities within prepaid legal?
No, it was about he's accusing me of stressing him out.
So when you brought up your problems to him, he accused you of stressing him out and began yelling at you. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't think that's what the conversation was supposed to be about. It appears that I was trying to tell him something that would be to his benefit, not advice, but a piece of information that he could use.
Okay. Earlier you had mentioned, I'm going to draw your attention to 4/8 of 08. And there's a text message there that lasts about does last more than an entire page at timestamp 1921. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the reference to the argument you had earlier about this person that was Michelle or Mimi or Marie?
It was Marie, but this is a completely new argument about
Okay.
something different the next day.
What is this argument about then the next day?
Before I left his house, the day I pulled out of his house, I wish I could remember what it was because it's sentimental, but he had some kind of drawing or something that he was giving to me. And because he was giving it to me, I asked him to sign it, and he signed it and said something nice on it. And then I forgot it as I was leaving. It was just a spacey thing that I did, and he got very upset and accused me of being rude and insensitive and dramatic because I left it. He thought I left it behind on purpose, like I was trying to tell him something, but it was really just something I forgot to take with me.
Okay. And he was upset with you about that, forgetting it?
Yeah, he was very mad. He thought that because he had signed it, now he can't give it to anybody else. So it's like, and I don't know, I guess because I didn't take it, he thought I didn't want it, but I did want it, I just forgot it.
Okay. And I don't understand why he was angry. Did you ever explain to him that you just forgot it?
Yeah, I explained extensively here that it was just an honest mistake. I just forgot it. I forgot about it. There were so many other things going on when I was leaving.
That was the day you were having the fight.
Yes.
And he was flipping you off as you were leaving, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little confused, and maybe you can enlighten us. What was the big deal? Why couldn't it just be mailed to you or brought up to you when he was coming to Wairika?
I don't know. He mailed other things to me after I moved, and there were plans for him to come to Wairika. It was paper, whatever it was, that I'm trying to remember what it was. So he felt that it was just another dramatic thing that I did, and I don't know, he was kind of a bully about it.
Kind of a what?
A bully. It's
Okay.
just more bullying.
I want to move away from the text messages and show you what has been marked as Exhibit 399, if I may approach.
Okay.
Take a look at that for us, Ms. Arias. See if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's just a little rhyme that I wrote when I was up very late one night, sent it to him, just to be silly.
Him being home.
Travis.
And do you recall from looking at that when you sent that particular item?
I sent it on May 19th, 2008 at 3:15 in the morning.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 399.
No objection.
399 is admitted.
You mentioned you sent this at about 3.
No objection.
399 is admitted.
You mentioned you sent this at about 3:15 in the morning. Is that when you wrote it?
Right before that.
Okay.
I just composed it real fast, just being silly.
What's that?
I just composed it really fast, just trying to think of something that would rhyme.
And why did you feel inspired to write a poem to Mr. Alexander?
Sometimes just a little line will come to my mind that rhymes, so I'll just build on that. And also, he was a good poet, too.
He was what?
He was a good poet.
Judge, rather than display it on the display, I'd request it to be published by having Miss Arias read it.
Maybe so.
Just read your poem, please.
Do you want me to read the first sentence that's not part of the poem?
No, just the poem, please.
Okay. It says, "How doth the mind of the Lord see it fitting that I should be bored, that I might compose some poetry and send it speedily off to thee. But I thinkest that, in fact, if I am bored, then I must act, for it is my own restless mind that has responded this way in kind. And for that boredom of which I speak, I am still grateful, for it's not bleak. I am still happy, for there is much I can still do for it and such, like send an email after 3 and read another book, you see. So here's to wishing you a time that's full of happiness and rhyme. May your days be full of stimulation, and not just in simulation, but in reality, just the way you'd have it be."
What were you hoping? How are you hoping that poem would be received?
The same way my previous poems had been received. He expressed gratitude, awe, just something positive usually. He complimented me.
In May of 2008, we had talked about some of the things you mentioned, helping him incorporate. You mentioned acting as his maid. You mentioned helping him in his prepaid legal business. When you lived in Wairika, did you help him with any of his philanthropic adventures?
Can you be more specific?
And if I may approach again? Yes. For the record, I'm going to show Ms. Arias what has been marked exhibit number 406. Please review this entire document to yourself and let us know when you're done.
Yes, I remember this email.
Okay. What was the subject matter of that email or your discussion?
There were several subjects. Part of it was I was expressing just the discontent that I had in the past about our relationship having never been public, and the expressing my discontent about the constant shadow that Deanna always casted, probably unknowingly, over our relationship at that time, and how we had to hide it from her. And he started a website, I started a website with my photography at that time, and he told me that he would post a link to my website on his page, on his website, and I said, I'll do the same for you. And then when it came down to it, he kept stalling and saying, oh, I have to talk to Sean, I have to talk to Sean. That was the guy who was helping with his web hosting. And so I kind of got the sense that he didn't want to do it because he was getting pressure from his friends about our friendship. And just different things, a bunch of things. I just felt like I want to just take the pressure off him. Like, if it's that hard to be friends, let's just cool it a little bit. Like, I still wanted to be his friend, but I didn't want him to feel like that our friendship had to be a burden.
Okay. And when did you send that email?
May 16th, 2008, a little after midnight.
A little after what?
32 minutes after midnight.
Okay. And you sent that to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 406.
Objection, hearsay.
Ms. Arias, I want to ask you about a couple of things you said in this email, just so we have an understanding of exactly what you meant in certain areas. I want to begin with the second, the portion of the letter that begins with directly follows "here goes."
Okay.
Okay? You say to Travis, I realize after further introspection why it is that I asked you to give me a little mention in your next post as credit for the task of editing and grammar and typing the lengthy thing out. What's that a reference to?
Travis was writing a book on personal development and being a better person.
And from what this sentence would say, then it sounds like you were editing that book, or could you describe that for us?
His friend Katie Barnes had edited and typed the introduction, and he asked if I would edit and type the first chapter.
And You say Katie Barnes. This is the Katie that's referenced here?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like, looking at it, you said, it's much longer. It would make me feel good to have a little recognition thrown my way. Were you hurt by the fact that she got recognition that you didn't?
I wouldn't say hurt. I was a little bugged. I mean, the intro was very short, and he wrote special thanks to Katie Barnes, and I thought, oh, that's nice of him. And then I joked actually about it. I didn't think he would, because I don't know. But I said, make sure you put special thanks to Jodi Arias, just as a joke. And he said, I can't do that.
And what was your understanding of why he couldn't do that?
His friends, the Hugheses, gave him a hard time, and he said that they made his life hell whenever he would talk about our friendship.
Okay. So at this point in time, at least at some level then, it wasn't just the sex that was a secret, but it was your friendship altogether.
Yeah, our very association had to be a secret now. From then.
Okay. You say, and I'm looking down here with this sentence that begins with but you see that?
Yes.
Where I pointed to? But my cry for a little recognition comes from a place within me that feels it was never adequately gratified and that it thirsted to be validated. Not just as some girlfriend, but as your girlfriend. What did you mean by that?
Well, almost the entire time I'd known him, the extent of our association was a secret. So I just tolerated it and I tried not to let it bother me by not thinking about it. And so when he said I can't do that, and now we're not even boyfriend girlfriend anymore, and he still can't do that or claims he can't, I realized how much it kind of bugged me. I didn't realize it until I was walking to work one day and thinking about the phone call we had just had. And so when I got back from work, I composed that email.
Okay. Was there ever consideration, this is May 16th, 2008, was there ever consideration to the fact that, we're having phone sex, we're talking, I'm doing this work for him, he still doesn't want to recognize me as his friend. Is there ever a thought in your mind saying, okay, I'm done with this guy, I don't want to be friends with this guy anymore, I don't want to associate with him anymore?
No, I never thought anything extreme like that.
Why would that have been extreme to you?
Well, Travis and I had been through a lot, so I couldn't foresee I couldn't foresee myself completely exiling him from my life. I just wanted us both to be happy, and I wanted things to be cordial between us.
At the first paragraph of this next page, you say that you find yourself now wishing to be recognized as your friend, referring to Travis. But you talk about the recognition within his entire circle of friends. Sounds to me like it was more than just Chris and Scott Hughes.
Yeah, I guess it was. I didn't have anyone specific in mind, but I knew that there were, how do I put it? I guess I knew that, he was, I really don't know what I meant by that. I just wanted to be able to be open about our friendship in public and hey, we're friends, it's cool.
Okay.
Not just all this drama that we had been going through.
Okay. You talk about his mode of operation with Deanna. Before we go into what you say about it, what do you mean when you say his mode of operation with Deanna?
He had to constantly hide me from Deanna even after we broke up. There were times when I was dropping him off at his house after I moved to Mesa, and he said, Deanna's there, make sure she doesn't see your car, park it down the street and drop me off. And I thought, we're not even dating. And he said, it won't matter to her. She'll freak out. So, and then when we came back from Oklahoma City in 2008, he dropped me off at a quick stop in the middle of the night in North Phoenix because he had to swing by Deanna's house to pick up his dog Napoleon because she was babysitting him. He didn't want me to go with him because he didn't want her to know that we had went on the trip together.
This, you've spoken a couple different times now about how, he said Deanna would get crazy or she'd be upset or things of that nature. Did you ever see any evidence on Miss Reed's part that she acted in a way that supported the concerns Travis was expressing to you?
I saw something that I thought was kind of odd, but maybe not quite to the extreme. I felt Travis was exaggerating, even though the behavior to me was odd.
Okay. What was that behavior?
At the beginning of October 2006, Travis left for General Conference, which is a twice yearly event that happens in the church where all the general authorities in the church, including the president of the church, get together at the conference center in Salt Lake City, and they give talks and different things. And the whole event happens, I think, on a Saturday and Sunday, and it is streamed live broadcast around the world for all church members and non-church members who are curious. The conference center is huge, and there was a new one recently built. I mean, within the last, it's somewhat new. And Travis had an opportunity to go to this conference that time with some friends from his church. And unless he traveled to California, he would usually leave Napoleon at home. So he needed somebody to watch his dog because he felt that Napoleon could get lonely. His roommates didn't pay a lot of attention to him. So he asked if I would stay at his house to pet sit for the weekend. And so I did that. And one night, the following weekend was when we were going to New Mexico. So I knew that trip was already planned. And I was at his house. I got this chocolate chip cookie recipe from the pastry chef at Ventana to try out this recipe for cookies to see if it was cheap, to see if we could just take a whole bag of cookies on our trip, because we didn't have a lot of money, but that would have been a way to just eat partially on our trip. So I'm baking these cookies. I'm sitting down watching TV. Napoleon's sitting next to me on the couch. John Hepworth is there, but he stepped outside. He was on the phone, and he went out the front door, stepped outside. And then all of a sudden the front door opens, and I thought at first it was John. Napoleon goes flying off the couch, barking and running toward the front door. And then I hear a woman's voice, but the lights were turned off in the entryway, so I didn't see who it was. And for some reason I thought it might have been John's wife, because he had been talking to her. She lived in Utah, and he couldn't go to Utah for some legal reason at that time. But then she came into view, and I recognized her as Deanna, and it was kind of awkward. I actually was a little bit scared because of the things that Travis had said about her, and I mean, all the information I had was from Travis and the Hugheses about her, and most of it was negative. So she said hi, and I said, I'd never officially met her or even interacted with her personally. So I said, you're Deanna, right? She said, yeah. And I said, I'm Jodi. She said, I know who you are. And not in a rude way or anything, just kind of just brief. And then all of a sudden she ran upstairs, or she ran upstairs into his room and shut the door and stayed in there for about 10 minutes. But by this time, we're in East Mesa, and she lived in North Phoenix. I told her Travis isn't here, and she said, I know. So she knew he wasn't home, but she came over to his house and walks in the door and ran up to his room and shut the door and locked herself in there for 10 minutes. So I didn't know what to do. I just sat down on the couch and waited, kept watching TV. And about 10 minutes later, maybe 15, she comes out of the room, comes downstairs, goes into his office and shuts the door there. And I don't know if she locked it or not. I think Napoleon went into the office with her that time. And I'm thinking, what's going on? So I just waited, and then she came out of the office and walked into the kitchen and looked around, and unfortunately I didn't scale the recipe down. It was a restaurant recipe, so I had tons of cookies already that I didn't think to refrigerate the dough. So she's looking around, and there's cookies everywhere, and there's more in the oven and more on the tray ready to go in the oven. And I offered her some cookies, and she declined, and she said she was just in town for someone's birthday, and that she just came by because she was looking for a book. And so after that, she left empty-handed.
Okay. And in terms of did Travis comment on Deanna's reaction to that event?
Yes.
Did he lead you to believe that she was upset or angry?
Yes.
Did you see that in her behavior?
No, she seemed friendly. Other than that, other than her behavior, her demeanor seemed kind of normal. Nice.
Sounds similar to the situation when you walked in and Lisa Andrews saw you, right?
Yeah, except Deanna didn't turn and leave. She stayed for a while.
All right. You talk about Travis didn't want to deal with Deanna's interrogations and emotions. You never saw any evidence of Deanna interrogating Travis about this. Is that accurate?
Interrogating Travis about what?
About you or about anything?
I actually saw one incident when we were on our first history trip, or I saw him venting to his grandmother over the phone about the incident.
Okay. But not her?
Nothing from her exactly. Directly, no.
You say right here, this paragraph beginning with well. Well, I'm going to make it easier for you. And it looks like you're telling him that you want to kind of end your friendship. Is that accurate?
No, I didn't want to end our friendship. I didn't want him to feel obligated to be my friend in order to spare my feelings. I wanted him to only be my friend if that was his desire to be, not because he felt he had to be.
You say that, in contrast, you weren't private or secretive about your friendship with him. Is that what you're telling us here?
Yeah, there's a typo, I think, in the second sentence, but yeah, I was not ashamed to call him my friend.
You said you even go specifically at the bottom of the page. You say, "You see, I have no shame in being your friend." Were you under the impression that Travis was ashamed of having you as a friend?
I got that impression from him about the Hugheses.
Okay. If anyone ever tried to guilt me or judge me, you would put them in their place. You were proud of Travis. You cared about him, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let anyone say anything negative about him.
In fact, you didn't really like to say anything negative about him or to him, did you?
That's correct.
And this was in May 2008, right?
Yes.
You tell him that you care very much about your happiness and well-being. Still meant a lot to you at that time too, right?
Yeah, I cared about him.
So much so it sounds like that you were willing to sacrifice or at least back off of your friendship if it was better for him.
I wasn't sure specifically what that might have entailed, but I wanted him to know that he didn't have to, I didn't want him to feel the stress that he might have felt just by being my friend.
You also say, I love you, and I will always be here for you as your friend and confidant. May 16, 2008, you say you love him, right?
Yes,
Did you mean that?
of course.
Did you also mean the part where you say you'll always be here as his friend and confidant?
Yes.
After Mr. Alexander received this message, do you recall what the next form of contact was? Did you speak on the phone, text message, email? Do you recall?
When I began composing that email, we were already chatting, and he was already irritated over something. So I told him, I think it was about the subject of the link on his website. So that was another thing that just made me think he doesn't want to be public even about our friendship. So that's when I said, well, I told him, hold on, I'm writing you an email. So I wrote out the email. He was upset at the prospect of receiving the email because he's wanted to know why I would send him an email about something that I know is going to make him upset. And I explained to him that whether or not it makes you upset, you're my friend and this is something I have to tell you. So I made that email. I didn't think it was very mean or aggressive or hostile, but he took offense to it and it led to another fight.
Now you say this led to another fight.
Good night, Moki. Thank you for coming here tonight.
An argument that took place over that same chat conversation, which continued.
And is this the one where he calls you a three-hole wonder and a slut?
No, this is a different one.
Okay. Do you recall what he says to you in this conversation?
Not particularly. He was just very upset, mean, and, well, not mean, not as mean as he's been or would be afterward, but he claimed that he didn't get what I was trying to say, and he said, are you trying to say I should put a link up? And I said, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. Reread it. And he said, I read it twice, and I still don't get it. I said, well, I don't see how more plainly I can explain it to you. So, I mean...
Okay. Did the two of you have a phone conversation after this email was sent?
I clicked out of the window before he could type anything else that was going to be mean, and that made him mad because it was sort of the equivalent of hang up on him, and we either started texting or talking on the phone, I don't remember which, and it was just a little more of the fight until it tapered off or we stopped communicating for that time being.
And you say tapered off. You've told us in the past that these arguments, disagreements, wound up in the end turning to of a sexual nature. Did that happen this time?
I don't remember on that particular one how it ended.
But you want to either that or...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the evening recess at this time. Please be back tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Ms. Arias, why don't you take the stand, please?
I know the court asked about media coverage and things like that, but that's correct to the right.
Okay.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have any of you seen any coverage of this case in the media? Did you hear anything, see anything? Did anyone speak to you about this case whatsoever? I see no hands. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
Before we talk about the break-in at your grandparents' home, I just want to go over a few more text messages this morning. In that regard, I want to talk about a text message conversation you had with Mr. Alexander on February 25th. Your Honor, if I may approach. Do you recognize those
Yes.
text messages? Okay. Based on your review of those, were you planning on spending time with Mr. Alexander that day?
Yes, that's after I was driving back from visiting with Gus Searcy. I was going to meet with Travis. Sustained rephrase.
Was it your plan, based on what you saw in those text messages, was it your plan to spend time with Mr. Alexander that day?
Yes.
And was it your plan, or were you anticipating that sexual activity would be a part of what was to take place when you met Mr. Alexander that day?
Yes.
Let me approach you, Your Honor. And do you remember when these text messages took place?
It was late February. I think that said the 25th.
Okay.
But it depends on the time. It's 7 hours ahead.
And where were you?
On the road.
Okay. On the road near where?
Maybe somewhere around the Hoover Dam, I think.
Okay. I'm going to move for the admission of Exhibit 442.
No objection.
442 is admitted.
Now, on that day, you reference a message, the second message down. You talk about a schoolgirl outfit, and then you reference the Spider-Man undies. Was that a reference to the underwear you received for Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Looking at the prior message, was it Mr. Alexander's preference that your vagina be hairless?
Yes.
Did he ever explain why?
He just said he doesn't like hair.
Okay. The next conversation I want to show you is exhibit for the record 443. That was a text conversation you had with Mr. Alexander on March 30th, if I may approach. Take a look at that, Ms. Arias, and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
And when did that text conversation begin on the 30th, and when did it end?
It began on, it says 1650.
Objection, she says item not in evidence if she can tell us after looking at that, but not from the item.
Sustained.
In terms of date and time, Ms. Arias, do you remember when that conversation ended?
Ended?
Yes.
It ended on the same day, which would be the 30th, it would be 10:38, even though it says 17:38. It's Greenwich time here. But
Do you remember where you were when you were having this text conversation?
No, I don't remember. I was probably at my house. I was here. I was in Mesa. I know that.
Okay.
I hadn't moved yet.
You spoke the other day of a conversation where you hung up on Mr. Alexander. Is this a discussion about that conversation?
Yes.
And refresh our memories. It's been a few days. Why did you hang up on him?
He was swearing at me.
Your Honor, I'm going to move that Exhibit 443 be moved into evidence.
Objection, hearsay.
Approach, please.
Ms. Arias, if you could just read Exhibit 443 to yourself for us for a moment.
Okay.
Ms. Arias, during that string of text messages, do you see where you apologize to Mr. Alexander and tell him to have a great day?
Yes. Yes.
Why do you do that?
I just wanted to end this thing going back and forth, and I said just tried to sign off, kind of.
And the confrontation?
Yes.
How did this confrontation affect you?
It makes me, well, like I said, whenever he would get angry, I started shaking again. So it would bother me in that regard. And it was like, whenever he got mad, it was like being in an earthquake. Like it starts and you don't know how long it's going to last or how bad it's going to get until it's all done. So I just didn't want it to get as bad as some of our arguments and fights have gotten in the past. Even though we were 1,000 miles apart, it's still, his words are worse sometimes, usually.
Ms. Arias, could you take a look at the back? What exhibit number is that? Just
443.
Judge, at this time I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 443.
Same objection, hearsay.
Let's sustain the objection without more foundation.
You said even though you were 1,000 miles away, it still affected you, right?
Yes.
Were you afraid?
Yes, I was afraid, not for my physical safety, but just afraid of, intimidated by him.
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid that he would get angrier and maybe he would continue to swear at me in the text messages, or that he would just start calling me names again, or I don't know, when he got angry it just kept on and on and on until he was done blowing off all his steam.
Is there a way for you to describe for us how that affected you so deeply?
It was just, I felt bullied, like it was just miserable because, I don't know, I didn't stop talking to him, but we would talk and then he would be nice and then he would be mean and then he would be nice and then he would be mean. It was just, I don't know, it just really affected me. I can't really describe it.
Was there anything about what he said in these text conversations that affected you that day?
This one particular?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just yes or no? Yes?
Yes.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to move to enter in Exhibit 443.
Again, lack of foundation and hearsay.
Approach, please.
Ms. Arias, if you'd be so kind as to take a look at Exhibit 443. Look at the bottom of page 72. At text message 4569, where you say, "I'm sorry, have a great day." That's what
Yes.
we're referring to a moment ago?
Yes.
Okay. And based on what you told us, it was your hope that this would lead to an end in the confrontation, and it did it?
Not right away, no.
Okay. And as it relates to the exhibits, the outgoing, based on what you testified to earlier, the outgoing messages, the outgoing messages relate to what he says to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could begin reading what he said to you on page 73, that being text message 11857.
Read it.
Yes, please.
You stressing me out on a daily basis is getting really freaking old. You cry over everything and you dump countless bull crap on me. I wasn't appreciative of another thing to deal with because of you. It's easy crap to fix, but you like to ruin every day of mine, and I'm tired of it. You texting about something time sensitive is just a way to reel me back into the bull crap. Otherwise, you would have just told me. I'm sick of your soap opera and your ways. You purposely try to ruin every day. It seems you're getting good at it.
How do you respond?
Read my response?
Yes.
I'm just as tired of your hateful words. Do you think it's a day in the park for me when you're mean? I was just bragging to a girlfriend about how awesome and cool you are.
What does he say in response?
If you're tired of me, leave me alone.
And your response?
Whatever, Travis.
Do you say more than whatever, Travis?
Yes.
What else do you say?
I hope you realize you got upset over nothing. I was just telling you about one thing. I was still half asleep, and the next thing I knew, you were raising your voice and swearing. If I had been more coherent, then maybe I wouldn't have hung up on you. I hate that you're right. Maybe I would have made a better decision. But I've already apologized twice, and you not once. You're just choosing to be stubborn and remain pissed off.
Does he respond to that?
Yes.
Do me a favor, then take a look at text message number 11859. I believe that's on the last page of the exhibit. Tell us how he responds.
I don't ever want to get another freaking text from you again or a call unless it's an apology and a thank you for constantly having to take on your never-ceasing problems, not one freaking more.
And that was on March 30th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
After March 30th of 2008, do you speak or text with him again?
Yes.
When?
Later that day, or maybe shortly thereafter, a couple hours.
And was there any discussion about this fight?
I don't think we discussed the details anymore. It was just apologies.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about a text message conversation you had with Mr. Alexander on the 7th of April 2008, all right?
Okay.
And this would have been after you had moved away from Mesa, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I was still on the road on that date.
Okay. And that was the night you were in Hollister spending the night with your sister. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 444. If you could be so kind, Miss Arias, as to review this exhibit. Read it to yourself.
Yes.
You recognize the conversation?
I do, but it was actually on the 6th that it took place.
Okay. So the difference being the difference in time that we talked about previously with text messages?
Yeah, they're 7 hours ahead.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to have Exhibit 442 moved into evidence.
Objection, hearsay, relevance.
Counsel wants your approach. Move.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Ms. Arias, what I'm showing you is Exhibit 442. Let's talk a little bit about...
Excuse me, Mr. Nurmi, I think it's 444. Would you look at that document?
Yes, 444.
My apologies, Your Honor. Let's take a look at... I want to talk a little bit about the circumstances, things that were going on the 6th, without telling us what was said in these text messages. If you could review them and just tell us what was going on between yourself and Mr. Alexander, looking at the text messages, referring specifically to the text messages on page 77.
I was on the road after leaving Mesa with my U-Haul truck. He wanted to know where I was and how far that was from Wairika. I let him know.
You were moving, what you told us earlier, you were moving to get away from him, right?
Yes, that was one of the main reasons.
And he contacts you the same day, and this is the day that he flipped you off as you were driving away. Is that correct, what you told us earlier?
I think it was the next day. I think I slept in the truck one of those nights.
Okay. And then looking at this exhibit, there appears to be a gap in time between message 12295 and message 12308. Can you explain that gap in time for us?
Yeah, it looks like it's 2 hours and 18 minutes, if I did my math right.
Were you just driving and not responding, or sleeping, or what
No, I
was
was
going on?
I was at my sister's house already. We had texted, kind of said goodnight sort of thing, and I went to sleep.
Okay. And you woke up then to text message 12308?
Yes, it came through broken up in many text messages. It was really long.
So was your phone not on silent, or did this message actually wake you up, or did you wake up and check your phone?
It woke me up because it kept beeping because so many kept coming through. It wasn't on silent.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to Exhibit 444.
Counsel, please approach.
Ms. Arias, drawing your attention back to this gap in time between text message 12295 and text message 12308. You mentioned you were at your sister's house and then you went to sleep, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just to clarify then, you didn't have any conversations with Mr. Alexander, be it through instant messages or telephone, between these text messages. Is that correct?
Definitely not through instant message, and I'm pretty sure we didn't have any phone calls between that time.
Okay. So you're spending time with your sister and you woke up to text message 12308. Is that right?
Yes, I was staying in a separate bedroom and I had gone to sleep by then.
Judge, I'm going to again move to admit Exhibit 444.
Exhibit 444 is admitted.
I want to discuss now with you the text message that you woke up to when you were in Hollister with your sister. Had you told Mr. Alexander you were moving away to try to get him out of your life?
No, I wouldn't have told him that.
Why not?
Well, I told him that we should need to spend more time apart, but not to get him out of my life.
Okay. But that's what you wanted.
Not to get him out of my life. I wanted us to be able to have a healthy friendship.
And again, just so it doesn't show up here, we're talking about April, at this time then we're talking about April 7th, or early morning hours?
It would have been the 6th, 4, 3, 2, 1, 12, like I think 10 or 11 at night.
Okay. So you woke up to this message, says do not call me, do not text me anything. And is this, there's reference to Michelle K., is that the fight you talked about earlier? He was mad that somebody was saying something about him or outing him as dating other women. Is that correct?
Yeah, her name was Maria, not Michelle. She mentioned he had been dating Lisa.
He says, after tomorrow, it's going to be really bad for you. Let me get in here. He says, after tomorrow, it's going to be really bad for you. Time to spit it out. What was he referencing?
He wanted to know who Marie was. I didn't know who she was. She came into my work. I worked at Ruby Tuesdays. She was sitting in another person's section, and I brought her some food, and she recognized me. So there was no way I could find out who she was. She was there and gone. We didn't get into details about his life like he had thought. He just mentioned, oh yeah, Travis had dated Lisa, which brought up the conversation. And so that's what he wanted me to spit out was, who is Marie, basically.
And when he said it was going to get real bad for you, what is the context of that? Was there something behind that threat?
I imagine there was, but I couldn't imagine what it was. But I didn't know what he was capable of, so that bothered me, it worried me.
He says, I promise you the punishment will be better than the lie. To your understanding, what did he mean by that?
I don't know. He just...
Objection, speculation.
Had he threatened to do something to you outside of this conversation?
Not up to this point, he hadn't.
Okay.
So I didn't know what he was talking about.
I want to talk to you now about a text message conversation you had with Mr. Alexander on April 8th, 2008. And I want to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 445. You can just review that to yourself, please.
Okay.
Have you read them all?
Yes, I've read them.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
Without telling us exactly what was said, what was the context of the conversation on April 18th?
I had left town, obviously. I think I was just back in Wairika, and he discovered that I left a drawing behind that he gave me, and it really made him mad. It was just something I forgot as I was moving, and it upset him.
And this is what we talked about last week, this drawing that he had signed?
Yes.
And in terms of his, you talked about the conversation. What effect did the anger that he displayed during this text conversation, what did it have on you? Did it have that same shaking effect we've been talking about?
Yeah, it did. I just wanted to get him calmed down and explain to him that that wasn't intentional, that it was an accident that I forgot.
You're going to move Exhibit 445 be admitted into evidence?
don't have any objection to, if the foundation that we talked about is there, I don't have any objection to the majority of it. However, the end portion of the text message talks about Sedona and...
Judge, if we're going to have this complex a discussion, we should have it at bench.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Arias, do us a favor and let me draw your attention to page 79 of that exhibit, or what is denoted as 79 of 132. And drawing your attention again to 12332. And you're having the discussion about this signed item. Could you tell us what he says to you in text message 12332?
He says, "Do not call back." It's a typo, I think. "I sick of you playing stupid and dealing with childish tactics."
And do you respond to that before he texts you again?
No, it doesn't. Well, I might have been typing a response, but another response or another text message came through before I could respond.
What was the next message you received from him? Could you read that to us?
Yes. "It was some stupid ass way of ruining yet another of mine, which you have done so much of. Bitter feelings are brewing in me towards you. I'm sick of having days ruined by you. If it keeps up, I fear I will have a genuine dislike for you. I'm asking you before it gets to that to stop doing it, before I start seeking revenge. Your account with me is overdrawn. P.S. You need to start paying me back, so you better start looking for a job."
And paying you back, is that a reference to the BMW?
Yes.
Okay. Drawing your attention to text message 5044, your response was to apologize to him. Is that right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, if drawing your attention to page 80 is you apologize again and tell him, don't worry, be happy. Is that right?
It's one text message broken up 3 times, and it looks like it was sent twice.
Okay.
Probably an accident.
But that was the substance of one of the things you said to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Drawing your attention to page 81 of 132 in this exhibit, text message 12335. After you apologize, this text message came after you apologized to him, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you read that for us?
It's just always something, Jodi. It just gets old. If it was hard for you to take because of sentimental reasons, you shouldn't have asked me to sign it and then made me sign it in ink right away. To leave it after all that was rude and inconsiderate to me, which has been a common trend from you lately. You say you meant to get it, but even if that's true, you put it there so you could leave it and knew it would upset me, but you simply don't care. Just like wasting an entire week of my life sending me on a wild goose chase based on a lie. You just didn't care to be considerate on how all that affects me. I'm trying to save my house, build a business amidst so much conflict, and you don't care about anything that doesn't involve you. It's very upsetting, and I'm tired of it. I don't want to deal with anything big or little that is some stupid ploy. You're not sorry. If you were, you wouldn't continue onward with this stuff. I'm just asking you to think of me. If you would have thought of me for 1 second, you wouldn't have left that there. Imagine if I did that to you with something you gave me. You'd cry for weeks. Just give me a pardon from any madness. I don't need it. It wearing me out, and if it continues, just like I have to give you motivation to tell me the truth, I'll give you motivation to quit screwing with me.
And do you know what that motivation was?
I don't. I mean, okay. I probably imagine the worst.
How did you respond, going back to the next page? There are referring you to text message 5053, 5054, 5055, and 5057. Could you read those for us? I know that they are. Could you read it to us in the order which you typed them? I know they didn't come in that way, but if you could just read it in the order you typed them.
Yeah, the first 3 you mentioned is there are only 3 of 4 that showed up. The second one never came through, so okay. It'll be broken up. Never to deliberately upset you, hun. Sorry again. I was just confused in so many ways. I feel like since I left AZ, a fog has lifted and things seem so much. The next message is missing and it goes on to 3. Both have a lot to recover from, but also a lot to be happy about and thankful for. I love you. Things are only getting better now. I know it. I haven't felt this good in so long. I almost forgot what it was like.
What do you mean when you said you hadn't felt this good in so long? What was that a reference to?
I just felt more like I was like my old self again when I got back to Wairika, and like I was just living in this fog, this almost like a suicidal fog the whole time I was in Arizona, and it was almost like getting oxygen to get out of there.
Did these conversations you had with Mr. Alexander, did they draw you back into that fog?
Yes.
Looking at text message 5060 on that same page, there's a reference to a phone call. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
You say thank you for calling and say that was very nice of you. This phone call then, was Mr. Alexander once again apologetic?
Yes, he was apologetic. I mean, he felt justified, but he was apologetic and he was nicer. I forgot to read one of the text messages that you asked me to read.
Which one was that?
5057.
Okay, go ahead and read that for us.
It just says, now that that's all behind us, let us just chalk it up to that chalk up that drawing to one last ditzy thing. I honestly forgot to grab it after I put it there. I think it's the second part of the text message didn't come through.
Okay. So just to clarify then what you're saying here and what your testimony is that you didn't not bring this item with you, this signed item with you, out of some evil intent to ruin Mr. Alexander's day. Is that right?
Objection, text and answer given speaks for itself. Leading.
Sustained.
Did you forget this drawing out of a desire to ruin Mr. Alexander's day?
No.
As a matter of fact, you didn't want to do anything that would incur his anger at all, did you?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you want Mr. Alexander to be angry with you?
No, never.
Because you'd start shaking if he did, didn't you?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Would you start shaking if he got mad at you?
Yeah, it depended on his fury and his wrath.
When he swore at you?
Yes.
When he called you a whore?
Yes.
A slut?
Yes.
That made you shake. You were scared, right?
Objection, leading.
Were you scared?
Yes.
Did you like it when he called you a three-hole wonder?
No.
Let's talk about a conversation you had with Mr. Alexander on the 19th of April 2008 that has been marked Exhibit 446. And if you could just do us a favor and read that to yourself.
Yes.
Do you remember well, let me ask you this first. What was the subject matter of this text conversation?
I was telling him a story on the phone, and he asked me to get to the point, and I think my feelings were hurt, so I said something to the effect of, like I always listen to him when he wants to tell a story, even if it goes a long time.
And was that well received by him?
No.
And you were living in Wairika at the time of these text messages?
Yes.
His anger still affected you then on April 19th, 2008?
Sustained.
Did his anger still affect you on April 19th, 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 446.
Defendant and all counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, I think I got my notes a little jumbled before lunch, but let me then begin. I want to direct your attention to some text conversations you had with Mr. Alexander on the 11th, referring you to Exhibit 449. review those to yourself, please.
Yeah.
And do you see the day that this text, or as far as the messages that are displayed here, do you see the day and time posted that those began?
Yes, May 11th, and it would be close to 2 in the morning until close to 3, around 3 in the morning. Wait, if I did my math right, it's early in the morning.
And this was the day after the text messages we were just talking about before lunch, is that right?
About 2 days after.
Okay, about 2 days after.
Right.
As you look at these messages, looking at the hours, do you recall, looking at the hours being a little off, do you recall whether these messages took place before or after the recorded phone call we heard last week?
This would have been the day after. So the last text messages were the 9th.
Okay.
The tape was the 10th, and this is the 11th.
So the phone sex conversation that was recorded, that happened on May 10th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But that would have been the early morning hours of the 10th, not the late night of the 10th, right?
Right, hours after the main text messages.
So this is about 24 hours later, right?
Approximately.
Okay. And do you recognize those messages as being messages you received from Mr. Alexander, referring specifically to 14120 and 6631,
Yes.
as well as message 14121?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 449.
Objection, lack of foundation. She indicated that these are the messages, but there's also messages from her. She has not identified those. And the same issue that we talked about before.
Mr. Nermi?
Take a look at the rest of these messages. Do you recognize them all?
Yes.
And is that the text message conversation you had with Mr. Alexander around the 10th of May 2008?
11th. Yes,
11th.
we're going back and forth.
Right. Your Honor, I move to admit 449.
Objection, hearsay.
Approach, please.
Said on May 11, 2008, looking at Exhibit 449 and directing you to some of those messages, did he say nice things to you in those messages?
Yes.
Did those make you feel good about yourself?
Yes.
Did it make you, I think your words were, better about continuing the association with him?
Call the roll.
Yes. Those are my words.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 449, Your Honor.
Usual stipulation or avowal. No objection.
Mr. Nermi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit 449.
Does your monitor work there, Ms. Arias?
Yes.
Would you be so kind as to read text message 14120 to us?
Honey, I think he meant to say, look, beautiful in all your pics.
And that made you feel good?
Yes.
Can you read message 6631 to us?
Thanks, sweetie. You never fail to make me feel beautiful.
And the next one?
Plus, I just got your other pics downloaded, and you are smoking hot in them.
And your response is yeah?
Yay, with a smiley face.
Is that an expression of the fact that you were happy that you had Mr. Alexander's approval for your pictures?
Overruled.
Yes.
It still meant a lot to you on May 11th of 2008, his approval?
Made me feel good.
And that feeling meant a lot to you, right?
It was preferable to the alternative.
The alternative being what?
How I felt when he was not being nice.
Okay. And that goes to the shaking and the fear?
Yes.
That's the alternative? What was the alternative, Miss Arias?
Just the horrible feeling of when he's coming down on me and just feeling like I have to cower.
You still felt like you had to cower 1,000 miles away?
I did.
Miss Arias, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 450. If you could take a look at all those messages, please.
Yes, I remember these very well.
You say very well, why?
Because I remember that whole night pretty well.
Okay. And just so we're clear, that whole night, this is what day is this?
This was, it started the night of May 25th and moved into May 26th.
Okay.
Early.
And have you looked at all the exhibit, ma'am?
Yes.
And does that contain the both? What that is the interaction between you and two via text message that day?
Yes. During this part of the day.
Okay. And you said you remembered that day well. Without going into what's in the text messages for the moment, what was going on the 25th and 26th of May between you and Mr. Alexander?
I called him. This is the time period where I sent him another pamphlet with those phone numbers on it for some kind of counseling or mental health services. And he got upset. So it started this fight, basically.
Okay. And this fight, did it take place, and we heard earlier in the trial, we heard the instant message interaction you had with Mr. Alexander where he called you a slut, a whore, and a three-hole wonder. Was that part of this fight?
Yes.
And were there phone conversations that day as well?
Yes.
And then these text messages that we just talked about in Exhibit 450, that was also part of this fight?
This was the start of it,
Okay.
sort of the beginning of the fight.
Okay. And I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 450.
Same objection as before, lack of foundation, impact on the defendant.
Faint.
Did you feel good when he was saying those things he said to you on those text messages?
No.
Is that the wrath that you feared?
Yes, that was the beginning of it.
Did it make you shake?
At first it did. Well, I was asleep actually when some of it started. So
When you read them, did it make you shake?
yes, it came through, and each time the phone would beep, it just made my anxiety build because I knew it was going to be. Well, I assumed it was going to be something not nice.
Move to admit Exhibit 450, Your Honor.
With the avowal, no objection.
Exhibit 450 is admitted.
I want to speak with you then about some of the things that were included in his wrath. I want to draw your attention, Ms. Arias, specifically to the text message denoted as 14829. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read that for us?
Yes. I sent you a response to your dire conversation that I hope you read because you need to read it. Maybe it will spark human emotion in you, something that only seems to exist when it comes to your own problems, but everyone else is just a part of your sick agenda. By the way, your pick comment to Danny Jones makes you look like a pure whore, even more to the people who know you. You should be embarrassed by it. But if he knew what I knew about you, he'd spit in your face. So would everyone else. I have never in my life been hurt so bad by someone. But why do I even say it? Because you don't care. It doesn't serve your evilness.
Before we move off that text message, I want to ask you a few questions. You said I sent you a response to your dire conversation. Was that something that happened verbally, or was that something that happened over some other form of communication?
It was verbal. He wanted me to text it, but I didn't want to talk about his issues in the text messages.
What do you mean his issues?
His sexual attraction to children.
It also says in here, your pick comment to Danny Jones makes you look like a whore, or excuse me, a pure whore. Was that the one regarding man boobs, the Anchorman reference you were speaking of last week?
Yeah, it was a joke.
Okay. Drawing your attention to the next message here, number 14830. You read that to us?
You couldn't get off your lazy butt to read it, could you? That's the sociopath I know so well. It freaking figures.
To your understanding, what's that a reference to?
Well, that's because the text message above that came through, and that time would be around 1 o'clock in the morning. So it woke me up, and I was asleep. And well, first he called me. He sent that and called me. And so when I answered the phone, and I tried to read through the text messages, but I was very groggy and I was disoriented. And so after I shut my phone, I was hesitant to get up anyway, because in order to look at the email he wanted to send me, I had to go into my grandmother's room, turn on her computer, and that would wake her up. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. The bright light from the monitor would wake her up, and she's older, so she has a hard time sleeping as it is. So I kind of lay there for a minute contemplating whether or not to do that, and I was very groggy, so I slipped right back into sleep and didn't get up. So he was mad because I didn't get up and read it.
And he refers to you there as a sociopath. How did that make you feel?
I don't know. He's called me worse things, I thought, so it didn't make me feel good, but it wasn't the worst that he's called me.
Drawing your attention, if you could read for us text message 14831.
I don't want your apology. I want you to understand what I think of you. I want you to understand how evil I think you are. You are the worst thing that ever happened to me.
How did that make you feel?
It made me feel not good, I guess. It made me feel yucky, I guess you could say.
Okay. You mentioned, I don't want your apology. Was there an apology text message that's missing here? Did you speak with him? What apology, to your understanding, is he referring to?
I apologize for not getting out of bed and going to read his email.
And how did you do that? Through text message?
It was either text or phone call. I was half asleep, but
Okay.
that's what I apologized for.
And why did you feel the need to apologize for not being able to read his email if it would mean waking up your grandmother? Why did you feel the need to apologize for that?
Well, we were kind of night owls anyway, so I don't think he understood what it would have meant for me to get out of bed and go at this hour right now, and why we get to go look at that email. So I guess, I don't know, I used to be able to turn on my own laptop and get online or talk to him on the phone late at night, but this night I was sleeping and my grandparents were sleeping. So I just felt like I needed to apologize, I guess. I didn't want him to be mad that I didn't get up.
Okay. Sounds like you did a lot because you didn't want him to be mad. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
One last text message in that string referring you to 14832. After you apologize, could you read that one for us?
You are a sociopath. You only cry for yourself. You have never cared about me, and you have betrayed me worse than any example I could conjure. You are sick, and you have scammed me.
Do you know what he means by betrayed him? Did you, to your understanding, what that would mean? If you don't, that's fine.
I do. It has to do with, I promised him that I wouldn't tell anybody about his issues if he promised to get help. And another stipulation I made was that he couldn't stay the night at his friend's house because they have children, and until he got help. And so my understanding was that he did actually end up staying there, and I talked to him about it, and I reminded him that he needs to get help. And I also sent the pamphlet around the same time because he's on the tape fantasizing about anally raping a 12-year-old, and I wasn't going for 12-year-old, I was going for adult, even though, So just all these things, and it was very awkward. I didn't want to put it in text messages. I didn't want that kind of thing, but I think, well, he just stayed.
Explain further. You said he just what?
Overruled.
he was not happy that I kept pushing him because he wanted me to drop the subject. So back in January, I dropped the subject, assuming that he was going to take the necessary steps that he needed to take, and it was apparent. I didn't feel like he was taking those steps, so I was kind of, I guess you could say, pressuring him, not in a big way, but just urging him, and he didn't like that.
Okay. Now, in May of 2008, you're living at your grandparents' home. We've talked about that. Did you have your own room there?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you working in May of 2008?
May. I think I was working at Casa Ramos by then.
Okay. And this is a Mexican restaurant?
Yes, it's a Mexican family restaurant.
Did you ever refer to it as Margaritaville?
No, I thought that was a country song.
Okay. And what was the status? You talked about a few moments ago in regards to the text messages. We talked about your photography business. What was the status of that? Was it taking flight? Where was it?
My photography, I thought, was taking flight because it was the end of the school year. There were a lot of juniors going into their senior year, and they wanted photographs and portraits. So I had booked some of those and another wedding and also one in the fall. So I felt like it was starting, my calendar was starting to fill up a little bit as far as photography goes.
Okay. So your business is taking flight. You have a job. Why did you still feel the need to interact with Mr. Alexander or try to solve his issues by sending him these pamphlets and having these conversations with him?
Well, solving his issues, I wanted him to get him to solve his own issues, but I cared about him, and I mean, you're seeing the worst of it, but in between these times, he was very kind and he was very loving and he would apologize, and it seemed to counterbalance it because there were times when he was so sweet and so nice, and he would praise me and compliment me and make me feel very special, and then he would get pissed off and say things like that.
And at this time in your life, May 2008, we talked about this a while ago, but specifically late May of 2008, what are your interests, if any, with Ryan Burns?
At that point, I just wanted to get to know him better. I didn't know how we would jive, if we would jive, if our personalities would mesh at all, I didn't remember interacting with him in Oklahoma City. I had only seen a few photos of him on his mission in Africa on the internet, on his MySpace page, and that was it.
So, had you and Mr. Burns made any plans to get together?
Yes.
And when was that to take place?
That was to take place, eventually my trip to Utah was finalized for early June.
Okay. And was Utah your only destination, or were you going elsewhere?
I had a lot of destinations.
Okay, well, why don't we kind of go down the list of where you were planning on going?
Okay. To start?
Yeah, where were you? Well, let's talk about that. Where were you? What was your first destination going to be?
My first destination was going to be Monterey, California.
And when were you planning on leaving for Monterey?
My plan was to drive to Monterey on the first day, stay the night, get up the next day and go.
No, but what day?
Oh, I would have left Monday morning the 2nd, early Monday.
Monday morning the 2nd. Okay. Did anything happen between the text conversations and your plan to leave for the trip?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, at the end of the text conversation you saw led to an online chat conversation that went on for hours, which eventually led to us getting off the phone and off the computer onto the phone, where he wanted more phone sex. And so at that point, after we calmed down from that, he was talking again about coming up, so that he wanted to try this Little Red Riding Hood thing, and we were just determining when that would happen.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember your grandparents' home being broken into?
Well, I wasn't there, but yes.
Okay. Do you remember about when that occurred?
Well, I understand it occurred May 28th, 2008.
Where were you? Well, we heard testimony earlier that eventually you came to the house that day. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And do you recall what day that was?
May 28th.
To your recollection, who called you and advised you that the home had been broken into?
I don't know who called me, because someone had called my sister. We were out of cell phone range, and when we came back into cell phone range, her phone beeped because she had a voicemail, so she checked the voicemail, and that's when she said that what had happened, so we went straight home after that.
And where were you when you received the message that your grandparents' home had been broken into?
We were in Hilt. Hilt is a small town about, I think, like 1/8 of a mile from the border. It's right on the border. And out of cell phone range, we were at a Buddhist monastery way out there.
You say border. To what border are you referring to?
The Oregon border.
So, and how far, refresh our memory, how far was the Oregon border from Wairika?
15-20 minutes, depending on how fast you're driving.
Okay. So once you got this message, did you go straight back to your grandparents' home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you break into your grandparents' home to steal this gun?
No.
Did you orchestrate or have someone else break into your grandparents' home to steal the gun?
No, I did not.
We saw testimony and pictures about of your grandparents' home, and that were taken that day. Do you recall seeing those?
Yes.
Is it correct then you simply could have, had you wanted the gun, you could have just opened the cabinet and taken it?
I guess if I'd known it was there, I could have.
Okay. You did not know that they had this pistol?
No, I knew my grandfather had rifles and shotguns, but I didn't know he had a handgun.
Okay. When you learned of the burglary, did you learn that a handgun had been stolen, or did you learn that the handgun had been stolen?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Did you know it at the time?
Well, not when I first arrived, I didn't.
Okay. But did your grandfather or grandmother eventually tell you that this happened?
Yes, my grandmother did.
Okay.
On the same day.
Okay. Now, we talked about how you were planning on going on this road trip. Your first destination was Monterey, eventually Monterey, California, right?
Yes.
And how far was Monterey, California from Wairika, California?
Approximately 7.5 hours.
Okay. And what was the purpose of traveling from Wairika to Monterey? What were you going to do in Monterey?
Monterey was just a stopover because I had friends there, and then I wanted to continue to LA.
Okay. And you say friends there. Who was there?
Matt and Daryl.
Okay. How were you planning to make this trip from Wairika, Monterey, and all the way eventually up to Utah?
My plan was to go to Monterey, then to not Los Angeles, the city, but the area. And then I was maybe going to go to San Diego. That was tentative because John Dixon was inviting me down there, depending on time. I didn't really have a set itinerary. I was just sort of on my road trip going, and I had 3 or 4 days off, and I was glad. So then I was going to cut up through Nevada and Utah. And depending on if I was going from San Diego or LA or Monterey, I was going to either see Lake Powell or Death Valley. I don't know where Death Valley was in relation, so I just MapQuested it. And then head to West Jordan, and hopefully, depending on his schedule or time, we were going to see some national parks there.
Okay. A little more specifically, how were you intending to travel to all these different destinations?
Well, I wasn't intending to hit every single one. I wanted to go to San Diego because Hotel Coronado is on the list, Death Valley is on the list, Lake Powell's on the list, the national parks in Utah are on the list, and that was sort of my travel goal at the time. So showing up and photographing it and walking around a little would have counted as a destination and back on the road.
Back on the road. Getting back to my question then. How were you intending to go to all these destinations?
Driving.
Physically, driving. Okay.
Yes.
Did you own a car at the time in May of 2008?
Yes.
And was that the Infiniti we talked about before?
Yes.
Was the plan to drive the Infiniti to all these destinations?
No.
Why not?
I was broke at the time, and I wasn't able to make my car payments. I wasn't also unable to keep up the maintenance that's required as far as getting the transmission service, the oil change, that kind of thing. So my Infiniti wasn't in the best road shape. It's also a sport car with a bigger, more powerful engine, and it's a gas hog. So with all those miles, I didn't want to waste all that gas.
Okay. So what were you going to do then in terms of securing another vehicle to drive?
I wanted to rent a more fuel economic car.
Okay. And we heard about you renting a car from the Reading Airport. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Okay. How did you come to wind up renting a car at this location as opposed to somewhere that might be closer to you?
Well, I think there are car rentals in Wairika, but I went to, it was either Priceline or Expedia or Travelocity or Orbitz, one of those things, one of those travel websites where you put in your information to rent a car. The only nearest cities that were coming up were Medford, Oregon, and Redding, California. So I was going south. Medford's 50 miles north, Redding is south. I have family in both places, so I thought I could drive my car to either location, park it, and get on the road. Okay. So south made more sense.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Going south made more sense because I was headed that way.
Tell us then, how did you get to Reading?
I drove my car.
When you made the reservation on the car, do you remember what sort of information you had to provide, be it Orbitz or Priceline or whomever you garnered the car through?
To the best of my recollection, I needed to give my name, probably a phone number, and payment information.
Okay. Do you recall going to the Reading Airport to rent the car?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Mr. Colombo?
Yes.
To your recollection, how long did you spend at that car rental location speaking with Mr. Colombo?
I would say 5 minutes the first time, and then I came back in another 5 minutes maybe.
Okay. Why did you come in the first time?
You mean, why did I come back in?
Yes.
I came out and saw it was a red car, and so I came back in and asked him if he had a different color.
Why?
I've always been told not to drive red cars. They get pulled over more often.
You saw the documents Mr. Colombo filled out saying that you claimed that the car was filled with smoke. Is that accurate? Or smelled of smoke, excuse me. Is that accurate?
No, he told police that I exchanged the car.
Speculation as to what he told police.
Sustained.
Miss Arias, when you, not what he told police, why did you tell him you wanted a different car?
Because of the color.
You never complained about smoke in the car?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did he give you another car?
Eventually he did, yes.
Okay. After some period of discussion?
Yeah, he said he's never had that request. I'm sorry.
Were you under the impression that he had to come up with some other reason to issue another car to you?
Yeah, he just...
That's her impression.
Overruled.
What was
Yeah.
the answer to that question, Miss Arias?
Yes, just
Okay.
selected something.
He selected something. Okay. When you rented the car, what did you give him? Did you give him your driver's license?
Driver's license and payment information. A debit card, I think.
Okay. Debit card that had your information on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some discussion about the color of your hair. We saw pictures earlier referencing you to Exhibit 414. Picture of you and Jewel, right?
Yes.
Now, we heard Mr. Colombo testify that you had blonde hair when you showed up to rent the car. And recall for us again, when was this picture taken?
I believe it was in May, or I don't remember the date. It was in the spring after I moved to Wairika.
Why don't we have you take a look at the back of the information here. Without telling us the date.
Judge, I believe that item is in evidence, and so she can tell us the date. I remember correct.
The item in evidence shows that this picture was taken on May 18th, 2008.
I think it said 15th.
15th, excuse me.
Unless I misread.
Does that jive with your recollection?
Yes, it would have been around that time.
Okay. Now, was your hair, to your recollection, substantially similar to this in June, early June, I guess about 2 weeks later, when you rent the car from Mr. Colombo?
Yes.
Now, Miss Arias, after you rent this car, I guess we should clarify, what kind of car did you wind up with?
I believe I wound up with a Ford Focus.
And I'm guessing it wasn't red?
No, it was white.
Okay. And once you have this white Ford Focus, where do you go?
I went back to my brother's house where my car was parked and I took a nap.
Do you remember about what time of day this was when you, well, after you took a nap, do you remember about what time of day it was when you got on the road?
Late morning, I think.
And on this trip, as you left Redding, California, did you have a gun with you?
No.
Did you have a knife with you?
No.
You have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
This Helio that we've seen earlier?
Yes.
And did you have a charger with you?
I did.
Okay. So tell us what happens next. You've got your car, you've taken a nap. What do you do?
I hit the road, Interstate 5 South. I forgot I was supposed to meet Gus Searcy in San Jose as well, if the time permitted. But I was very tired. I'd stayed up all night talking with Travis. So I didn't make it to see Gus. I pulled over somewhere. I think it was just in one of the little towns south of Sacramento or just north. I think it was in Corning. And I slept for a while in a McDonald's parking lot. And then I woke up in the afternoon and got back on the road and kept driving until I reached, well, I was going to go to Monterey, but Matt was in Santa Cruz, so he said meet me in Santa Cruz. So I went to Santa Cruz.
Okay, and where is Santa Cruz relative to Monterey?
It sits on the north part of the Bay Area. I mean, not the Bay Area, the Monterey Bay.
Okay. So close to Monterey then?
It's pretty close.
Okay. You mentioned that you spoke with Travis. This would have been on the night of the 1st, is that right?
Yes, actually it was into the early morning of the 2nd.
Okay. And without telling us exactly what was said, what was the subject matter of that conversation?
What really stands out is we talked a lot about Gordon Hinckley. He was a former president of the church who had passed away that year.
Did that conversation lead to any phone sex?
No.
To your understanding, or did you ever convey to Mr. Alexander that you were going to see Matt and going on this trip to Monterey?
He knew I was going on the trip, yes. And I don't know if I told him about Matt or not.
Okay. When you had this conversation with him about Gordon Hinckley, did you advise him that you were in the midst of this trip or that you were on your way to Monterey?
He knew I was on my way to Utah.
Okay. Was Monterey one of those, the fact that you were going to Monterey, one of those things that you wanted to keep a secret from him, or did it just not come up?
No. I mean, no, not a secret. I don't remember if it came up or not. He knew I was going to head south first and then cut up through Nevada and go to Utah.
Okay. So did you meet Matt?
Yes. And his friend.
What's that?
And his friend.
Okay. And do you remember about the time of day that you arrived in Santa Cruz?
It was evening and it was dark. Not too late because there were still restaurants and bars open.
So what did you do where did you meet Matt and his friend?
To my recollection, it's a kind of a bar and lounge restaurant called the Red Room.
Okay. And what did you do at the Red Room?
We sat around, had appetizers, and then we headed to a karaoke bar.
Okay. Just so we're clear, was the purpose of this completely social, or was there any romantic interest in Matt at that point in time?
No, there hadn't been any romantic interest for years and years at that point. We were just friends.
Because you broke up with Mr. McCartney in what year?
2001.
Okay. So 7 years later, you're still friends with Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes.
Okay. So after you go to the karaoke bar, what do you do next?
At that point, I follow him and his friend back to his apartment in Monterey.
His being who? Matt's or his friends?
It was an apartment. It was his friend's parents' house. They lived in one portion of it, and there was an apartment kind of sectioned off that he and his friend rented.
Did you spend the night there?
Yes.
We saw earlier in this trial some banking transactions that you engaged in at a Washington Mutual. Do you remember seeing those?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that became clear as it looked like, and maybe you can explain it to us, it looked like you had more than one bank account with him. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain that to us?
Yes. After moving to Wairika, I opened a business checking account in addition to my personal checking account that I already had for over a year.
Okay. So these checks that you were writing back and forth, what was the purpose of you doing that in Monterey?
Oh, in Monterey? Well, I didn't do it in Wairika because when I left town it was way too early. The banks weren't open. I didn't do it in Redding because I didn't live in Redding, so I didn't know where there would be a Washington Mutual. I lived in Monterey for over a year, so I knew where the banks were there because I banked there and in Carmel while I lived there.
Okay, so what was the purpose of, we saw the receipts and the checks. What was the purpose of moving the money back and forth between accounts?
My business made no money, so I sort of borrowed money from myself for my business. And so by doing that, I wrote myself a check and put money into the account so that I could use that money while traveling, because part of the reason that I was going to LA was for the photography, so I would be able to write off part of that trip. And part of the reason I was going to see Ryan was also for prepaid legal, so I could write off part of that trip as well. And my business tax write-offs, I was trying to keep in that account to keep it organized.
Okay. So you could have just pulled cash out of the bank too, right?
I could have, yes.
Okay. Based on the receipts we saw and those sort of things, you had several $100s, at least between those two accounts. Is that right?
I guess it was under 1,000. I don't think it was too much.
All right. In terms of payment for anything you might need, how are you intending to pay for the things that you might need along this trip? Meaning cash, meaning check, meaning debit card. What was the plan?
Cash or debit, not check.
Okay. And how much cash did you keep with you typically?
Just for emergency purposes, over 100. Not a whole lot. I think maybe 2. 160, 80. I don't know. It was close to 100.
Okay.
Something, just in case.
After you spend this time with Mr. McCartney, do you visit anyone else in Monterey?
Yes, the next morning I swung by Daryl's apartment in Pacific Grove, which is right next to Monterey, and hung out with him and Jack for a little while.
Okay. And just in case anyone's forgotten, who is Jack to Daryl?
Jack is his only son.
So, do you recall, you said you had breakfast with them, is that right?
Yes, we had omelets.
Okay. And how long did you spend with Jack and Daryl that morning?
Oh, I'd say half hour. We were just hanging out. Jack was getting ready to go to school, and we were just enjoying each other's company.
Okay. And this would have been, do you remember what day this was? Was this the morning of the 3rd or the morning of the 2nd?
I think it was the morning of the 3rd.
Okay. Did you borrow anything from Mr. Brewer while you were there?
Yes, I borrowed his gas cans.
And how many gas cans did you borrow from him?
2.
Why did you borrow 2 gas cans from Mr. Brewer?
So that I could, well, gas in Wairika at that time was $4.78 a gallon for regular unleaded. This is 2008. It's very expensive. All gas in California is a little more expensive because they have stricter regulations. So going to Nevada and Utah would have been cheaper. So I wanted to fill it up.
You didn't tell him keep this a secret?
No.
Okay. When you were having breakfast with Daryl and Jack, do you remember telling Daryl that you were going to go to Mesa?
I had no plans to go to Mesa at that point, so no, I wouldn't have told him that.
Okay. After this, after you were going to leave Daryl's home, or apartment, excuse me, where were you planning on going next?
To Salinas.
And what was in Salinas?
I wanted to get my nails done so they looked good because I was going to go see Ryan.
Okay. Did you end up going to Salinas?
Yes.
And where is Salinas relative to these other towns? Is this a nearby town or?
Salinas is probably, I think, 20-something miles from Monterey. It's not far.
Okay. It's north, south, east, or west?
It is east. It would have put me on a better highway, too, to go south.
What's that?
It would have taken me to Highway 101, too, because Monterey is Highway 1, and for traveling distances, you don't want to do Highway 1.
Well, let me ask you this before we get on to what happened in Salinas. What was, assuming Salinas wasn't the ultimate destination, was the plan to go to Salinas and then straight to Utah, or were you going to go somewhere else after Salinas?
I went to Salinas, had to wait because there was a wait at the nail salon, got my nails done, and then drove to Pasadena.
Okay. So Pasadena was the ultimate destination for you that day, right? Or at least it was one of your next stops.
That area. I was looking to hook up with Daryl's sister because she just had a baby, and I was trying to add infants to my portfolio.
You mentioned being in Salinas and having to wait at the nail salon. Did you go anywhere else while you were in Salinas?
I think I did, but it escapes me right now.
Okay.
Sorry I didn't sleep last night. My memory's shot.
Check. Not responsive.
Sustained.
And that's the district.
Yes, the response is stricken. The jury is ordered to disregard the last response.
Did you wind up meeting with Daryl's sister?
No.
Why not? What happened?
She didn't return my calls. It was something we had tentatively planned, and she never returned my calls. She did, but it was the next day. It was too late.
And when you were calling her, was this from Salinas, or were you in Pasadena? Where were you when you were calling her?
I think I called her once the day before I left Wairika, to remind her that I was coming down, and then again as I got closer to Southern California, and then again when I was in Pasadena, I think.
Now we're referring to as Daryl's sister. What's her name?
Laura?
Okay. So you make attempts to call Laura. You don't succeed in making contact with her, at least that day. What do you do? What happens next?
At that point, I was going to just hit the road and drive up toward Utah, probably crash somewhere in between.
Okay, you mentioned earlier that there was a possibility that you were going to go to San Diego. What happened there? Is there a reason? Did you end up going to San Diego?
No, San Diego was out at that point.
Why?
It got late, and sometimes I try to cram more things in that is realistic in my trip, thinking I can just do it because I've done road trips all my life, and I just figured cram more in, and San Diego wasn't feasible because it was much farther down.
Okay. So you're in Pasadena, and you decide the next step in your journey is to start going to Utah. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So what do you do in Pasadena to prepare for going to Utah?
I went to Starbucks. I went to, I think it was Arco, because they had cheaper gas. I filled up the tank, and I filled up the gas cans also.
Okay. You said you went to Starbucks. Did anything of note happen at Starbucks when you were in Pasadena?
Yes.
What was that? Describe it for us.
I went in, there was a big wait. It was a long line. It was kind of a busy Starbucks. I got a strawberry frappuccino, and as I was walking back out to my vehicle, I noticed some skaters hanging around near there, and they were all skating off, kind of laughing as I was walking toward my car.
Did you see any damage to your car?
No.
Okay. So at this point in time, you have your car full of gas, you have your gas cans full of gas, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the plan is to go to Utah, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this, we heard testimony earlier that you had called Mr. Burns and told him you were on your way to Utah, right? Do you recall that?
Yes, right before I had gotten on the freeway.
Okay. Was it your intent at that point in time to go to Utah?
Yes. Maybe Death Valley first, but in that direction.
Did you go directly to Utah after you talked to Mr. Burns?
No.
Why not?
I had been talking to Travis intermittently throughout that time, and the weeks prior when he discovered that I was going to Utah, he started saying, "Why are you going to Utah? Why are you going to Utah when you're going there this summer?"
Stained.
Was Mr. Alexander questioning why you were going to Utah?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that he didn't want you to go to Utah?
I don't know. I know he wanted me to go somewhere else, but I don't know if not Utah. I don't know how he felt about that.
What's that?
I know he wanted me to go see him, but I don't know that he was... I don't know how he felt about Utah, except that he was suspicious of it.
Okay. You felt as if he was suspicious of Utah and he wanted you to come see him.
Yes.
And you say these are conversations you'd been having periodically throughout the course of these days on your vacation. Is that right?
Prior to the road trip and during.
And what?
During.
Okay. Did you speak on a daily basis during the road trip?
We spoke on the 2nd and the 3rd. Yes.
Okay. So, going back to what we were talking about earlier, you've got the car full of gas and the gas cans, you're going to Utah. You tell Ryan you're going to Utah. Why do you not go straight to Utah?
The very last time I called Travis, it was kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. He had been very sweet. He had been guilting me, kind of making me feel bad that I was taking this big trip and that I wasn't going to see him. And we had been trying to hook up, and he kept being busy, so he had to postpone his plans to come to Northern California. Since I was driving south, he wanted me to come to Mesa. I told him no the first few times. During one conversation, he became angry. During the others, he stayed calm, but he has this way of like talking in this really sweet voice, kind of like baby talk, and making me feel guilty. And he sounded very sweet. And so when I called him one more time, it was just like, all right, I'm going. So I went.
Okay. Did you ever call Ryan Burns to say, well, I'm not going to be up there, I'm going to be late, anything of that nature?
Prior to calling Travis and deciding to go to Mesa, I called Ryan and let him know that my phone was dying. So I wanted to turn off the battery to preserve the juice, turn off the phone to preserve the battery. And he said, that's fine. So I had started to turn my phone off, but then I called Travis one more time.
Objection, no response. Did she tell him?
She explained what she did. What did you do after you called Mr. Burns?
I started to look for the freeway, and as I was calling Travis.
Okay. Did you, during the last phone conversation with Mr. Alexander in Pasadena, did you advise him that you were coming to Mesa?
That final phone call I did, yes.
And we had talked earlier when you left Redding, California, that with the rental car, that you had a car charger with you when you started off to Monterey. Was that car charger not with you when you were in Pasadena?
I couldn't find it. I called Matt to see if I'd left it at his house. He didn't answer. I called Daryl to see anything, if I brought it there, if there was one there. He didn't answer.
Okay. So you couldn't find it?
I couldn't find it. And my battery was getting low. I didn't want to be without cell phone service or gas in the middle of nowhere driving across the desert in Nevada.
Okay. When you left Pasadena for Mr. Alexander's home in Mesa, did you have a gun with you?
No.
Did you have a knife with you?
No.
What color was your hair?
Kind of like an auburn brown, I'd say.
Didn't stop to dye it along the way?
No.
What time in the evening, to your recollection, did you advise Mr. Alexander that you were going to come to Mesa?
What time in the evening?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't remember precisely, but it would have been somewhere after 8 and somewhere before 10 p.m.
Based on your conversation with him, did you have the understanding that he would be expecting you sometime that night or the next morning?
Yes, he said he would wait up.
And how long a drive? You told us earlier that you'd driven out to Travis's home before. Do you know how long a drive it is from Pasadena to Mesa?
I estimated it to be about 6 hours.
Okay. And this vehicle you were using, do you recall how far you were getting on a tank of gas?
No, but it seemed to go really fast by the way I was driving.
Okay. Between Pasadena and Mesa, did you need to stop for gas?
Yes,
Okay.
a few times.
And did you buy gas or did you use the gas that was in your cans?
No, I bought gas.
Okay. And how did you buy gas?
I bought gas. I had to stop at Desert Center. I bought gas there. And then I had to stop again at Buckeye. And I got gas there. I think at the Shell.
And how did you pay for that gas?
I don't remember. I mean,
Okay. So you stopped for gas twice?
yes.
Okay. So tell us, do you remember about what time you arrived in Mesa?
It was still dark, but it was early morning, maybe around 4-ish.
And is this on the 4th of June, 2008?
Yes.
When you pull up, did you go to Mr. Alexander's home?
Yes, I did.
When you pulled up to Mr. Alexander's house, where did you park your rental car?
I parked it in the same spot I always parked the car when I went to his house, which was the center spot in the driveway.
Do you recall there being other cars in the driveway?
I don't remember specifically. I wasn't really paying attention to that.
Okay. When you pull up to the house, what do you do next?
Well, it was that time of the night, so I went around to the side, into the side entrance, like I always went. Into the backyard, into the garage, and through the laundry room, and then into the house.
Okay. Did you have any luggage with you?
Yes.
And what did that consist of?
I had brought a suitcase, a backpack, my purse, and my laptop.
And you say suitcase. Is this a big suitcase, a small bag? What did you have with you?
It's a suitcase, but it's like a carry-on size. It's not really big.
Okay. When you went into the home, did you bring these items with you, or did you leave them in the car initially?
I think he came out and got them for me, so I just went inside.
What's that?
I just went inside.
Okay. When you arrived in Mr. Alexander's home, did you have a gun with you?
No.
Did you have a knife with you?
No.
You were just telling us, you said you walked in the house through a side gate. Is that right?
Yes, the backyard.
Okay. Was that typical of how you would enter the home?
Only at night because he locked the front door. I had a key, but I didn't have one this time because after moving back to Wairika, I took it off my key ring.
Okay. Why wouldn't you just knock on the front door?
I had always just come and gone without knocking. So, especially when I was expected. I don't know. It was just
Okay.
easier to just walk in.
All right. And did Travis greet you at the door?
No.
Describe for us what happened when you entered the home.
I came into the house, and after leaving the laundry room, you go left, and his office is on the right. So the light was on and the door was open, so I peeked in there, assuming he was in there, and he was.
What was he doing?
He had his back to me, and he was on his laptop watching music videos or something on YouTube.
Okay. Did he see you initially?
No.
You were still expected in Utah about 11 that following morning?
I didn't name a specific time, just sometime Wednesday. That was my goal.
Well, when you talked to Ryan Burns, you told him about 12 hours. Is that right?
I didn't know how long it would take to drive to West Jordan, or if I would even stop on the way to see another place on the list first.
Okay. You got to Mr. Alexander's home. He's in the office. You say watching YouTube videos, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is he by himself?
No, he's with Napoleon.
Okay. And Napoleon is whom?
His dog.
Saw Mr. Alexander on his computer sitting in his office with his back to you. Did you shoot him?
No.
Stab him?
No.
What happened?
I thought he looked cute sitting there at the computer, and he was watching really dumb videos. He was just sitting there, so I just stood in the doorway looking at him for a minute. And Napoleon was laying down, so he didn't really notice me at first. And then after standing there for like maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds, a minute, Napoleon noticed me and he barked and came over, and I petted him, and that's when Travis turned around and got up out of his chair and came over to greet me.
You said silly videos. Could you describe these for us? Did you see them or?
To the best of my recollection, they were like people, but they had boxes or something on their heads, or foil, some kind of foil all over their bodies and on their heads or something. I'm trying to remember the best as I can.
Okay. So, what happens when Mr. Alexander sees you there?
He got out of his chair and came over to the doorway. I was inside the room now, but just still standing by the door.
Okay. Without telling us what he said, does he say anything to you?
Maybe he greets me. I remember more what he did rather than what he said.
What's that?
I remember more what he did rather than what he said.
Okay. Well, what did he do?
He had a big smile on his face, and he kissed me on the lips.
Would you describe this kiss as a romantic kiss?
Definitely romantic.
Would it be a sexual kiss?
With his body language, in addition to that, maybe. Yeah, but the kiss was very warm and kind of sensual, but not overly passionate or anything.
When you said it was sexual based on his body language, what do you mean by that?
He had his hands around my waist, sort of on the top of my butt, and he was pulling me into his body.
At that point in time, did he say anything to you that indicated he wanted to have sex?
I don't recall anything specific at that moment in time.
Okay. So he greets you with this kiss. and this contact. What happens next?
He wanted to show me more YouTube videos, so we watched some of those for a little while, and then we went into the living room. He had just gotten a brand new punching bag since I'd moved. I hadn't seen it.
Well, let's back up a bit. These YouTube videos that he was showing you, you mentioned the people dancing with boxes in their head. Was it more similar videos, or was it something different?
They were similar. I don't remember all of them.
And you mentioned this punching bag. Where was this located?
It was on the tile in the, I guess it would be called the family room or living room, near the kitchen. It's all an open floor plan.
Okay. And well, tell us what happens when he's showing you this punching bag.
He was really proud of it, something he had just purchased, and he was punching it, showing off.
When he punched it, did that frighten you?
I mean, I think something had crossed the back of my mind, but he had been very nice, so I wasn't overly concerned about it, but he could punch it and send it flying a few feet over across the tile, and then punch, and he would follow it around the room, and he could punch it that way, and it just kept moving and moving and moving.
What do you mean, something in the back of your mind?
Because he's very strong.
But you also said, but he'd been very nice.
Right.
So when you saw him hitting this bag, was there a part of you that was scared?
Probably a little apprehensive, but he was in a good mood, so I brushed it off.
Okay. So after he punches this bag in the hallway outside the office, what happens next?
We went into the kitchen. I got some water. I wanted to go to sleep. I was exhausted from driving. So we stayed in the kitchen a few minutes. He seemed a little disappointed that I wanted to sleep, but not in a bad mood or anything.
Well, did he while you were in the kitchen, did he indicate a desire to have sex with you?
Yes, insinuated. It wasn't direct, but it was already implied.
And you, from what you're telling us, you didn't want to because you were too tired, right?
No, I wanted to go to sleep.
Okay. At the point in time when you're going to sleep, you mentioned your luggage. Where are all these items? Are they still in your car, or they made their way into the house?
Eventually they made their way into the house. I don't remember what point, but he went and got it for me.
Okay. Before you went to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to sleep, where were you? Did you and Travis sleep in the same room that night?
Yes.
And which room was that?
His bedroom.
Okay. When you were interacting with Travis when you were in the home, did you ever get any indication from him whether or not anyone else was in the home?
After we went in the bedroom, I think I asked if his roommates were home, because it's an indication of how quiet or how loud we have to be.
Based on that, was it your understanding that you were the only two in the home, or were you of the understanding that his roommates might be home?
There was somebody else home, and I don't think all of his roommates were home.
Okay. So do you remember about what time you and Mr. Alexander went to sleep that morning?
Somewhere around 5:30. It was starting to just get light out a little bit.
Do you both, you said you slept in his bedroom. Did you both sleep on his bed?
Yes.
Do you remember who woke up first?
I did.
Do you remember about what time of the day that was?
I woke up around 12:30 and laid there for a while because he was still sleeping.
Okay. So Mr. Alexander was sleeping in the bed next to you, right?
Yes.
And your bags were in the home, right?
In the bedroom.
In the bedroom. Did you get up and grab a gun and shoot him?
No.
Did you grab a knife and stab him in the bed?
No.
What happened?
I laid there for a while with Napoleon, Travis sleeping, snoring very lightly, and then he woke up around 1 o'clock, and we got up at that point.
Okay. You say that you got up. You mean Travis woke up?
Yes.
How long, if you could estimate for us, were you awake before Travis woke up?
It felt like 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay. Apart from laying there with Napoleon, did you do anything else in those 20 or 30 minutes?
Just laid there, awake.
Okay.
I think I went to the bathroom or something.
Okay. So based on what you're telling us, if you woke up about 12:30, Mr. Alexander would have woke up around 1 in the afternoon. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. When he woke up, what did you and Mr. Alexander do?
We engaged in sex.
When you say you engaged in sex, did Mr. Alexander, when he woke up, did he express a desire to have sex with you?
Yes. Not immediately. He got up, brushed his teeth, that kind of thing.
Okay. When you went to Mesa, did you have the expectation, or were you assuming that when you went there, that part of the activity would be to have sex with Travis?
Yes.
Why did you have that impression?
Because it was just our thing at that time. It was pretty obvious. I wasn't going to go there, stay the night, and not do that, I guess.
Why not? You weren't dating at the time.
I wasn't sleeping with anybody else at that time.
What do you mean by that? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that you had to be sleeping with him, does it?
No, but he was the only person I'd been with for the last 2 years, so, or almost 2 years. So it still felt like, I don't know, just something I was used to.
Something you were supposed to do?
Used to.
Did you feel like it was something you were supposed to do?
Yeah. I mean, since I'd showed up.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3:20 in the jury room. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Arias, you may stand down. We are in recess.
All right, so basically, yeah, the type of space travel like that is projected to be a little ways away, but maybe they'll figure out a way to have it sooner. There's something, a type of technology that they'll have at some point called the Dyson spheres. So it captures the sun's power. It's like these big plates that surround the sun and get all of its energy and send it back here. The runways get upgraded into gravity accelerators and planes are launched into lower orbit. So the only fuel costs are on re-entry, assuming everything was circulated correctly. Yeah, without those other costs, that should be estimated how it would go. And yeah, then the lower orbit. So yeah, that's what they're aiming at for the next few years. But the ones where we go out to space is a little bit farther out projected. So there's kind of like a rough like assessment is this. In the timeline of human development, now maybe they could do it sooner. Maybe they could do it. Maybe they'll figure out a way to make it sooner. But so far, the timeline of human development, the years of 25,000 and 3,000 represent the transition from being a planet-bound species to a stellar or Type 2 civilization. This era essentially is about mastering the energy of our entire solar system. By 2500, humanity is expected to have moved beyond just visiting other planets to fully inhabiting them. So they'll inhabit kind of like how Star Wars is, where you have the people on different planets. Asteroid cities, tens of thousands of people could live inside a hollowed out asteroid in the belt, each operating like a life-sustaining city-state. Energy abundance. We may begin building Dyson swarms, vast networks of solar collectors around the sun to capture its entire energy output. Genetic engineering. Humans may use the CRISPR advanced genetics to adapt their bodies for low gravity or radiation, effectively becoming a new space-faring version of humanity. There's a theory that the gray aliens are time travelers from that time period that came back here for various reasons. That's one of the theories I've talked about before with some other people here. And that the humans like evolve into something different than what we look like now. They're genetically engineered to look differently than we do now. Something like that. For being in space for so long. Passion said, "There's lots of energy up there to be had. I guess, objects and telescopes are further than here, though." Yeah. I think telescopes are very incredible, especially they're made so long ago, where they can make something look very close. But it looks like you just get a lasso and put it over the moon and bring it down here, but it's not that simple. There's people that used to think the moon was made of cheese. It was like a big block of cheese that would come up. they used to think the Earth was the center of the universe, I mean, the galaxy, but it's a very important planet, but it wasn't the center. So, yeah, that's certainly an incredible technology. Advanced propulsion, the technologies like antimatter engines and nuclear fusion drives will be the engines of the 26th to 30th centuries. The 26th and 30th centuries, making travel between Earth and Mars a routine across continent flight is today. All right, so in this time period is allegedly when they'll be able to go to Mars and here, like you go to say Australia to LA. It'll be like that, but maybe they could do it sooner than later. Maybe they'll figure out something, but that's what it's projected to be. Oh, okay, Passion. I understand what you're saying now. Okay. So there's an assumption in those predictions that we'll be able to reach anything else in the universe before we waste all of our usual resources. Yeah, and yeah, if humanity doesn't blow itself up with wars, or the Earth doesn't self-destruct somehow, or I'm adding that in there. You didn't mention that. I'm just adding that. If we're all still here in 1,000 years, that's what they might be able to achieve. You know, I would say that the process would be quicker if more of these countries and nations would stop with these wars and stuff, and the different things that are going on, even inside countries with division. Because that's, I think, delaying these things from occurring. Because what if, it would still get stuck the way it is if people just don't move forward from petty arguments, like in the division that goes on and stuff like that. So hopefully they're able to achieve it at some point. By the year 3000, scientists may be testing the very first Acule Embraer warp drives, attempting to stabilize wormholes. While these are purely theoretical, 500 plus years of concentrated research might finally yield a way to bend space-time rather than just flying through it. The age of expansion, 21st century, is about getting to the moon, and the 2600s is about owning the sun's energy and starting the long, slow crawl to the stars. And they will colonize other planets and asteroids, and they'll make civilizations on them, and I guess people fly back and forth. And it'll still take years, centuries, or years, many, many years or centuries to get to certain stars, even in that time period. The light speed will, defying light speed will not be there just yet, even then. So if everything is aligned correctly with resources and time, and it takes longer than sooner, that's when they'll probably achieve it. All right. So how the Dyson sphere works: instead of the solid shell, scientists propose a Dyson swarm. This is a cloud of trillions of independent solar connecting satellites. The energy could provide civilization with roughly 400 septillion watts of energy, about 1 trillion times more than what we currently use. The material problem: building one would require dismantling a planet like Mercury or Jupiter to get enough raw material. It'll be a scary day when we eventually attempt to create our own sun as a power source in whatever way we end up doing it. Yeah, absolutely. The warp drive, moving space, not ship. How it works: it doesn't push the ship through space like rocket. Instead, it creates a warp bubble that contracts space in front of the ship and expands space beyond it. The loophole, because the ship is sitting still inside the bubble, it never technically breaks the speed of light, but the bubble itself can travel across the universe as fast as it wants. The unicorn fuel. This requires exotic matter with negative energy density, a substance that hasn't been proven to exist in the real world. Recent theories suggest reshaping the bubble into a toroidal donut shape might drastically reduce the energy needed. Alright, so that's the technologies they'll be working on. Then, let's see. Yes, just like Star Trek. Right. And let's see, in the year 2050 to 2150, moving from visiting to living on space like the galaxies of Star Trek, Star Wars requires permanent infrastructure. Next 25 years, the goals include developing a lunar habitatus with tunnels and space bases to support long-term living. And then 2200, some researchers estimate the first interstellar colony ships, giant generational vessels, might not be feasible until that year. All right. So it'll be like people living on a interstellar space shuttle for generations of people living on a spaceship. So it's kind of an odd thing to think about. It won't be like we are on Earth with our nature here. They'll be on a spaceship somewhere. This kind of reminds me of WALL-E, that movie where they all go in like a spaceship and just kind of float around in space. That's kind of like what it's reminding me of. In the year 2641 AD, allegedly, they'll be able to go to the nearby star onto an interstellar journey. That's when they'll achieve that, maybe. Yeah, right on, passion. Exactly. There's no way I go to space and live in an inflatable habitat, except for maybe the Earth facing side of the moon. Right. The casual Star Wars style flight is considered unlike several centuries unless there is a revolutionary breakthrough in warp drive or hyperspace technology which current science cannot yet achieve. So the year 2028 is the first humans back on the moon. 2040, early Martian outposts. So in the year 2040, they're going to have Martian outposts. Right. On Mars. 2200s, possible launch the first colony ship to other stars. 2600 plus, potential for faster than light, highly effective interstellar travel. So in the year 2600. Unless some revolutionary idea makes it happen centuries sooner. There was the television, there was the internet, so anything could happen, anything's possible. But that's like what's projected to be. Now, I wondered to myself, in 10 years, there may be a technology that I don't even know exists yet that I'll use or have something to do with. That kind of like, there's people that were like the computer, like we all have. If it's a tablet, a phone, or a computer like this that I'm on. Like 10 years before that, the personal computer came out, they didn't know it existed yet, really. So or like 20 years before, people didn't know it existed. So yeah, anything can happen. So all of these are hypotheticals. All right, let's see this. All right, and let's go here. Let's see. Let's see. The hourly rate, it's based on the modern and hazardous. I'm really going to answer this. Pay and current aerospace trends. All right. The Mars premium is number one. Hazard pay. Okay, and we got the other one right here. Other question. 2. Okay, let's see. Now we'll answer that next. The current base so the hazard multiplier. The jobs or extreme environments, oil rigs, Antarctica typically offer 50% to 100% premium over standard rates. So the CH Mars simulation mission on Earth, NASA currently pays participants about $10 per waking hour, $60,000 for a year, but volunteers control environments. All right, the estimated hourly wage is $50 to $100 an hour. So the extreme risk for the Martian outpost, a competitive professional rate would likely be between $50 and $100 per hour. This would place the annual salary at approximately $100,000 to $200,000. However, this might be paid as Earth side credit since there won't be much to buy on Mars besides extra oxygen or specialized greenhouse snacks. So I guess whenever they go back to Earth, they will use the money wisely. The most likely scenario in 2040's outpost, the total room and board model, because the cost to sustain single human on a space colony is estimated to be millions of dollars per year due to the price of imposing water and food from Earth. It can cost between 30 million and 60 million years just to keep one person supplied with water, food to a lunar on Mars base. That's how much it would cost, 30 to 60 million. Yeah, $100 an hour sounds exciting. All right. The trade-off: you might see a 15-hour in your Earth bank account, but the colony is spending $5,000 an hour just to keep you breathing and fed. And a paycheck could actually spend AIM private security contract with a megacorp like SpaceX. They're already top-tier security. There's 30 hours an hour in 2026. By 2040s, inflation, Martian danger pay. That's what this thing says, Martian danger pay. 75 an hour in solid guess for keeping the peace from pressurized doom. So yeah, $100 an hour, roughly, is what it is. The next question right here. Let's see. Yes, and intentionally ending a human life on another planet is absolutely murder under the current and evolving international law. While space is not the territory of any one nation, is far from lawless Wild West. How law extends to other planets like Mars based on 3 main pillars. The flag state rule, maritime analogy. Just like a ship in international waters, a spacecraft is governed by laws of country where it registered. Spacecraft jurisdiction. Under 1967 Outer Space Treaty, the nation that registers space objects retains jurisdiction over and control over objects and its personnel. Murder charge. If a crime happens inside the U.S. registered habitat on Mars, U.S. federal law, simply the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction, would apply under 18 U.S.C. 1111. This is officially defined, punished as murder. Oof, going back to maritime law, sovereign space citizens. All right. Nationality-based jurisdiction. If you aren't inside the registered habitat out of Martian surface, you are still bound by the laws of your home country. International agreements for shared facilities like International Space Station, ISS. The rule is each partner nation handles its own citizens. Cross-national crime. If an astronaut from one country harms a national of another, the victim's country has the right to consult, potentially prosecute. The offender's country does not. I am not operating the spacecraft, sir. I'm traveling in it. All right. President. The Antarctica model. Law enforcement views space similar to Antarctica. Even though no country owns the continent, crimes there are prosecuted. All right. Real life cases. In 2018, researchers stationed in Antarctica was charged with attempted murder in Russia after attacking a colleague. Martian outposts. The 2040s will follow the same extradition back to Earth model. Passion said, nah, that sounds super sketchy. Translation, if you have a good defense lawyer, there's no law in space. Yep. There you go. Absolutely. All right. Let's see. Life on Mars expected to shift from a goal of landing to living. Elon Musk's SpaceX aims for a crewed mission to Mars as early as 2029. Oh, okay. So, SpaceX's crewed mission as early as 2029. NASA and the European Space Agency target the 2040s for a fully operation human settlement. Alright. Rather than sprawling cities in 2040, will likely feature a small resident European presence or NASA permanent presence consisting of modular habitats. Housing. Habitats will be space oases, sledded pressurized molecules built within heat-reflective materials and potentially shielded by layers of Martian dirt or 3D printed with local rock to block radiation. Infrastructure. The outpost will rely on small nuclear reactors for constant power and autonomous robots to handle external maintenance and resource mining. The daily life. Food. Colonists will maintain glass-roofed greenhouses or indoor vertical farms, growing crops like strawberries, potatoes, and spinach to supplement Earth's supplies. Work beyond scientific research. Martians, that's what will be called those that go there, will be busy with in situ resource utilization, extracting water from underground ice and synthesizing oxygen from methane fuel from CO2 atmosphere. Residents must manage a 20 minus communication delay with Earth, making real-time help and entertainment impossible. The society. The cultural experts predict the new culture norms and dialects will emerge among these isolated pioneers. Challenges. Living in the lethal void means no fresh air or sleeping outside without a suit, which will push human psychology to its limits of endurance. So that's what it's going to be like in 29. They're going to start maybe putting people there with SpaceX. NASA has 2040 in mind. So that will be the first step to this interstellar adventure for humanity. Passion. I was thinking of that movie while I was reading this. I thought the movie was very good, and it shows in my opinion, and it shows a good hypothetical of what life may be like for those that go to Mars. I was thinking of that movie the whole time I was reading that. So, I thought it was a good way to show like what the suits will look like and the challenges, etc., what they'll face, and that's certainly an idea of what it will be like over there, how it's going to work. And Interstellar movie was another one that really that one was like the one that will be like allegedly many centuries from now, where there'll be different planets far out. That also was a good one to show what it will be like, perhaps for those that go to these different places. Now, Mars and all these different planets and meteors are there right now that people haven't, even been to yet. I think the showing about growing vegetables and how a colony on Mars would work, how it would function, struggles that they'll face was certainly summed up well. Yeah. Let's see what crops. All right. Allegedly, what they're going to high nutritional yield and resilience in simulated Martian soil. Sweet potatoes. Passion says it happens on Kerbal Space Program at the time, sending Kerbals on crazy trajectories to catch up with their ship. Yeah, that is a very funny game. It's the characters are really really something. Reminds you of Nickelodeon. Not Nickelodeon. That's not what I was talking about. What I meant was the Jimmy Neutron. That's what it reminds you of. Kale and leafy greens. Varieties like the red Russian kale and outrageous romaine lettuce are favored because they grow quickly, require little space, and provide antioxidants that may protect astronauts from space radiation. Cherry tomatoes. Research has shown that tomatoes grow significantly better when cropped alongside peas and carrots, and Martian soil simulants producing larger fruit, thicker stems than when grown alone. Radish. These are ideal for every outpost because they can sprout within weeks and have shown success growing on both hydroponic systems, regolith-based substrates. Legumes, peas, soybeans. Peas are vital because they fix nutrition in the soil, acting as natural fertilizer for other nearby plants like tomatoes and carrots. Passion said, "Oh yeah, a bit of Jimmy Neutron, man. I haven't played that game in so long. I kept trying to get a satellite network around every planet, but everything glitches after a while, especially in solar panels." Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's been a bit Jimmy Neutron. Yeah. Jimmy Neutron was a. I've seen people make these funny animations. Well, they're kind of like creepy but funny, like animations of Jimmy Neutron. It's like a pizza. They order a pizza, and then the pizza gets aggressive and starts bouncing around the room. And the dad's like, "The pizza's aggressive." Anyway, haven't played. Yes, hold on. Trying to. Yeah. Okay. Understood. Yeah. If your ship stops pointing at the sun and it only sees the sun for a few hours every now and then, it can lose power entirely and you can't communicate with it. That'll certainly be struggles for people that are going to do that in the future. Oh, also that are going to be on other planets to try to get the solar panels and stuff accurately placed. So that does sound like a tedious part of the game. That's certainly a challenge. I have a game on my computer that's similar to that, where you have like a room and you put little fire, like little pew-pews, guns, and different little blasters, and you fire at the enemies that are coming in the maze, and you have to position it all right so you can get the enemies. So I'm kind of familiar with games like what you're talking about. Strawberry scientists tested strawberries in aerospace systems using mist instead of soil, which uses 95% less water, critical efficiency for Mars. Microgreens, specifically radish and lettuce. Microgreens are being tested for their high nutrient density and suitability for fast turnover and hydroponic farming. Surprising hops have been found to thrive. Well simulated Martian conditions suggesting they could be grown for more than just brewing. They also serve as stabilizing agent for food quality. Alfalfa. Not edible for humans. Alpha is studied for pioneer crop that can grow into volcanic soil and be crushed fertilizer, food for plants. I don't even know what in the world that is at all. What is that? It's something in Australia, United Kingdom, South Africa, New Zealand. Okay, Medicago sativa. Okay. Medicago sativa is a perennial flowering plant that cultivated as an important forage crop in many countries around the world, grazing as well as green manure and cover crop. Interesting. Crashed on an alien planet. Me. Just simple man with a stick. A few years later. Stay away from my home, or you all will be reduced to atoms. Scared. 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 Looks like a cool crop. I never heard of it before in my life. Okay, you learn something new every day, I guess. Okay, let's see. All right. Something about the asteroid crashing into the Earth. Let's see what that's about. I mean, into this planet. I mean, moon. Let's see. Upcoming prediction collision in December 2032. Astronomers are monitoring a 60-meter wide asteroid named 2024, YR4, that has a 4.3% chance of striking the moon on December 2032. Scale of impact. If it hits, it would be the most energetic lunar impact event. 5,000 years, releasing energy equivalent to 6.5 megatons of TNT, roughly 40 times the power of Hiroshima bomb. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 400 times power of the Hiroshima bomb. Well, Physical effects. The impact would carve a crater roughly 1 kilometer, 0.6 miles wide, and trigger a magnitude of 5.0 moonquake. Visibility from Earth. The collision would likely produce a bright flash visible to the naked eye, followed by an infrared glow. Risks to Earth. While not a direct threat to life on Earth, the blast could eject to 100 million kilograms of debris into the space. High speed shrapnel could potentially damage satellites in Earth's orbit. Fashion, I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep because the moon will bang and I don't want to miss a thing. Recent records for 2 bright flashes from meteors striking the lunar surface at 27 kms, likely originating from Tarid meteor stream. December 2025, a flash from meteorite impact was captured on camera, likely linked to Geminid meteor shower. Unlike Earth, the moon has no atmosphere to act as a shield. Even small pebbles would burn. The shooting stars on Earth slam directly into the moon's surface at speeds of 78,000 mph. Depending on where it is, because sometimes the moon comes out during the day, sometimes the moon comes out at night, sometimes in the middle. It's like almost like in the yard, and like there's this, it's going boom, and the clouds come up. All right. So that's a news about the moon getting hit by an asteroid at some point. Let's see here. The evil perspective. Now, this is something about Star Wars, by the way. So, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. During the final duel, Revenge of the Sith, this line is often mocked for its clunky phrasing during the life or death of confrontation. Although, yeah, the angel line, you are an angel. I've heard the deep space pilots talk about them. Spoken by 9-year-old Anakin, the Phantom Menace, it's often viewed as painfully awkward introduction. Now, the little Anakin, he had a lot of problems coming up. Yeah, he had a lot of problems. Imagine if you threw a tennis ball from the surface of the moon toward Earth, it would burn up in Earth's atmosphere or return to the moon. Yeah, usually you see. Oh, now, yeah, the Earth's atmosphere certainly would burn it up. That's what I'd say. Unless there's something I'm overlooking, I'd say that it would go and hit the Earth's atmosphere and start to burn up, and then it would just be like nothing or ash. Little Jake Lloyd was in. Okay, that's his name, Jake Lloyd. Okay. Was in Christmas hit Jingle All the Way. Well, okay. Jingle All the Way is one of my favorite Christmas movies. That one was good. I remember I had to have seen it when I was little at some point, but I saw it again in 2018. No, it was like 2019. And I thought it was when Bubbles was very little. It was a good. It was a very funny, good movie. It was well written and well balanced out between the scenes. Yeah, it's a certainly a classic. I agree. We should test it. Definitely, absolutely, definitely. Now, unless you happen to have the arm of the literal god, the tennis ball is falling right back down. All right, to moves. Let's see. Unless you have that, the ball falling right back down to the moon's surface. Here's the breakdown of the lunar pitch would make it to Earth. The escape velocity problem. To throw, this is just like a hypothetical. To throw something off the moon that never comes back, you have to hit lunar escape velocity, which is about 2.4 kilometers or 5,300 miles per hour. Human limit. The fastest baseball pitch recorded was about 105 miles per hour. Result, your 100 miles per hour throw would travel a few miles, look incredibly cool in the low gravity, and gently arc back down to the lunar dust. Alright, so that's what it would do. Now, in my theory, if it were to... Yeah, if you're throwing it like that, I could see it going back to lunar dust. Definitely. But if it was thrown 5,300 miles per hour, it would probably go through the atmosphere, I suppose. Yeah. But technically, if you throw it, yeah, it'll just go right back to the. It'll just like kind of go up and come back. Moon does have gravity, just not. Oh wait, 5,300 miles. All right, I guess that's not happening. Now, you have to have a cyborg alien to do that. If you used a tennis ball cannon, if you used a machine launched to base the tennis ball at 6,000 miles per hour toward Earth, the journey, it would leave the moon's gravity, enter the Hill sphere of Earth, and begin along a cold trip through the vacuum. The re-entry, as it hit Earth's atmosphere roughly 25,000 miles per hour, the air would compress in front of it so fast it would turn into plasma. Burn. A tennis ball is made of rubber and felt. It has zero heat shielding. It would vaporize into a streak of green, yellow gas in fraction of a second miles above the ground. If you threw it in the medium speed around 380,000 miles per hour, it wouldn't hit the Earth or land on the moon. It would become a satellite of the moon, orbiting forever like a tiny fuzzy moonlet. So yeah, it would just orbit the moon. Yeah. Passion said, the plot of the next Austin Powers movie, pay me $1 billion or I'll destroy Los Angeles with these tennis balls launched from space. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Fun fact, because the moon has no atmosphere, your ball wouldn't experience any drag. It would maintain its speed perfectly until gravity pulled it down. All right. Next prompt. To hit someone standing exactly on the opposite side of the moon, you don't need more power, you just need more perfect orbital velocity. It's like to hit someone that's already on the moon. Low lunar orbit pitch. Because the moon has no atmosphere to provide air resistance drag, an object can orbit just a few feet above the ground without slowing down. Let's see. Very good question. Let's see. You would need to throw the ball exactly 1.68 kilometers per second, about 3,760 miles per hour. It would disappear over the horizon. About 54 minutes later, it would zoom past a friend, exact opposite side of the moon, antipode. Didn't catch it. Another 55 minutes later, it would come streaming back toward the back of your own head. So it would just go back to your own head. All right, let's answer the next question. Let's see. If you fired a standard sniper rifle from the moon, the bullet would not reach Earth. Instead, it would travel for several miles before eventually falling back to the lunar surface. Yes, you could do that in the Kerbal Space Program. Have a space station orbiting about 500 meters off the highest point in planet. Then you can board it by jumping on as it flies by. That is hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah. Curse you, gravity, and physics is being the party pooper. Velocity gap. To leave the moon and head toward Earth, a projectile must reach the lunar escape velocity, which is 2.38 kilometers, roughly 5,300 miles per hour. The sniper limit. A high powered sniper rifle typically has muzzle velocity of about 0.8 to 1.2 kilometers a second. The result, even at the fastest commercial cartridge like the .220 Swift, fire at least half of the speed need to escape the moon's gravity. The railgun expectation. If you used a future tech weapon like electromagnetic railgun, which can fire at 4 to 6 km, the projectile would escape the moon. However, even then, it would still hit a target. It wouldn't hit a target on Earth's surface. Atmospheric incineration. As the bullet enters the Earth atmosphere, 11 kms, 25,000 miles per hour, the extreme friction would then turn it into a tiny streak of plasma. It would vaporize completely about 15 to 20 kilometers above the ground. Aiming nightmare. Because the Earth and Moon both have rotating moving through space at thousands of miles per hour, aiming at a specific spot would require complex orbital circulations that no human sniper could perform by eye. Firing a sniper in a vacuum, though, must give it more speed, less resistance, like a railgun. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, a normal bullet is a lunar boomerang. It goes up, stays up longer than on Earth, but always comes back down. A super bullet, fast enough to leave the moon, would just become a shooting star in Earth's upper atmosphere. Would you like to know how much recoil you'd feel firing that rifle? Yeah, how much recoil would we feel? Let's see. Firing the rifle in 1/6 gravity is recipe for very clumsy somersaults on Earth. Your weight through and friction of your boots help you eat the kick, but on the moon the physics change dramatically. The pushback effect. Recoil essentially momentum. Newton's third law. On Earth, high-powered rifle like that, like the 338 Lapua, the recoil pushes against you 180 pounds body. Your weight keeps your feet planted. On the moon, you still have the same mass, 180 pounds, but you weigh about 30 pounds. Force of the bullet leaving the barrel exactly the same as Earth, but your grip on the ground is 83% weaker. You will be likely be pushed backwards several inches or even feet. The somersault risk. You fire the rifle while standing. Upright, the gun's held shoulder height will be above your center of gravity. Rotation. Because the force is applied to your upper body and your feet have very little traction, the recoil will try to rotate your entire body backwards. Passion says a lot of the messages getting censored this topic. I was suggesting a solution to sanitation by merging this railgun idea into it. Well, the darn gravitational algorithm needs to stop censoring the truth. To actually land the shot in the 2040s lunar outpost, you need to prone position, lay flat on the regolith so the force is directed straight into the ground. Anchors, bolt your boots to firing platform. Recoil compensation, use a recoil-less rifle design that vents gas out from the back of the... Cancel out the forward momentum similar to the bazooka. You ever find yourself on the Martian security guard? We discussed, remember, the kneel or lean into the shot. Or you'll eventually end up looking like a very expensive spinning astronaut. That's the prompt's telling me. If you ever find yourself as that Martian security guard we discussed, remember the kneel or lean into the shot, or you'll end up looking like a very expensive spinning astronaut. All right, and I will remember that for later. Right. Let's see this next part. Right here. You are correct about the sniper rifle and airgun. Perfect velocity retention and the infinite range. Fashion says if you gotta bolt your boots to the ground before you fire, it might be better idea to build a remote firing platform instead. Bingo. Yes. Yes, absolutely. A biological backflip. So if you only weigh the 30 pounds, human snipers are basically just biological backflip machines. Remote weapon station or sentry bot is actually 2040 solution. Here's why the remote platform beats the human with the rifle on Mars or the moon. The tripod of the gods. Instead of using bolting boots and heavy low-profile robotic, is mass is king. A remote platform can be weighted with Martian rocks, regoliath, to provide hundreds of pounds of blast. Recoil absorption. Hydraulic dampers can soak up 90% of the kick before it even moves the platform, something a human shoulder just can't do without a trip to the medical bay. Computer perfect ballistics. Also discussed that there's no wind vacuum. A computer on a remote platform can calculate perfect orbital arc instantly. Audio targeting. On Earth, the heat haze merges, blurs sniper vision. On the moon, the view is crystal clear forever. A remote camera with a high-powered zoom can spot a target miles away and never blink. Since sound doesn't travel in a vacuum, a remote sniper platform is the ultimate stealth weapon. No bang. You would not hear a shot. You just see a silent sphere of light. Then, seconds later, the target would simply pop. Thermal stealth. A human in a suit glows like a light bulb on infrared. A remote platform can be chilled or shielded to match the -20 Fahrenheit lunar shadows. And let's see what that is in Celsius. Let's see. It will be -128 degrees Celsius. The railgun upgrade. If you aren't limited to what human can carry, you don't use the gunpowder. You mount the small-scale railgun. Power it uses magnets to fire tungsten slug at 5,000 miles per hour. The benefit: no muzzle flash to give away your position, and since it's on heavy remote base, it can handle the massive electrical surge and recoil that would break a human's arms. Reality: if you're a Martian security guard, you're probably sitting in a pressurized bunker with a joystick watching screen while your boots, the robot, are bolted to the crater rim outside. It's way safer. You don't have to worry about a backflip breaking your helmet. Right, exactly. Yes, so basically it'll feel like living inside a balloon in a freezer. Only tiny puncture from the micrometeorite or a stray space sniper bullet, your cozy home becomes vacuum sealed tomb. For luxury on Mars or the moon, experience for 2040, you're looking for a regoliath shielded smart habitats. 3-4. Here's how to get that heated wall. See how to get the heated wall and jacuzzi lifestyle. We have the solution. Okay. The Thermos design, 3D printed basalt. Instead of thin fabric, the AI Space Factory Marcia design uses a double shell structure. The walls, the outer shell is 3D printed from the Martian rock and bioplastic, which is incredibly strong and acts as a massive thermal insulator. Radiation heating. Between the inner and outer walls, engineers can ruin liquid loop thermal systems, essentially underflow and wall heating that recycles heat from the base's nuclear reactor. Martian jacuzzi. A hot tub on Mars is technically a massive engineering challenge, but double for the security chief. All right. The pressure problem. In Mars, the thin atmosphere walls water boils at room temperature of 4 to 5. Your jacuzzi room must be over pressurized and double sealed to keep the water liquid and steam from escaping. Recycling power. Heating that much water is energy intensive, so the jacuzzi would likely be part of the thermal control system using waste heat from the station's kilopower nuclear reactors to keep your soak at a perfect 40 Celsius. The wealthiest in the 2040s residents won't live in towers, they will live in the lava tubes. Scared. Natural insulation. These giant underground caves are pre-made by ancient volcanoes. Benefit. They stay much more stable in temperature, provide total protection from the solar flares, and allow you to build a massive regular rooms with actual drywall and heat floors without worrying about the stray rock popping your balloon. The next part says trade off. Or soaking in your Mars while you're soaking in your Mars tub. Remember, the water is most precious resource. The jacuzzi water is likely the same water that was in the hydroponic lettuce tank yesterday and will be coffee tomorrow. So the system has to be divided up into different compartments where the water comes from. And so that was the last part of the prompt. And okay, should calculate how much nuclear power. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see how much power it's going to take. Keep the standard 1,000 liter per 4-person jacuzzi at a steady 40 Celsius. Inside a Martian habitat, you'll have to fight massive thermal leakage into the negative 28 Celsius environment. The initial heat up. There's an equation to this. Lukewarm. Recycled water at 10 Celsius. Oh, okay. The battery died, but you're back. Oh, okay. I'll go back. So there's the solution to the jacuzzi and warm environment on Mars. So This is what it said. The environment that hits negative 28 Celsius at night at an inflammable tent feels almost like living inside a balloon in a freezer, only tiny punctures from micrometeorites or a stray space sniper bullet, and your cozy home becomes a vacuum-sealed tomb. For luxury Mars or the Moon experience in 2040, you're looking for the Regoliath shielded smart habitats. Here's how you get the heated wall and the jacuzzi lifestyle. The Thermos design. 3D printed basslet. Instead of the thin fabric. Right. Instead of the thin fabric, the AI Space Factory Marcia design uses a double shell structure. The walls, the outer shell is 3D printed from Martian rock and bioplastics, which is incredibly strong and acts as massive thermal insulator. Radiant heating. Between the inner and outer walls, engineers can run liquid loop thermal systems essentially underfloor and in wall heating that recycles heat from base's nuclear reactor. The Martian jacuzzi, the ultimate flex. The hot tub on Mars is technically a massive engineering challenge, but double for the security chief. All right, the pressure problem. In Mars, the atmosphere water boils at room temperature, 4 to 5. Your jacuzzi room must be over-pressurized and double-sealed to keep the water and liquid and steam from escaping. Recycle power. Heating that much water energy intensive, so the jacuzzi would likely be part of a thermal control system, TCS. Using the waste heat from the station. The helio-powered nuclear reactors to keep your soak to a perfect 40 Celsius. Living underground. Wealthiest in 2040s residents won't live in towers, they will live in the lava tubes. Natural insulation. These giant underground caves are pre-made by ancient volcanoes. The benefits. They stay at much more stable temperature, providing the total protection from solar flares. Allow you to build a massive regular rooms with actual drywall and heated floors without worrying about the stray rock popping your balloon. All right, and then you'll have the trade-off, which it says that while soaking in your Mars tub, the water is the most precious resource. The jacuzzi water is likely the same water that was in the hydro lettuce tanks and will be in the coffee tomorrow. So they'll probably could install water systems for different regions of the colony. Living in a tub left behind from an ancient space worm. No, thank you. All right, so the jacuzzi that, well, since you do not want the space worm. Oh, you don't want the space worm tunnel. So what you'll have instead will be the above ground airtight sealed structure like a spaceship on Mars with the jacuzzi meeting the right temperatures. So it'll be like a dome on top of the soil of Mars, not underground. And it'll have the jacuzzi, everything you need for it in there. So we got that taken care of, because the one underground is ideal, but of course the space worms make us scared. So we'll just have the dome on top of the Mars surface instead. All right. To keep this standard 4-person jacuzzi at a steady 40 Celsius inside a Martian habitat, you'll have to fight massive thermal leakage into the 128 Celsius environment. The initial heat up, assuming you start with the lukewarm recycled water at 10 Celsius, the energy required 40 Celsius calculated 1,000 kgs, and then 186 kg C. This results with 125.58. All right, let's see this next part. Answer your next question right here. Let's see. All right. Oh, that's good. That's good, Passion. It says, now you're talking like a Martian architect. If you want let's see, the 20-inch thick walls with a hexagonal honeycomb core, building a home. You aren't just building a home, you're building the deep space bunker. Let's see. In the 2040s, this exact high quarters would be constructed using the Goliath 3D printing robotic manufacturing. Layer 1, the outer armor, the 8 inches of sintered Martian rock blast fused together by lasers. This basically artificial obsidian, it's harder than concrete. It handles 128 Celsius cold without cracking. The second layer, the hexagonal strength core, 8 inches of 3D printed honeycomb lattice hexagon provide the highest strength to weight ratio. These cells would be filled with aerogel, the world's best insulator, or pressurized CO2 to stop the heat from escaping. Layer 3, the heating element, a 2-inch layer thermically conductive polymer embedded with carbon nanotubes. You run electricity through the layer, an entire wall glows with soft, radiant, infrared heat, no cold spots ever. Yeah, facts. Facts. Four layer. The inner shield, 2 inches of UHMWPE, ultra high molecular weights, polyethylene. This superplastic is what's used in bullet vests. It stops high speed cosmic radiation protons that the rock layer can't catch. The constant jacuzzi setup. In this 20-inch bunker, the jacuzzi isn't a luxury, it's a thermal battery. It's also a thermal battery. The constant jacuzzi. The weights, 1,000 liters of water. Let's see. No, 1,000 liters of water weighs about 2 pounds on Mars. That feels like 836 pounds. 40-inch reinforced floors will handle it easily. Humidity lock. Your jacuzzi room needs vapor tight barrier. Without, the steam would seep into your electronics or freeze into ice daggers on the seals of your airlocks. This darn AI. Refusing to see my internally pointless condition as negative. Now, I can be specific and ask it about that. Let's see. And here walls hot tub. Let's see. The micrometeorites. Let's see. Community lock. Now, yeah, because the jacuzzi, it's like above ground inside this dome thing. So it's not like the one underground like we mentioned before. And heated walls and hot tub linked to the kilo reactor, electrical side, and thermal side to keep water perfect. Right. Micrometeorites. A rock traveling 20,000 miles per hour would pop the inflatable against your 20-inch reinforcement honeycomb. It would leave tiny white scratch. You could spend years in this room, receive less radiation that you do on a flight to New York City or to London. You aren't just surviving, you're the governor of the crater. Alright, let's see. Ashton says, "Oh, you want to wear a clown nose in space? That's a great idea. The extra oxygen will give you 20 seconds of extra lifespan." And the good news is your reinforced 20-inch stick habitat can definitely be built above ground. And the concerns will shift from structural strength to radiation safety. So yes, we can have it above ground where it's not inside the wormhole. Structural flexibility ease. Building the above ground Mars is actually easier than on Earth. The low gravity. The self-weight of your massive walls is significantly less due to Mars having only 38% of Earth's gravity. Pressure. Handling your 20-inch hexagonal design is more than 20 strong enough to handle the 1 atmosphere pressure difference between the cozy inside and the near vacuum outside. Most of the early plans involved digging underground or covering structures with several feet of regrowth radiation. Mars has no strong global magnetic field like Earth. So here's how the above ground bunker fares. Galactic cosmic rays. These high energy particles are constant long-term health risk. 20-inch of baselit specialized plastic would provide significant protection, potentially reducing exposure to the safe annual limits of astronauts around 5 REM years. Solar energetic particles. Solar flares. These are massive bursts of radiation that happen suddenly. Where your thick walls help, direct powerful solar flare could still penetrate the structure with intensity to cause a short-term radiation sickness, so that has to be worked on. You could build the above ground each with your reinforced honeycomb design would likely be safer than anything built on Earth. Colonies will still prioritizing. Now, most of the colonies are going to want to build lava tubes or burying their habitats under several feet of dirt as a safety net against the solar events. Now, the AI is really pushing for the lava tubes. It's like, would you like to know more about how the lava tubes and how they provide ultimate protection? It's like it's really being pushy there. All right, and like what can be done to mitigate the cons? Let's see. Advanced techniques. Materials, okay, advanced shielding techniques. Developing active passive shielding methods can protect against harmful radiation and particles. This involves using specialized materials or generating protective fields to deflect the absorb incoming threats. Research in the area explores different concepts for creating protected environment. You got that right, Passion. I shall build an above ground empire and dominate the lava tube dwellers as surface phoenix. Facts. Facts. Incorporating hydrogen. Rich materials. Materials containing hydrogen are effective at blocking certain types of radiation. Integrating these materials into structure design can add extra layers of protection. This can be achieved through the composition of walls, the structural elements. Self-repairing systems. To mitigate the risk of small impacts causing leaks, using materials or systems that can automatically detect the seal breaches is beneficial. Self-healing polymers or the responsive materials can maintain integrity to the structure of the event and minor damage. Durable transparent materials for areas requiring transparency, such as windows utilizing advanced transparent materials that offer significant structural strength protection is key. These materials can provide views without compromising safety. Enhanced safety protocols. Implementing protocols responding to major environmental events is crucial. This could involve design of safe zones with structures that offer increased protection and establish procedures for residents to follow during the emergencies. By employing the combination of advanced shielding materials and safety protocols, it is possible to design and construct an above ground habitat with enhanced resilience against environmental hazards. All right. To protect your 20-inch reinforced fortress, you need a multi-layer detection grid. Vacuum where you can hear a threat coming. These sensors are your only eyes and ears. Eternal threat detection. Active litter scanning. High frequency lasers constantly map of 360 degree Perimeter. This system can detect a space sniper or an approaching rogue rover by spotting moments as small as a few millimeters from miles away. Planetary Defense Radar. Dedicated array monitors the sky for meteoroids. If a pebble-sized rock is tracking towards your jacuzzi at 20,000 miles per hour, the system can fire a burst of gas lasers to deflect, at least sound the evacuate tube alarm. The internal structure and health nervous system. Acoustic emission sensors. These tiny microphones are embedded inside the honeycomb layers. They listen for a high-pitched ping of a microfracture or the creak of stress. And the baslet, it catches leaks before they actually happen. Piezoelectric fiber grids. A mesh of sensitive fibers woven into the walls monitors pressure changes. If a wall bows eventually fraction a millimeter due to the internal 14.7 psi pressure, the computer alerts the security guard you immediately. Solar flare warnings. The base is linked to NASA Deep Space Network and dedicated solar satellites. When massive solar flare erupts, you get a 20 to 30 minute warning to engage the active shielding to move into the shielded bathroom. Spectroscopic gas sniffers. These sensors check the air quality 100 times a second. They look for outgassing smell chemicals or drop in oxygen levels that suggest the seal is failing. Security and surveillance. The long range infrared IR, because Mars is cold and anything warm like a person or a machine glows like a neon sign. Your IR cameras will spot a human heat signature from the next crater over. Systemic sensors. Since the sound doesn't travel through the thin air, you need to listen through the ground. These sensors detect footsteps over a rover or heavy machinery long before they are visible. Smart home interface. The security lead, you won't be starting the raw data. You have the digital twin 3D holographic model of your base. The sensor in the jacuzzi wing detects the heat drop or a vibration. The section of the hologram flash would be red. Reality, if you have a 20-inch walls, the jacuzzi, and the sensor grid, you are effectively living the most secure panic room in the solar system. So, passion, you're going to have the most secure panic room in the solar system. And you'll be ruling over all the lava dwellers. The lava bros. In real life, a solar flare, more dangerous coronal mass ejection is basically the sun throwing a space tantrum on Earth. We have a thick atmosphere and strong magnetic field to act as a shield, but Mars, they are a serious threat. Here's what your 20-inch reinforced fortress is essential. It's a massive explosion on the sun's surface that release the burst of X-ray high-energy particles moving near the speed of light. Radiation storm. Imagine a wave of invisible atomic bullets on Mars. There is no magnetic field to deflect them, so they slam directly into anything on the surface. The health risk. Without thick shielding, massive flare can cause acute radiation syndrome, nausea, skin burns, and long-term DNA damage cancer. The Supreme Connection. The Superman connection. In the comic series, solar flare can actually overcharge him or strip him of his powers temporarily because radiation is too intense for his cells to process. And on Mars, you would not get the powers. It would be very high-tech headaches. Yeah, yeah. Darn AI, you'll be in the safest bunker in the solar system. Now imagine a million radioactive bullets flying at you. Oh, this is wild. Uh, this is crazy. So AI like can it's like reading the chat or something because this dude was like AI said since there's no solar flares in the Kerbal Space Program, they keep it, you know, in the game. You might not realize, oh, here it goes. The AI is trying to sell us a bridge that we're not going to go on. But by the way, that's what you said in chat. So I didn't even put that in here. It just, I guessed that. You might not realize, but building an above ground is a gamble. Specific designs handle flares like this. Oh, wait, it says... So it's trying to get us to buy the bunker idea. Now we're going to build it above ground and it's going to work fine. But it's still encouraging us to go underground. Hydrogen-rich plastics. Inner layer... Let's see. Wrong part. Okay. There are no solar flares in a Kerbal, but you might realize the building above ground is a gamble, but your specific design handles flares like this. Your 20-inch wall, the basalte rock layer absorbs the X-rays. The hydrogen-rich plastic, the inner layer of your wall will stop the protons, which are specific particles that cause most damage to human tissue. The jacuzzi shield. The water is on the best radiation shields in the universe. If a massive solar storm hits your safest spot, you might actually be underwater in your jacuzzi. The damaged hydrogen in the water acts as a final barrier. The corporate shadow organization behind AI must have their hand in the lava tube market already. When a solar flare flares, the light reaches Mars in about 12 to 20 minutes, but the heavy, dangerous particles take a bit longer. Flash. The flare alarm would sound solar particle event in 30 minutes. You will have just enough time to finish your drink, hop into your reinforced jacuzzi wing, and wait for the storm to pass. Bottom line, while KPS lets you fly in the tin can tuna Mars without a care, real Mars survival 90% about avoiding a sun's bullet. Let's see how to magnetize the walls. To negate the cons of being above ground, you can turn your 20-inch reinforced fortress into a magnetic shielded habitat. Instead of just sitting there and taking the hit, your walls would literally push radiation away. All right, very good question. We'll ask it right now. A Superman solar flare defense. Your 20-inch wall reinforced with metal carbon nanotubes act as a Faraday cage. This ensures while magnetic field is busy deflecting particles outside your heated walls, the jacuzzi pumps inside don't get fried by the electrical surge. Keep the magnets running effectively. There needs to be need to stay cold. Fortunately, the Martian night is already negative 28 Celsius which helps. So basically, you stop the ultimate gotcha in space physics. You're right. Let's see. Nothing travels faster than light. If the sun shoots a death beam of light or X-rays at you, you don't get warned, you just get hit. However, the solar flare is a two-part attack, and that's where the 2040's warning system comes in. The light versus the particles. The light, X-rays, gamma. These travel at the speed of light. They hit Mars in about 12 to 20 minutes, depending on where the planets are. There is zero warning for this. Your smart walls just have to be thick enough to eat the radiation 24/7. Particle protons. These are Superman killers that cause radiation sickness. Crucially, they have mass, so they travel slower than light, usually 50% to 80% of light speed. They take 30 to 60 minutes to arrive. A pre-light warning system. Since we cannot read the speed of light, we use positioning to cheat. Large range point satellites. We place sentient satellites like deep space climate observatories, Discover at L point, a spot in the space between the sun and the planet. The geometry, because of the satellite is closer to the sun than you are, it sees the flare and feels particles before they reach Mars. It becomes a radio signal, light speed in your base. Darn AI, you'll get 20-minute warning before it hits you. Well, actually, no, you won't, but it will get worse after you do get hit by it, though, so you should just run either way. The AI is like Columbo, just one more thing. The geometry, because the satellite is closer to the sun than you are, it sees the flare and feels particles before they reach Mars. It beams a radio signal, light speed, to your base. The head start. This gives AI Commander a 15 to 30 minute lead time to magnetize the walls and get you into the jacuzzi before the heavy particles arrive. Predicting the snap. Sunspots are like coiled springs. Using AI-driven heliophysics, the 2040s scientists can monitor the magnetic tension on the sun's surface. We can see a flare likely to happen hours before it actually snaps. Your base would probably have a space weather forecast on the kitchen screen. 70% chance of solar proton event this afternoon. Keep the jacuzzi. As it says, your best probably have a space weather forecast on the kitchen screen. 70% chance of solar proton event this afternoon. Keep the jacuzzi on standby. Alright, Star Wars dream versus how it will be in reality. In Star Wars, they have a subspace communication that is faster than light. In our reality, we have to rely on math and distance. Now, in the future, they'll come up with something more quick, but that's what we have at the moment. If you're standing on the surface and the sun flares, you'll see a flash instantly, but you'll have about enough time to finish your sandwich before the dangerous particles start tearing through the atmosphere. Although there's no atmosphere on Mars. Well, no, there's atmosphere on Mars. It's just, yeah, Mars. I'm thinking of the moon. Mars has an atmosphere to it. It just is different than Earth's. The moon has no atmosphere. All right, there you go. Pro tips. This is why you want the 20-inch walls. They handle the speed of light, radiation, X-rays automatically. So the warning system only has to worry about the slow stuff. Exactly. A very good point, Bash. Okay, and switching over here. I don't even really need these right now, but anyway. Oh, I remember now. It's easy to take the Earth's magnetic fields for granted until you imagine living in a world without one. On Earth, we essentially are living inside a gigantic 20-inch thick magnetic jacuzzi provided by the planet's molten iron core. This is like talking about what Earth does at the moment, then we'll talk about Mars. Earth's magnetic field acts as a massive cosmic umbrella. Deflection. When solar flare hits the magnetic field, catches the charged particles, the funnels them toward the north and south poles. The aurora, the beautiful northern lights, are actually the visual evidence of our magnetic shield working. Its sound of the sun's radiation slamming onto the defense and being redirected away from your house. Why Mars is naked. About 4 billion years ago, Mars' core cooled down and its geodynamo engine makes magnetic fields stop. Result: without the shield, the solar wind literally stripped away Martian atmosphere over millions of years. Survival hack. Since Mars won't give you the field for free, you'll have to build your own. Your plan to magnetize the walls is the only way to replicate Earth's natural safety on the surface of another planet. By magnetizing your 20-inch reinforced walls, you are effectively creating a personal magnetosphere. Earth, the field is thousands of miles wide, but relatively weak. In your 2040s bunker, the field would be just a few meters wide, incredibly intense. It's difference between a giant umbrella and the high-tech suit of armor. Because the Earth's field is always on, we don't have to think about it. Mars keeping your magnetic walls powered would be your number one priority. The power goes on, the umbrella closes, and this is why backup battery for your magnets would be even more important than backup for your jacuzzi. Bottom line, you've essentially reinvented the most important feature of our planet, just scaled down to fit your living room. It's the ultimate home security upgrade. Right. Okay, so that is the ultimate science fiction versus reality showdown to reboot the planet like Mars. You're essentially talking about res, re, restarting the dynamo. Yeah, that is true passion. You lose billions of dollars in technology and lives if the batteries die on your ships. Yep. The brute force method, the sci-fi way. In movies like The Core, they use nukes. On Mars, you'd need something much bigger. A plan: you would need to liquefy a significant portion of Mars' solid iron core to get it flowing again. The problem: the energy required equivalent of a billion equivalent to billions of nuclear bombs, or slamming a massive asteroid the size of Texas into the planet to melt the interior. It's almost like kickstarting an engine. The risk: you might kickstart the core, but you'll likely turn the surface into a sea of lava for a few thousand years, ruining the jacuzzi plans. So if something was, in my opinion, calculated just perfect, something could work. The artificial shield. The realistic way. Since we can't easily melt the inside of our planet, NASA has actually proposed a magnetic shield L1 is at a point. The defibrillator. Instead of fixing the core, you place a massive superconducting magnet in space between Mars and the Sun. Result: it creates a magnetic tail that envelopes the entire planet. This will stop the solar wind from stripping the air, allowing the atmosphere to thicken naturally over time. It's like giving the planet a permanent above ground umbrella. I was thinking of a giant version of neutron bullet, mix it all up, and there you get some spinning at high speed with some kind of blade. That's a good idea. Alright, Mars' core is still hot, just not flowing enough to make a field. Heck, we could theoretically wrap a giant ring of superconductors around the planet's equator. It wouldn't restart the core, but it would use the planet's rotation to generate a global magnetic field, efficiently faking a living core. Restarting the planet's core, the Type 2 civilization level for 2450's timeline, we much more likely will use a magnetic 20-inch wall for individual homes, perhaps a giant space magnet for the whole planet. You ever do try to defibrillate a planet, make sure your jacuzzi bolted down. It's going to be a bumpy ride. That's a spectacular image. The giant planetary scale NutriBullet for Mars. Thinking about it, now this is saying it's too mechanically to force the core to move, essentially using the planet itself as a blender. And now I do believe it can work done properly, in some sort of way with the right speed and all. But let's see if this can figure out how it could hypothetically work after it gives us its reasons. Core of Mars is about 1,800 kilometers across. The problem, we simply don't have the material. Well, we don't have the materials, but one day we'll have them. Materials in 2026, likely even, they're saying in 2,500 to build a blade that massive that could withstand the incredible heat pressure of a planetary core. So that's what it would have to do. It would have to withstand the heat. The spinning energy problem. You wouldn't just need to spin the core, you need to spin and liquid the outer part of the core. In reality, the solid inner part and mantle the rock layer sounding core. This is what creates the dynamo effect and generates the magnetic field. Energy required. The amount of energy needed to overcome the sheer inertia and friction of the planetary interior is mind-boggling. It far exceeds all the energy humanity has ever produced. Yes, I think it's a good idea. Let's see. The surface of the planet will likely experience an extreme volcanism, systematic activity potentially turning the surface into a lava world. To secure the 20-inch jacuzzi would survive the planetary remodel. Planetary scientists believe the large impacts of the early solar system might have been what gave Earth the exact spin it needed to get its dynamo working in its first place. The NutriBullet analog. Blade massive enough to mix the planet is likely another planet-sized object slamming into the massive speeds, while the NutriBullet idea is powerful, more practical 2040 solution. Giant magnet placed in space. Let's see what this part says right here. Now let's see hypothetically how it could work. That's a good point. We should throw another planet at it. Alright. To pull off the planetary NutriBullet and successfully reboot the core without turning the surface into a lava lamp, you would need to solve three biggest laws of physics: heat, friction, material science. If we were attempting to hypothetically the Type 2 civilization, here's how the success story would look. The blades. Neutronium and exotic matter. Standard steel or titanium would vaporize. To mix a core, you would need blades made of degenerated matter like hyperdense material or neutron star. In a neutron star. Or a carbon nanotube weaves reinforced by a force field. The design. Instead of physical propellers, you might use high-energy gravitation beams, control gravity to stir the molten iron from the outside, reaching through the crust like an invisible spoon. The lubricant. Scared. Reducing friction. Okay. Stirring trillions of tons of rock and iron creates enough friction to melt the crust and your jacuzzi. Success factor. You would need to inject thermal superconductor into the mantle, a material that whisked the friction heat away, and the beam it out into space as infrared light. This keeps the core spinning, but the surface cool enough for you to keep your 20-inch walls standing. Jump start. Once the liquid iron is spinning, you need a prime pump. Success factor. You'd fire massive orbital electromagnetic pulse into the planet. Since the iron now moving, the pulse would create the initial magnetic current. Because of the NutriBullet spin, the planet would catch the current start, generating its own self-sustaining dynamo. The sky with security guards results. This is if this worked. The sky within weeks, the planet would develop a global magnosphere, the atmosphere. The solar wind would stop sandblasting the air away. The payoff: you would finally step out of your 20-inch bunker and walk to your jacuzzi without radiation suit because the planet itself is now your magnetic shield. So that's how Passion, your plan would work. And then it would make the planet like Earth. Orbital. Okay, the only way to do this without blades is the orbital resonance. If we moved a massive moon or small planet into the very close orbit to Mars, the tidal tugging would squeeze the core like a stress ball, heating it up, getting it flowing again. It's hands-free NutriBullet. So if they're able to pull a planet or a moon, it'll heat up the core of Mars. Doing the hard thing for long-term benefits. Facts. See, what will it look like? Alright, so Mars would undergo a spectacular transformation from the red desert to a blue-green marble. So, if we reboot the magnetic field of Mars, it goes from a red desert to a blue-green marble. Here's step-by-step makeover of your new neighborhood. It's like the planet's almost like a machine, like with a reboot. It's like an engine or something. It seems like a fascinating, complex object. To maintain the sky is a salmon pink butterscotch color because of the dust. Once the organic shield is up, it can thicken the atmosphere by vaporizing the polar ice caps, and the air density increases. Rayleigh scattering, the same physics of Earth, will turn the sky to a familiar deep blue. Sunset. Originally, Mars currently has blue sunsets. With a thick atmosphere, the sunset would turn fiery red, orange, just like on Earth. Return of the Oceanus Borealis. Mars essentially is dried up, so Earth, if the temperature rises, air pressure stabilizes the northern ocean. The entire northern hemisphere is a giant lowland basin. It would become a massive global ocean, covering about 1/3 of the planet. The shoreline property. Locations like Valles Marineris, Grand Canyon of Mars, would become the chain of enormous deep blue lakes and inland seas. Your 20-inch reinforced bunker might suddenly be a beachfront property. The greening of the red. With liquid water thick and CO2 oxygen mix, we introduce pioneer planets. moss and lichen. First, the red dust starts to turn to a dark crusty gray-green as hardy moss takes over. Forests. Eventually you'd see vast forest of genetically modified pine or cedar trees from orbit. The planet would look like a checkerboard of rust, red, and deep evergreen. White clouds and weather. You wouldn't just have clear days. You would see massive white water vapor clouds, even snow-capped volcanoes. Snow-capped volcanoes. Imagine the Olympus Mons, the tallest mountain in the solar system, with a massive white glacier at the peak, piercing through the blue sky. Security guard view. From the jacuzzi, you'd look out through your 20-inch walls and see a blue sky instead of pink, rain falling on the Martian dust for the first time in 4 billion years. The aurora borealis glowing overhead every night because the new magnetic field is catching the solar wind. So every night there would be northern lights. So you'd have like a beach with the northern lights like up north. It really is a impressive scene. Now, usually it would take centuries to millennia to get the fields, everything in place for this to happen. But with the technology that'll be developed, it could be done very quickly to mitigate the long process. Let's see, quantum entangle the planet's weather to get rainforest instantly. Let's see. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to look at some pictures right now. All right. Y'all been looking at that scene for hours. All right, anyway. Okay, chat. This is pretty cool. Okay, this is what Mars would look like. That's what the planet would look like if the planet was restored. Let's see here. Okay, and that is the transformed Mars. Right there. Looks like the world maps you made in D&D games. All right. All right, so that's would be the ocean and the greenery, right? All right, so that shows all the trajectories. All right. Martian biology. Okay. Martian plants tower above the Earth. Counterparts. Martian oaks reach up to 80 meters and polar pines 120 meters, while Turin trees stay below 40 meters. Animals show slender giantism. A gracile elephant stands 4.5 meters tall, weighing 2,500 kilograms, versus an African elephant that's 3.3 meters and 6,000 kilograms. Thanks to the buoyant Earth-like seas under lower gravity, even small creatures from the 20 centimeter to 40 meter octopus outstands the terrain. Reflects Martian biome. So the Martian biome is going to make every animal and every tree like 1,000 times bigger than how they are now. Well, it's going to be called the Passion Ocean, and that's what we'll call that instead. But it says the Amazonian Sea, the Lucas Sea. It could be the Alien Sea. Let's see. Let's see. That's right here. I was making sure that the water was running because there's a freeze going on. I didn't think I forgot about that. The Chryse Sea. Then you have that right there. Delia Plain. And the Solus Plain. Okay. Highlands. The Passion Ocean, the Alien Sea, the Moki Mountains. Yep, we're making a D&D campaign. Yeah. Facts. Yeah. Hellas Lamps and Eastern Shore rugged land, the region's main continent. The sea would fill Mars' deepest impact basin down to roughly 8.2 kilometers between Datum and creating a vast inland sea whose calculation is shaped by two primary speculative currents driven by sample hydrodynamic models. These currents would redistribute sediments and help moderate local climates. Alright, that is the pole. One of the poles right there. The ice caps. $500-year period. And of course the technology will boost the process where it would be much quicker. Okay. The sun and the magnopause. Interesting. Okay. This diagram shows the plasma ring stations on the Solo Mars point and other low Mars orbits working together to generate an artificial magnetail that deflects the solar wind. Each station is superconducting rings, scupulant and stable magnet sheath around Mars, powered by compact fusion reactors combining multiple orbit stations, is the most energy efficient approach, delivering maximal shielding per gigawatt of drive power compared to any single station design. That's the Earth's distance to Mars, relative size. The Mars Federation. Now the flag's a little bit different than the alien flag, but it would still, you have like that kind of design theme with the alien flag, which is like purple and then like a green alien on it. And since its founding in 2080, the Mars Federation evolved into 12 union planetary states, home to 23.23 million citizens. 223 million citizens. Alright, so yeah, that is the Mars transformed. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Yeah, so that is the map of it. See some more. Right there. Okay. Alright, and let's do this. This way, okay, switching over to this window right there. Okay, I'm going to fix this window right here. Go that way. Let's see. We've been to a lot of those moons in the game. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, and let's go to, let's do this right here. Yes, yes, I do agree. That is very true. This way. Yeah, if you're doing, definitely, I agree. Ah, okay, we are coming back here. There we go. There we go. So switching back here, back to the window we had before. It's back. I got it up. Yeah, those are some visual dramatic between barren Mars and the Mars we have today, and potentially the future Mars with vast oceans, protective atmosphere. Among significant challenges appear massive ocean in the northern hemisphere lowlands. Yeah, so that is the map of Mars, what it would look like. Very cool. Let's see how, for fun uses, let's see. The 2040 Martian Fortress isn't just a tube, it's ultimate status symbol and the masterpiece of physics. Since you're a security chief with the 20-inch reinforced walls, the spa day looks a bit different than on Earth. And here's how the jacuzzi service works in your downtime. Because the Mars has 38% gravity, water behaves like slow motion movie. The bubbles. In normal Earth jacuzzi, the bubbles zip to the surface. On Mars, they rise slowly, creating a thick, fizzing foam that hangs in the air longer. The splash. If you jump in, the splash goes 3 times higher and falls in slow motion. You need a high ceiling or a splash shield to keep from soaking your security monitors. Sensation. You feel almost weightless, like it's a sensory deprivation tank, but with 104 degrees Fahrenheit or 40 Celsius nuclear heat water. Nuclear heated water. It's not nuclear water, but it's heated by nuclear power. Since the base is closed loop, the smell of the jacuzzi, chlorine or sulfur, could take over the whole base. Service. Your smart home system injects the Martian grown mint or eucalyptus oils from your greenhouse into the steam. The steam trap. The specialized condenser above the tube captures the steam, turns it back into water, and sends the water recovery system so you aren't breathing your bath water for the next week. This is the best part about being above ground with magnetized walls. The viewport. You sit in the tub, look at the triple panel Alune transparent aluminum window. The show. If a solar flare hits your magnetic shield, will create an aura right outside your window. You can sit in the water protected 20 inches of ballast and a magnitude bubble, watching the green fire of the sun's radiation dance in the blue Martian sky. Safety protocol, an auto drain. Priority 1 of the jacuzzi instantly drains into the underground armed tank. Reason, in a vacuum, hot water turns into an explosion of ice and steam. The steam protects the base by hiding the water before it can flash a boil. Surface verdict. The 5-star experience that uses nuclear waste to heat up the magnetic fields to keep safe, recycled to keep sweat and steam to keep the tub full. Should we finally solve the quantum? Well, let's see how we stream the Earth TV. Sure. Oh, there would be a 20-minute long lag. So if you're watching this live stream from Mars, there would be a 20-minute lag. Okay, some bad news for your Martian movie night. The quantum entanglement cannot be used to stream Earth TV without lag. Okay, that's thank you, AI. Even though the entanglement is often called the spooky action at a distance. It has major physics police officer standing in its way, the no communication theorem. $20 to wait for your chats to be seen by the streamer. Oof. Yeah. Yep. Why it seems like it should work. Quantum entanglement. This links two particles so that if you change the state of one, the other changes instantly. No matter if it's your jacuzzi or the studio in Hollywood. In theory, this looks like a faster than light FTL telegraph. No communication reality. The glitch. When you measure an entangled particle on Mars, the result is completely random. It spins up or down. The particle Earth instantly spins the opposite way. The trap, because the result is random, you can't force the Mars particles to be up to represent a one digital video stream. If you try to force it, you will break the entanglement and then the link dies. The result. To make sense of the data, you still need a key sent to via a standard radio signal, and that radio signal is stuck traveling at the speed of light. Since you can't beat the 20-minute lag for live TV, the Martian security guard's solution is interplanetary Netflix model. Deep space relays. Earth broadcasts the data to a laser communications relay in Mars orbit. Local caching. Local caching. The base's AI downloads the entire season of your show in 20 minutes. Before you get into the tub, experience by the time you're soaking and the show is playing from a local server in the 20-inch walls, it feels instant. Even though the data took lonely trip across a void to get there. While Lone Stream Star Wars entanglement is great for unbreakable security, if a space sniper or hacker tries to intercept your jacuzzi control signal, the quantum state would collapse and you'd know immediately that someone was listening to your private base. Verdict, your jacuzzi remains no lag zone only if you download the playlist first. Let's see. Let's see. What about YouTube live stream? Live streaming your Martian Jacuzzi seasons to YouTube technically possible, but live experience would be unlike anything on Earth due to the fundamental laws of physics. A YouTube live stream from Mars would technically be delayed broadcast. The lag, because the information cannot travel faster than light, your stream would take between 3 to 22 minutes to reach YouTube's servers on Earth. Interaction reality. If a viewer in London types splash the water in your chat, it takes 20 minutes to reach you on Mars. You then splash the water and they see it 20 minutes later. Total around, for simple interaction, 40 minutes. The bandwidth challenge. Standard Martian radio can only handle about 4 MPBs, just enough for standard definition video stream. Laser comms. The stream in 4K HD, the 2040 base would use laser communication optical. These lasers can transmit data 10 to 100 times faster than traditional radio. Relay. Your base would send a signal to Mars relay orbiter, which then beams to the deep space network station on Earth. The Martian YouTube interface. Since standard internet protocols TCP, IP fail if they don't get an instant reply, your base would use delay tolerance network DTN. Continuous stream. Once the link is established, the video would flow smoothly for viewers on Earth, even if it started 20 minutes ago. Intermediate connection. The stream might cut out when the sun is directly between Mars and Earth. Solar conjunction, which happens every 2 years and blocks all signals for several days. Live video from the tube. For tip-top quality 2040s, AI would likely parallel encoding 15-second chunks of the video, maximize clarity before sending them across the void. Your viewers would still see a crystal clear, steady view of your luxury bunker. They just have to be very patient for your replies. Verdict. You can absolutely be a Martian YouTuber, but your live chat will feel more like a very fast exchange of letters than real-time conversation. For tips, move the permanent outpost. Let's see. How could this be improved? Improving and generalizing changes in consistent feedback. Let's see. Okay, it gave me a product, a wrong thing. Let's see. All right, high-speed bandwidth laser communication. Switching from radio waves to laser is more significant near-term upgrade. NASA DSCOC project Deep Space Optical Communications mission recently demonstrated the laser can transmit data from distances comparable to Mars rates 10 to 100 times faster than current radio systems. Benefits: this would allow high-definition video streaming and massive data dumps, reducing the time spent waiting for large files to complete their stream. Overcoming solar blackouts. Lagrange relay satellites. Every 26 months, the sun moves directly between Earth and Mars, causing 2-week total blackout. Lagrange point relays. Placing satellites at solar Lagrange points would allow signals to bounce around the sun, maintaining consistent line of sight. Eliminating these multi-week delays. Right, managing latency and delay tolerant networking. Because the real-time chat is impossible, scientists use specialized Mars Internet Protocol, store and forward. Function like postal service for data instead of dropping a signal when connection is lost. Like a standard Wi-Fi drop, nodes hold the data until next relay is available. AI integration. AI is being used to predict disruptions and anonymously compress data on site, ensuring only most critical information is popularized for limited stream windows. Local caching of Martian internet. Reduce the need for constant Earth-Mars pings. Future colonies may use local servers. Content caching. Data like Wikipedia, technical manuals, and new would be monitored by Mars-based servers. This allows colonists to browse instantly without waiting 20 minutes page load from Earth. So that's how we would use the internet there. Let's see. Alright, 100 times faster radio, traditional. Broad, live versus live problem. Commercial adaptation, commercial standard, Starlink, transmit data between them. Interesting. So it can be used for that, but it may have latency to it. Okay, let's see. Alright, so that is basically how humans would live on Mars and how the jacuzzi would work in the 3D built Hive compound. That's pretty cool. Alright. There would be a delay if we use the traditional systems for streaming, but there's ways to work around it. There's ways to make the planet more sufficient. One more thing I want to look at is I can see how. Let's see. Warning the planet to release trapped gas and import missing elements from space. Does not have enough CO2. The Earth level pressure on its own. Scientists have proposed several methods accelerating the process. Releasing trapped gas, local warming. That might help. Importing the new atmosphere, the mass addition. Since Mars lacks the enough native gas, stabilizing the stream, atmospheric protection. Biological conversion. Once the atmosphere is thick enough to prevent water from boiling away, specialized life can take over. Alright. The only life forms on Mars that they found was microbes that may have lived billions of years ago. In late 25, the rover in Chevia Falls contains colorful leopard spots. Because Earth, these minerals patterns are often formed by microbes that breathe iron and sulfate to gain energy. So it looks like at one time they existed. Objects shaped like mice, human faces, or spiders have turned out to be wind-sculptured rocks, allegedly. There's an insect-like forms and NASA photos with claims to reject the scientific community. There has been allegedly a slug on Pluto, by the way. But they think it's just a rock that moved by itself over time. Well, samples remain stored. Preservance of the rover original plan to bring them back in 2030s have stalled, potentially allowing China's Tianwen -3-3 mission to become the first return Mars soil on Earth. Alright. Reminds me of the universe controlling mice from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the galaxy again. Ah, yes. Let's see. Okay, that's it right there. Those are leopard print spots. Okay, now I'm going to bring it back up here. Let's see. Yeah, it does remind me of the Hitchhiker's Guide. Indeed. Oh yeah. See this? Okay. We're still talking about this other thing. I just had to flip it to that window for a second. And I'm going to put it over here. For some reason it's not recognizing the window at the moment. The prompt window. Okay. Let's see theories on what the face is about on the Mars mice. People claim to see small furry rodents scurrying around Martian rocks. They claim that it's not that, but a pareidolie, that human brains' tendencies see familiar shapes and random patterns. These mice erode volcanic rocks with shadows that look like ears or tails. When your 20-inch reinforcement fortress is finally built, mice won't be pests, they will be medical heroes. Low gravity biology. Scientists theorize mice will be the first mammals to set Mars to see how partial gravity affects reproduction and bone density over generations. Radiation testing. Because mice have short lifespan, we can see the long-term effects of Martian radiation on their DNA much faster than we can in humans. Stowaway theory, the security guard's nightmare. The theory is no matter how many times we bleach SpaceX ships, a single mouse or its eggs could hatch, ride in food crate, risks, the sealed habitat, a stowaway population could chew through critical wires, contaminate the hydrographic jacuzzi water systems. In 2040, security would likely include robotic cats or a sensor specifically turning the printer patter of tiny feet. If Mars had a NutriBullet system style magnetic field, ocean small scurrying creatures could have evolved. Search. This is why NASA's Perseverance is currently drilling for biosignatures. We aren't looking for mouse skeletons yet, but rather chemical fingerprints they would have left behind. Right. Currently, the one mice on Mars are made of stones. Now, I do think it's possible there could be something up there of some kind, but it's usually some other kind of phenomena from the nature of it. There'll certainly eventually be a spaceship taken down by rodents for sure. Yeah, knock on wood. Not this spaceship. And we got our helper here. Right there. Alright. The famous faces on Mars is ultimately an example of how grainy photo and a little bit of human imagination can spark a global mystery. The 1976 Viking 1 image. While looking for landing site for Viking 2 mission, NASA Viking 1 orbiter snapped a photo of a region called Kydonia. Discovery. In one frame, the massive rock formation, 2 miles long, looked exactly like a human face staring up from the Martian surface. The initial hype. NASA released image with caption noting the resemblance to human face. At the world went wild, theories ranged from monument built by lost civilization to a message for Earth. High resolution. It's over a spot where a camera far more powerful than 1976. Reality, eyes, nose, mouth disappeared. In high definition, the face was revealed to be a mesa, a flat-topped mountain common in a desert or earth. The origin of the face was lucky combination of 2 resolutions, pixels, shadows caused by angle of the sun at the moment. They say like the Mars mice, we're seeing a dragon of clouds. Your brain is hardwired to find faces. This is called a pareidolia. It's survival instinct from our ancestors. It's better to accidentally see a face in a bush than just leaves, than miss a face that belongs to a predator. If you're in 2040, in the region of the outpost, you'd see a massive craggy hill of volcanic rock. However, it would probably be a major tourist destination for people who still believe in the old theories. All right. And let's see theories of people on Mars in the past. The idea that Mars was once home. This is a very far out theory, by the way. Very far out. The idea that Mars was once home to a flourishing civilization is one of the most persistent themes in both science fiction and alternative science. While NASA's current data shows no evidence of ancient people, several theories ranging from scientific to the wild suggest Mars might have made the tenants of billions of years. Billions of years ago. Nuclear War Theory by Dr. John Brandenburg. Most famous controversial theory comes from the physicist Dr. John Brandenburg. The theory he argues that the high concentration of xenon 129 in the Martian atmosphere is a smoking gun for massive nuclear explosions that occurred millions of years ago. The claim suggests that two ancient Martian civilizations, which he named Cydonia and Utopia, were wiped out by a nuclear attack from outside force. Scientific consensus. Most scientists attribute the exonion levels to natural fission in billions of years of solar wind, stripping the atmosphere not of Martian Oppenheimer. NASA Mars fact sheet details the chemical breakdown and results of the atmospheric loss in their example. Richard Hoagland, the Cydonia monument. The theory proponents like Richard argue that the face is a nearby pyramid-like mounds were part of a massive ceremonial city built by ancient race. Evidence. They point to the sacred geometry of the layout of the mountains. Reality. In the high Mars global Severa photo, these are natural mesas, geological processes like wind erosion, volcanic activity created by these shapes, not architects. The Mars-Earth connection. Panspermia. Early Mars was wet, warm, long before Earth was. It is possible that life microbes started on Mars, was blasted off by asteroid and landed on Earth to seed our planet. The conclusion, if it was true, we don't need to look for people on Mars, we are the Martians. Alright, the CIA remote viewing theory. The 1980s, the CIA conducted a project called Stargate experiment. They asked a remote viewer to look at Mars in the year 1 million BC. The viewer described a very tall, thin people wearing strange clothes living in massive pyramids to hide from a dying planet. The CIA declassified these documents, so these events allegedly happened. There's no physical evidence to back up these psychic visions. There are no bones, ruins, or Martian nitro bullets found yet. However, they know Mars has a magnetic field, an ocean 4 billion years ago. If life did evolve, it likely stayed at microbial level before the dynamo died and the planet froze. Alright, let's see. And Mars was living at one time, but it happened roughly 4 billion years ago. The golden age of 4.5 to 4.2 billion years ago. Just like Earth, Mars started with a molten, swirling iron core. During this time, it had a strong magnetic field, a thick atmosphere, likely oceans of liquid water. Security guard back then, you wouldn't even need your 20-inch reinforced walls. The switch, approximately 4.1 to 4 billion years ago. Because Mars is much smaller than Earth, about half the size, lost its internal heat much faster, freeze the liquid outer core began to solidify, and the execution of solar wind. Without magnetic field, the solar winds begin sandblasting Martian atmosphere into space. Great drying, NASA confirmed that the sun still strips away about 100 grams of Mars atmosphere every second. Over a billion years, that's enough to turn the blue world into a red desert. $3.5 billion years ago, the air was so thin that water could no longer stay liquid on the surface. It either evaporated into space or froze underground, creating the glaciers and frost we hope to use for your 2040s jacuzzi. Alright, so a long time ago, we'll say that it did at one time, it was like Earth one time. 4 billion years ago. Okay. Right, and there you go. That is some of the facts about Mars. And by the way, regarding Star Wars, there's this thing that there's a theory that he could have changed his suit to a more flexible suit, Darth Vader, but he didn't want to risk it. Apparently, some legends say the suit was a punishment, and others thought it had to do with him with the dark side, that it had him more in tune with the dark side. So something about Star Wars, like a fun fact, that there was all kinds of different suit variations he could have had. They were more flexible. Let's see here. Like General Grievous was very flexible. He had all those lightsabers, and his arm would kind of like spin around like a 360. Yeah, so they were able to modify different Sith that were injured. Passion said, Darth Vader's suit had a samurai vibe in its rigidity mixed with a monk vibe from his cloak. Yes, that is very true. When I was older, I found the people were theorizing that his suit had to do with firemen from like the 1920s, but yeah, his suit was like designed like a samurai of outfit. It's not called an outfit, but it's samurai attire. Let's do this right here. Get this window repaired right here. All right, shout out to the spaceship cats. Okay. Go. All very impractical, but super stylish. Yes, I agree. Yeah, definitely like a monk and the samurai. Definitely. All right, so this is a concept of him having an upgraded suit. It's just more flexible. And then that one, it's another concept. This is like some versions have him without the helmet on. Definitely. But they were never used. And you got this right here with different things that the suit could do. Right. I really liked the Darth Vader design when the movie came out in '05. I liked it before then, like the early 2000s ones. But the one in '05 was really cool, and I liked the helmet. Yeah, I had the helmet where you can make voice noises and stuff with it. Oh, it looks like a Shadow Trooper. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. And he would have been more flexible, like how Anakin Skywalker was very flexible. But this version, he was a little bit more bulky. But that one, he would have been more agile with it. Yeah, so there is a samurai of armor, and that's Darth Vader, very similar looking. Just to kind of like show chat. And you got this. that comparison of the different Darth Vader outfits right there. Okay. Yeah, very similar. These are concepts of a samurai Darth Vader helmet. That's pretty cool. Well, that one's interesting. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Yes. Yes, that would be awesome. That'd be awesome. And right here we have Darth Vader like in the fire, kind of like an action scene. If that, and that was his burnt helmet from one of the newer ones. Right there. Let's go here. Yes, they have some costume versions of it. Let's see, poster. Yeah, see, like right here, you could see the. Always like the metallic, the glow to it. It has like a chrome glow to it, like that. And the sound boxes. When I was a kid, I put the helmet on, and you could like talk like Darth Vader with the sound box. So that was always so cool to me. Yeah, definitely. Because another good thing about Darth Vader's suit is that it's intimidating. It's like looking into death itself. And there is a scene where Palpatine was saying, "This boy's gonna scare everybody," and when he was looking at the finished product. Empire Strikes Back. Well, that's a cool photo of the poster. One of my friends saw it when it came out at the drive-in theater, and it was really epic for the people at the time when they were first seeing the Star Wars. Yeah, so yeah, that was he's kind of like the boogeyman. Inside. Ashton said, when I was a kid, it made me laugh. Dude with a silly bucket on his head. I respected the idea more over time. Yeah, and I was the kid that wanted to put a bucket on his head. Yeah, there's pictures of me where I would have the boots on. I had cowboy boots on, and I had like a rugrat shirt and some pants, and I had a Darth Vader helmet on. I was a little boy. I thought I was the scariest, most intimidating uh, kid on the block, but I just looked. It was just, like funny and cute. And so I remember when I got the helmet and said it was brand new. Everything was like brand new looking. This Darth Vader dude was really cool. Now everything's all like feels vintage to me. Yep. So that's it right there. That's the blueprint could be seen better. On Tumblr. They were okay. So basically, this meditation chamber is where they were in complete solitude, and they would think of their thoughts. It allows him to remove his helmet and exercise his damaged lungs without the meditation. And while he meditates, chambers also climate controlled, regulated to maintain the recharge his artificial breathing mechanisms. Either has brief attempts to breathing tests. Okay, let's see this. Electronic fingers, electronic for pistons, alloys, heating elements, energy cells. And there's lots of circuitry in them. See? And so that's it. That's where the helmet is. That, and they see infrared. And that helps the lungs and the other body parts that were severed. It kept him preserved. It was a good idea. Darth Vader, a guy tortured by his forbidden love so intensely that he destroyed it, and in his despair turned to his local religious leader who corrupted him. You certainly don't get that impression the first time you watch episode 4. Yeah, and sometimes you have to watch it over and over to get the message, but yeah, that's a good analogy there. Yeah. Once you learn that history, it makes Vader better in it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and there is theories that if Darth Vader did interfere with the Palpatine thing, that they would have given him the secrets he wanted to know. But it's a speculation that Mace Windu would have given him the keys to the forbidden areas, because since he couldn't be a master, he couldn't save his wife from certain death. So then his religious leader was like there for him, and he looked like he was his friend. So that's why he went along with what he wanted him to do. And history makes Vader better in it. Yeah, and the suit was able to bring him closer to the dark side and meditate in it better. And he was able to, with the Force, be more in tune with it than if he was not in the suit. there's so many comics about Vader's time in the desert and the different places, and even meeting Padme's ghost or meeting people that were similar to Padme. It seemed like something that haunted him, definitely. Fashion said, not very appealing for kids, though. Hey, come and watch this kid that's just like you. Wahoo. Oop, he lost his mother. Sorry, he's a little creepy too. And oh, he killed his wife. Oops. And then he went and killed kids just like all of you to put the cherry on top. Ouch. Sorry about that as well. Yeah. This is an appealing face that kids should watch. Yeah, looks like a good kids movie. I have speculated the movie probably should have been rated R, but it was geared towards children though. It seems. All right, and let's see the lightsabers. Yeah, all different lightsaber factions. Like the lightsabers, like little countries. And they never really made it feel like Obi-Wan was a hero, just a confusing mess. There are theories that if Obi-Wan was not the one, but if either Mace Windu or Qui-Gon Jinn had mentored him, he wouldn't have gone down that path like that. Qui-Gon Jinn. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Darth Vader. Anakin Skywalker. Alright, let's see Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber. How do we spell that? How do we spell that? Yeah, that's his lightsaber right there. Well, that's a different color, but, you know, it's something more like this. Passion says the prophecy was so cool too, since it was more reductive than they thought. Balance to an all-knowing entity would indeed be one of one and one of the other. Yes, very practical, good grip, and easy button. Yeah, and the thing about his lightsaber, yeah, Qui-Gon's lightsaber, it's very good grip and an easy button. Yes. And the thing with the prophecy, Darth Vader with Anakin, he was trying to bring balance to the Force was not getting rid of the Sith, and it wasn't the Jedi being supreme. It was balance between both. So there are theories that the Force was Anakin, and that it had to take out the Jedi to then bring balance later by taking out both of them. So, because the Jedi were getting too uh, authoritative and in the center of they're getting dogmatic, like what Palpatine said. But the Sith are bad, in other ways. But so yeah, the key was balance. I think the concept of Force ghosts are cool. That right there, and there's a nice color. Yeah, they sell these lightsabers that you could use in like a duel with somebody, like sword fighting or fencing, but it's with the lightsaber. When I was a kid, they had these lightsaber props that you're able to put in a case, and it was glass. And they could break if you touched it. Oh, and Passion says, did you see the weird episode they did in the Clone War series where Anakin met the manifestations of light side and dark side and was tasked to manage them? Yeah, I remember that. I know what you're talking about. And I remember there was a scene where he was in some place where there's light and dark, and he had to like balance both of them in this like vortex thing. I remember that also. They had huge wings like angels. Right. It was that episode was real trippy. I remember there was an episode from the Clone Wars where what he did was basically, I forgot the character's name was called, but he was telling him what he was going to become, and he's getting these visions of Darth Vader, and the dude was like, that's what you're going to turn into, and you have no choice. And he turns into it anyway. So, that was another eye-opening episode about what he was going to become. When I was watching the Clone Wars, I was really wondering if they were going to tie it into the rest of the Star Wars franchise, and they did. Alright, let's see right here. Let's see this. Yep. It was the same episode that I'm talking about. Yeah, I remember that part. Okay, so my favorite episode is an Anakin injured, crash landed with Ahsoka on the planet, and declared themselves neutral, but eventually being overcome by the Imperial Army. Heaps of samurai themes and shots in the episode. Jedi infiltrated by an enemy base. Yeah, that one was really cool. Yeah, I like that one also. Oh no, no ums. Just getting some windows around here. Let's see. That was his temporary Jedi Master. Kai was his temporary Jedi Master. Show this dude right here. Yeah, this character. Right here. Yeah, because now in the not in the Clone Wars, but in the other one, he was taken out. Eventually, as you know. Now the Clone Wars specifically, I watched it when it was Friday nights it would come on. It was usually would have like fish and macaroni, and I'd watch it every Friday. Yeah. The only three Jedi that were present on the planet Mortis during the arc were Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ashoka. Now, but Kai does appear briefly in a flashback vision. From the episode Overlords. He was not physically with them in the mission. Ashton says some great death scenes in that show too. Remember the Jedi apprentice who got confident in General Grievous' face and ended not confident. Wrong word, I think. Confined in General Grievous's. Wait, I'll probably write it right. I'm not too sure. Just sometimes the letters are small and I can't always see the letters. Right. Base and ended up getting taken by him. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that one. General Grievous likes to add lightsabers to his collection. That's something that he always likes to do. Now, the thing about Grievous is like he was something else, and they recreated him into what he was, but he was originally like some other thing. Let's see the origins of General Grievous. Yeah, General Grievous originally a Kite Fisto was the master, and Naharder Vab was the student versus Grievous. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and he was adding his lightsabers to their collection. Okay, that may have been a question, maybe. I didn't see it. Yeah, because I didn't remember the names right off the top of my head, but thanks for the refreshing my memory about it. General Grievous was originally Kalish warrior from the Kwaimen Jai Shelal from the planet Kali. His transformation into lightsaber wielding cyborg seen the films. Okay, so the Huck War. His people were locked in brutal conflict with the Huck. An insectoid race, the Republic and the Jedi eventually intervened on behalf of the Huck, imposing sanctions that caused massive famine and death on Kali. Grievous, after close companionship with Ron Deryu Laj Kumar, was killed in battle. Shalal was consumed by despair, and he named himself Grievous to signify he would mourn her rest of his life. Damn, I was kind of hoping we learned he was actually a tiny worm imbued with the Force who somehow got control of a robot body. Right. You know, that would have been a really wild twist, though, if that was true, though. It would have been a great story in there. Now, Kit maintained the Jedi ideal, using the Force for defense. and knowing when to retreat. Nahardar Veb had been twisted by the war, believing the Jedi powers should be used to strike down evil aggressively. And the fight with Grievous occurred was Kit actually outperformed Grievous using the formal Shai-Cho mastery and environmental awareness. He managed to sever one of Grievous's hands and reclaim his former apprentice's lightsaber. He only fled because he realized the tactical disadvantage of fighting a literal army of droids alone. Downfall. He was a linear thinking. He viewed the duel as a test lightsaber skill, whereas Grievous viewed it as a hunt. Grievous exploited Veb's focus on blades to use a hidden blaster, a dishonorable move. Veb wasn't prepared. Chilling conversation between Fisto and Yoda, where the lament that while Veb was a hero, he had lost his way. It's one of the first times show Jedi were losing their souls to the conflict. Oh, hello, Bubbles. Like talking about Star Wars? Yeah, Ahsoka did well with Anakin in the beginning. It was his apprentice. These are some of the ships that were used in the Clone Wars. Right there in the Clone Wars, right there. You know, also Anakin was a good star pilot. Anyway, he was very good with it. It's all just but convenient, isn't it? Where is your student? Were you negligent in your duty of care? No, he lost his way, and our religion took him. It was inevitable. Can I have another one? Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it. It was so like basically for those in the back, the Clone Wars. It was the Galactic Republic led by the Jedi, and there's also these clones, which are these the clones just were just a bunch of like one person cloned to a bunch of other soldiers in the clone army. Faced off against a confederacy of independent systems, the Separatists. Now, something cool about them was they had droids, the droid army. When I was little, I really liked the droid action figures. I don't know, it was fascinating to me. They made action figures different back then. Now, Palpatine used this to weaken the stabilized Republic's democracy and eventually execute Order 66, which commands the clones to kill their Jedi generals so he can form the Galactic Empire. So yeah, I liked how the series talked about the space between Revenge of the Sith and the other movies. It was important to have. Yeah, that's true. Those darn droids, designed with toys in mind. Also had a Darth Vader action figure and a couple of them. Yeah, there's the one of Darth Vader has the cape and his tunic and everything. Now, the Clone Wars was on from 2008 to 2020. Passion says, "Hey George, let's have an impactful moment here between one of our heroes and one of our villains. Now let's just have a bunch of droids get mowed down." Right. Our original one is 2008 to 2013. And that's when Disney had gotten Lucasfilms and Netflix revival. And in 2014, sixth season, Lost Missions was released as in a 13 episode set on Netflix on March 7, 2014. And 2020, after 6 years, at the 6-year hiatus, the series was revived for 7th and final season. Disney Plus. It premiered on February 21, 2020, and concluded on May 4, 2020, specifically timed for Disney Star Wars. All right, so that's like the history of the episodes. Okay, it looks like Bubbles wants to eat something. Okay, let's see. I have to feed Bubbles something, so I'm going to switch it to the other screen so there's just not just emptiness. Okay. We'll be over in the other area and be back in a moment. Alright. So we're going to play this while I'm over there for a second.
You 30 in the morning that you went into, initially met Mr. Alexander in his office. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, entered as exhibit number 40. Is that the office to which you were speaking of meeting him?
Yes, the door would be to the right.
Okay. And Exhibit 36, is that also the same office?
Yeah, that's from the doorway where I was standing.
Okay, so the vantage point there is from the doorway, you walking in Exhibit 36, and Mr. Alexander was seated with his back to you at the desk?
Yeah, there's a desk behind this desk. There's another desk, and he was at that desk.
Okay. And Ms. Arias, I'm going to show you what's been entered as exhibit number 33. You mentioned earlier a punching bag. Mr. Alexander punched in front of you and slid down the hallway. Is that the punching bag speaking of?
Yeah, he punched it around the room, not just the hallway.
Was it noisy when he did that?
It made a pretty big impact.
Okay. And Ms. Arias, before we took the break, we were speaking about the fact that when you woke up from your sleep, Mr. Alexander woke up, I should say, that the two of you had sex. Was it just a matter of having sex, or was there more to it than that?
Both, I guess. It just depends on... We had sex more than once that day.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, you said the more to it. What happened after he woke up and said that he wanted to have sex? What did you do?
He wanted to tie me up. Again, he had done that once before and it didn't work out. So it didn't work out because the rope he had was actually like a twine. It was very scratchy and it hurt my wrist. So he had a different rope this time that was a smooth rope. It was like a decorative rope. I don't really know how to describe it. It was green and gold.
Let me ask you this in terms of description of it. Let me show you what's been marked as entered, as Exhibit 268. That look like the rope you're describing?
That is part of the rope, yes.
That is?
Yes, I would, yeah, it is.
Okay. And so we have a vantage point on this showing you Exhibit 269. That appears to be the stairs, some stairs, correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Alexander have more than one set of stairs to his home, in his home?
Just one set. Well, unless you count the steps, but just those.
And where did those stairs that we're seeing in Exhibit 269, where did they lead?
They led upstairs to the other 3 bedrooms. Well, there were 3 bedrooms and plus the master and the loft.
So Mr. Alexander's bedrooms as well as the other bedrooms. Is that right?
Yes, his is on the left at the top of the stairs.
What's that?
His is on the left at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So this rope, this smooth tannish rope that we just saw, he ties you up with it? Is that correct?
That's me.
He did. He tied me up.
And when you said he tied you up, where did he tie you up?
The bed.
And what did he tie you up to the bed, or just explain to us what he did?
No, his bed is a sleigh bed, so it doesn't have like posts or anything to tie the rope to. What he did is we measured out, it was a really long rope, it was all wound up. So we unrolled the thing, it was almost from the length of the bedroom into the bathroom, and he measured it out and cut it in the bathroom. And then he created 2 nooses at the end of the rope for my wrists and slid it behind the back headboard of the sleigh bed so that when you pull it, it's like you're tied up. But the nooses weren't so tight that I couldn't slip out of them if I needed to.
Did you want to be tied up?
It's not my favorite, but it's not unbearable.
He wanted to tie you up.
Yes.
And based on what you said, you could bear it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I could.
So when he ties you up, are you
All right, so it looks like Bubbles has returned, and I fed him, and he walked around the room, and he seems like he's real active. Okay, so yeah, so my summary about the Clone Wars was that I liked the way it was animated and the different. It answered some. I think there's some like gaps in there that it answered, and it's funny what you said about the droids getting mowed down. Yeah, it was all a prequel to the big plan of taking out the Jedi Order. The thing about the different lightsabers is that they have different powers to them, or like different energy fields, and there's a crystal, and they go like the Sith like to destroy it, and then it bends it to its will, and then the Jedi and the other Qui-Gon Jinns, meditate on it in a different way. Mace Windu was something special where it was dark and light at the same time, and that's why it has both colors. And Bubbles has returned. He has returned. He wants something. Alright. Well, Cat wants something again. But that's okay. So, looks like I got to do musical chairs and just go to this trial right here for another moment, and back in a moment again. Okay.
clothed or at all?
No.
When he ties you up, is he clothed?
I don't remember when his clothes came off, but no.
Okay. He wasn't clothed when he tied you up?
I think he might have had his garments on, but his clothes came off.
And by garments, what do you mean garments?
The temple garments that are worn top and bottom. They're worn by some members of the church. They're worn all the time, typically.
So to your recollection, when he ties you up, he's wearing his sacred garments, right?
Objection, that's the answer. She said yes.
I believe he was still dressed in those, yes.
Okay. So you're naked, you're tied to the bed, and just so we're clear as well, are your legs bound or just your hands?
Just my wrists.
Okay. What happens next?
He wanted to give me oral sex.
He wanted to give you oral sex?
Yes.
Miss Arias, is this hard for you to talk about?
Objection, relevance.
Approach.
Are these sexual subjects difficult for you to talk about?
Yes, this one in particular.
What's that?
Yes,
Well, you said something else.
this one in particular.
Why?
Because of how the day ended.
Okay. So you say that he wanted to perform oral sex upon you. Did you allow that?
Yes.
Why?
Because we were doing that consensually.
Because why?
We were doing that consensually.
Right, I understand that. But given where you were in your relationship, why was that okay with you? Because it had happened before?
I guess because I was still monogamous when it came to who I was intimate with, and it was still the same person.
Did you not feel like you could say no?
I might have been able to, but that didn't really cross my mind.
You didn't want to incur his wrath, right?
Objection,
Were you scared of incurring his wrath?
I was more worried at that point about disappointing him. He seemed very happy to see me the night before, and I wanted to go along with what he wanted to do because it just...
Because why?
He liked those things, and I mean, typically I liked most of those things, but that's why.
Okay. So your wrists are bound and he performs oral sex upon you. Do any other sexual acts take place while you're tied to this bed?
No. I asked him to stop because he hadn't shaved and it was scratchy.
And did he stop when you asked him?
Yes.
After he stopped performing oral sex upon you. What happened next?
We ditched the rope idea because I don't know, it wasn't doing anything for me. I don't know about him, but
Before you move too farther, you say you ditched the rope idea. What happened? What happened to the rope? How did you become untied from the bed, and what happened to the rope?
well, I was able to slip my wrist right out of it, so I did that. We took the rope from behind the headboard and tossed it on the carpet for the time being.
On the carpet near the bed?
I don't really remember.
All right, I am back. Bubbles is like he is doing well. He was liking the petting. That's what he liked. All right, I see you, Bubbles. Cute. And so yeah, so Star Wars. I'll go into more detail about the lightsabers. The living crystal, the Kyber, currently canon. The lightsaber crystal, the Kybers are semi-sentient living organisms, attuned. Yeah, hello, Aaron. Good, great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Have been we have been talking about Star Wars and living and moving to Mars and how we'd make like creating a place there with a jacuzzi in it. And we went to like the maps of Mars. If we were able to drill a giant of pipe into the core, a pull into the core to get the core of it heated up again so the atmosphere would come back. So yeah, we had quite a bit of discussions, and we watched Jodi here and there, but that's what we were talking about quite a bit of the time. And good morning to you, Aaron. Thank you for arriving on board again. Hope that you are feeling better. Yeah. So explaining about the lightsaber. That in canon, the lightsaber crystal, the Kybers, are semi-sentient living organisms attuned to the light side of the Force. They are clear until they bond with a Force user, at which point they change color based on the welder spirit. Yes, always prepped here. Yeah, facts. So it's a crystal called the Kyber, and they meditate on it to make a bonding with it. The bleeding process. Because the Kyber crystal naturally resists the dark side, the Sith must forcibly break them by pouring hatred and pain into them. This causes the crystal to bleed and turn the blade red. Hashtag couldn't find a single sliced bread emoji, so you'll have to tear chunks of that huge loaf. Also, I didn't cook egg, but the bacon is ready. Facts for Aaron in chat. Facts. legends and the gameplay mechanics, the older legends continually that the Knights of the Old Republic game are unique properties were often used in RPG mechanics. Different gems like the Cryat Dragon Pearls, added gain crystals could be used to make the blade hotter, wider, or more effective against the droids. Force amplification, the earliest concept of the Force crystal from 78 novel The Splinter of the Mind's Eye, featuring the Kyber crystal, was originally from lightsaber, but actually a literal Force battery that made Luke and Vader much more powerful when nearby. Technical variants. Some unique properties come from the hilt designed rather than the crystal. For example, but Kylo Ren's unstable cracking blade is caused by a cracked cyber crystal that requires side vents to keep it from exploding. Blue and green are the most common lightsaber colors because they represent the two primary paths of a Jedi training and spiritual alignment. In both canon and legend lore, these colors arise through the unique bond between a Force user and their crystal. Blue, the Jedi Guardian. Blue is a signature color of those who focus on physical aspects of the Force, the wielders Anakin, Obi-Wan, Rey originally. Meaning its symbol of bravery, justice, and commitment in protecting the innocent. While the Jedi are often the frontline warriors of the Order, honoring their skill in the lightsaber combat and physical force feats like Force Push. The Green Jedi Counselor. The green is typically wielded by Jedi who have a deeper, more spiritual connection with the Force wielders, Master Yoda, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Luke, his second saber, meaning it represents wisdom, harmony, and preference for diplomacy over combat. Well, these Jedi often act as mentors or scholars focusing on the mysteries of the cosmic force rather than martial powers. Now, in other reasons for movies and like screen performance, the green was actually an accident originally. Luke was supposed to have a second blue lightsaber in Return of the Jedi. However, the blue blade was difficult to see against the bright blue sky of Tatooine during the Sarlacc pit sequence, so George Lucas changed it to green to make it pop out visually. So that explains why they had that. Alright, let's see. Alright, yellow, the color of duty and balance. The Jedi Temple Guard is current canon yellow is signature color of the Jedi Temple Guard. These anonymous knights who give up their names and identities to protect the temple on Coruscant. Their yellow double-bladed pikes represent the vigilance and neutrality. Oh, it makes sense. Can't see a blue saber in the sky, make it look like grass. Can't see a green lightsaber in the forest, make it like a blueberry. Right. Right. Jedi Sentinels and Legends. Yellow was a hallmark of Jedi Sentinels, a classic but balanced physical combat with practical skills like hacking, repair, and investigation. Rey Skywalker. At the end of the Rise of Skywalker, Rey ignites a yellow blade, signaling her new role as protector and the start of the new era that balances all Jedi traditions. Right, red, the act of blending. Unlike the Jedi colors, which happen naturally through the bond, no kyber crystals start out red. To get the crimson glow, the Sith must perform a dark ritual. A dark side user takes the crystals from the Jedi they had killed, channels their raw hatred, pain, and rage into it. The bleed. Because cyber crystals are semi-sentient, the natural aligned with the lightsaber, no, the light side, they literally resist the corruption. The Sith must physically and spiritually break the crystal's will. This agony causes crystal to bleed, turning its energy red. Cracked crystals. Sometimes the process is violent, the crystals crack. This is why Kylo Ren's blade looked crackly, unstoppable. His crystal was fractured during the bleeding, requiring those side vents to keep it from exploding. Alright, and Passion said that's not in line with the original concept from the games. Balance was achieved in having diversity of Force users who took on many roles, not a single Sentinel. Well, thank you for what the original meaning was, because it looks like it's another thing that must have been distorted. Obviously, this has been distorted from the original meaning. The original concept, yeah, and it was actually a very good Passion for calling that out, by the way. Yeah. The original concept from the games, like Knights of the Old Republic, 2003, the classes were about specialized roles in diverse order, not a single type of character. Original game mechanics. The choice wasn't about finding balance in your soul, but how you function in the field. Balance was achieved through order, having all the roles working together. Jedi Sentinel say, these were street level Jedi, realized that their force wasn't the answer to everything. They specialized in skills that other Jedi ignored: hacking, computer use, picking locks, security, medicine, and stealth. They were the utility players of the Order. The Jedi Guardian Blue. These were the martial specialists. They focused on physical prowess and lightsaber combat, acting as the Order's primary military force. Jedi Counselor Green. These were Force specialists. They used the focus on philosophy, diplomacy, and mastery of the Force, often staying back to command and negotiate. Oh, hello there. Okay, I see bubbles. All right. The shift that you're noticing happened because George Lucas and later writers wanted to be more mystical explanation for the film and TV shows. So passion, the reason why is because of George Lucas. Visual informity. Lucas preferred the simple blue versus red dynamic for movies to keep the good versus evil clear for the audiences. The canon consolidation. When Disney reset the canon, they tried yellow exclusively in the Temple Guard, who actually anomalous series which stripped away the skilled investigator tech head vibes Sentinel had in the games. Modern bonding. Modern canon says that the crystal chooses the color based on your personality, where the game treated the color as a badge of your chosen career path. In the early Legends, the open market era felt much more like Livid Universe. Passion says lightsabers are Sentinel mood rings now available in stores. Right. Open market era felt much more like a Livid Universe in early Legend lore and tabletop RPGs. A lightsaber wasn't spiritual. Oh man, this AI is really incredible. It's like the way it just kind of like knows what's going on. All right, the open market era felt much more like a Livid in Universe Legends lore. And a lightsaber wasn't a spiritual mood ring, it was a custom-built tool for engineering. If you were on the Jedi Rim, you didn't wait for a vision to turn your crystal blue. you do whatever high grade mineral you could scavenge to keep your blade from shortening out. So, passion to put the cherry on top of this mood ring, you would have to get a vision first for it to change color. So the vision like comes to you, and then it happens. And it's then like a Thanos snap, and then it turns blue. Scavenger reality. Before the cyber only rule, Jedi would hunt for specific crystals across the galaxy based on available performance. The and Dantonine, these were the standard stops where you could find Adgain crystals or standard Dantonine crystals. If you were a Padawan, you would get what was in the bin. Synthetic crystals, this is a big one. If you couldn't find a natural source, you used a geological compressor, a bake synthetic crystal. The Sith loved these because they could be overcharged to break a Jedi blade. But Luke Skywalker actually used a synthetic green crystal from his second saber because he didn't have access to the Jedi's restricted supply line. Vision of going to shop appears in the form of an advertisement. I need a new lightsaber color. Exactly. Right. Exotic gems. You could stick almost anything in a hilt to refractive index course gems. From the gas layer of Yavin Prime, even diamonds were fair game back in the day. Engineering focused. The version of the lore, the color was just the byproduct of a chemical impurities in the rock. The Jedi's personality didn't change the physics. The Jedi just chose a crystal that provided the best stability and power output. For their specific hilt design, it made the Jedi feel more like monistic warriors who understood their gear rather than a passive recipients of a magic rock's feelings. So that's what I was told in recent times. I didn't play the game when it came out, like what you're talking about. Like what I knew was much later is that the canonical lore is that like they'll show like pictures of them like in comics and like they're like floating and there's like a rock and it's like glowing green or red or blue and they're just like in like the Last Airbender, the Avatar, and they're just like floating there with their mood ring. So that's what I was taught about, and there's also a version where Anakin has a red lightsaber on Mustafar because of his mood ring changed. Like it's not a canonical version, but they made it for special effects to like show him as a Sith, and also to show like he switched because of the mood ring thing. And they're passive recipients to a magic rock's feelings. original Legends timeline, Luke didn't go on the metaphysical spiritual quest to find a crystal for his green saber. Instead, he played a role in post-apocalyptic engineering. Because the Empire had blockaded or destroyed known crystal sites, like Luke had to follow instructions left by Obi-Wan Kenobi's journal to manufacture the synth crystal from scratch. Baking process. Materials. He used a small geological compressor. Raw materials he scavenged on Tatooine, the meditation while furnace baked the crystal for several days. Luke used the Force to guide molecular structure to ensuring there were no flaws and that would cause the hill to explode. Result, because he followed Obi-Wan's specific technical notes, the crystal came out like a brilliant gold, mimicking the Adigan crystal used in by the Old Republic. In this era lore, the synthetic crystals were actually considered superior power output to natural ones. The Sith advantage. The Sith almost exclusively used red tinted synthetics because they could be engineered to be so powerful they could occasionally short out a Jedi's natural blade upon contact. Luke's hybrid. Luke gets synthetic crystals was rarity, a light side synthetic that proved Jedi skill was tied to Order's supply chain with their ability to tinker and manifest their own tools. So that's how it was originally done. But now it's like, they meditate on it and there's like a mood and they infuse themselves into it. Alright, now, the cat has returned, so I'm going to do something with him real quick and I'll be back in a moment.
Somewhere more toward the dresser.
This rope, when Mr. Alexander before he tied you to the bed, I think I neglected to ask, did he have to cut this rope?
Yes.
Did you observe him do that?
Yes.
To your recollection, where did he do that?
He cut the rope. He measured it out somehow in the bathroom because it was really long, and I was holding one end in the bedroom, and he rolled it out on the other end. And he cut the rope in the bathroom, and then he tied me up after that.
You saw him cut the rope. How did he cut the rope? What did he use?
He used one of the knives from his knife block in the kitchen.
Do you recall once he cut this rope where he placed this knife?
It would have either been in the bathroom or maybe he brought it back to the nightstand.
You don't recall which?
I don't recall. It would have been one or the other, but I don't recall which specifically.
Okay.
There are a lot of gaps that day.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
There are a lot of things that I don't remember that day.
Okay. Moving back to the part of the story where he unties you, or you ditch the rope, as I believe you said. What happens next?
At some point, there were pictures, but we also had regular sex also.
You said at some point there were pictures. Do you recall? And was before we go too far, I should say you said regular sex. What do you mean by regular sex?
Like regular vanilla sex.
Regular.
Like just vaginal regular sex.
Okay.
Nothing too out of the ordinary, just normal, you know.
Okay. Do you recall if that was before or after the photographs that were taken?
I don't recall, but I think it was after. I'm pretty sure it was after.
I want to show you some of these photographs that had previously been admitted, beginning with Exhibit 168. Can you see that there in your
Yes.
monitor?
Yes.
Your hair, the hair on your head. How would you label that particular style?
Braids.
Why was your hair in braids that day?
He liked my hair in braids.
What was your understanding of why he liked your hair in braids?
He just said it was hot.
Showing you Exhibit 164. Can you see that? Can you look at that? Is it hard to look at?
Objection. Not relevance.
Sustained.
What do you think about when you see that picture?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to a state of mind on the day.
Overruled.
What a stupid idiot I was.
When you were posing for that picture, I guess you'd say, was this something that you were comfortable doing?
It felt awkward.
What's that?
It felt awkward.
Why did you do it? Why did you participate?
He got a new camera that he was excited about and he wanted to play around with it.
And playing around with it meant taking these pictures?
Yes.
What was that, Miss Arias?
Yes.
Referring to the picture, it appears that there is no pubic hair in this picture. Why?
Travis didn't like hair. He didn't even like it on his own body.
So you removed it at his request?
Yes. I had a...
Objection. Sensitive question.
Showing you what's been entered as Exhibit 165. You take a look at that. Was it your idea to pose for that picture, or did Travis suggest that that take place?
He suggested all the poses.
Is that something you really wanted to do?
That was not my favorite part of the day. No, I didn't want to do that. But, I mean, I didn't disagree.
You didn't voice any disagreement. Would that be a more accurate way of putting it?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 169. Is this also a picture Travis suggested?
Yes.
And you complied with his suggestions?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that he was directing you what to do and how to pose?
Yes.
And you did this, you posed in these positions. But why did you pose in these positions for him?
He asked me to.
That's it? That's all it took?
I'd sent him pictures before on my phone, but they weren't like those. So he was being the photographer this time.
Did you ever express to him that you didn't want to take pictures of this nature?
On prior occasions, I did express that many times.
But not this occasion?
Mm-mm. No.
Was he happy when you were allowing him to take these photographs?
He seemed a little bit thrilled.
A little bit thrilled, is that what you said?
He seemed really into it.
Okay.
I don't know if happy would be the word, but he was into it.
Okay. Did making him happy on June 4th, 2008 make you happy?
I don't know. I don't know if happy would be the word.
What was the plan with these photographs? Were they to be kept? Would they be deleted? What was the plan?
He wanted to take them, review them, and then delete them.
There were a few other photographs found that day. Drawing your attention to Exhibit 167. Actually, let me draw your attention looking at in time to Exhibit 166. Can you explain what was happening when this photograph was taken?
Yes, he wanted to get a picture of us having sex without somebody holding the camera. So he told me to put it on the timer. And I was trying to figure out the timer and I couldn't figure it out. And he said, just figure it out. It was sitting on the nightstand next to the bed.
Okay. So what you're telling us is you were trying to set the timer and it went off inadvertently? Or when you
Yeah.
weren't expecting it, I guess?
Right.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 167. Looks like it's a couple minutes later. Was this another attempt to photograph the two of you having sex?
I can't remember if we were trying to get the timer for the photo or if we were trying to do a video or what.
Okay. You mentioned trying to do a video. Was there contemplation of you and Mr. Alexander making a video that day?
Yes.
A video of what?
A video of us having sex.
When you went to Mesa, Mr. Alexander's home, did you do so with the intent of making a sex video with him?
No.
Was it your idea or Mr. Alexander's idea to make this video?
It was his idea.
To your knowledge, was that video ever made?
Yes. I think he used my Olympus.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
I had an Olympus camera that I'd had for a few years. We took it on all our trips. It had video on it. I think we ended up using my camera because we couldn't figure out the video on his or the timer or something.
And how do you know that that video was made? Did you
We
make
re-
it? Did you watch it?
We reviewed it, I believe, and then deleted it.
You deleted it that day?
Yes.
After, well, we just saw the pictures where you were attempting to take photographs or take a video of you having sex. Was this video you made of the two of you having sex, was this directly after the pictures we just saw of Mr. Alexander?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Sure. We just saw the pictures of Mr. Alexander lying on the bed. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said you were trying to make a video with his camera, but you ended up making one with your camera, right?
I think.
Okay.
I had my camera too.
And what I was asking is, did that come directly after or minutes after the pictures we just saw?
It was around the same time.
Okay. So after the pictures we just saw of Mr. Alexander, what you're telling us then is that the two of you did have sexual intercourse, right?
Yes.
And you described it earlier as this plain old vanilla sex, but it was more than that, wasn't it? Because you were videotaping it, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So after you and Mr. Well, let me ask you this. The photographs show that all this occurred about 1:32 in the afternoon on the 4th. Did you have an understanding at that point in time whether any of Mr. Alexander's roommates were home?
My understanding was that nobody was home during that part of the day.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up, Miss
Sorry.
Arias.
My understanding was that nobody was home during that part of the day.
Okay. So after the two of you have sex that afternoon, well, let me just verify this. When you have sex that afternoon around 1:45, where do you have sex?
On his bed.
After you have sex on his bed, what do you do next?
I think we watched the video, then deleted it, and then shortly thereafter I got in the shower.
Okay. When you're taking a shower, is Mr. Alexander with you, or do you know where he is?
He's downstairs somewhere, I believe.
Okay. After you take your shower, what do you do?
I get dressed and starting to get ready to hit the road.
What does starting to get ready to hit the road mean?
Just, I don't know, just getting ready, getting dressed.
Were you
Combing my
already
hair.
packed? Did you need to pack?
I hadn't really unpacked much, just some pajamas, and then I changed my clothes. At one point, the luggage went back in the car. I don't remember precisely when.
Okay. And while you were doing this, when you're doing the things that you needed to do to get ready to leave, to your understanding, where was Mr. Alexander?
First in the kitchen, and then he was in his office.
Where was the first place?
The
Jodi?
kitchen first, and
Okay.
then his office.
When you left, you came downstairs and you were putting your luggage back in your car. If you know, where was his bedding? His sheets?
At that point, they were in the washing machine.
Do you know how they got there?
I can't remember who put them in, but I probably did.
Okay. And this was after the two of you had sex?
It would have been after. We typically wash the sheets afterward.
Okay. So you say you're packing your luggage, or you've packed your luggage in your car and you're getting ready to leave. Do you remember about what time of the day that this was when you were packing your car getting ready to leave?
I don't. It was after that. It was after 2, I'm sure, but I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. So after your car's packed and you're ready to go, you said you're dressed. Do you recall what you were wearing?
No. I don't remember exactly. I think I was wearing a tank top and some pants.
Okay, here I am. Alright, so back to the lightsaber thing I was talking about. Let's see. The red synthetics. The red color was a byproduct of the baking process in special furnaces, but the Sith often initially pushed from the crimson hues as a badge of honor. There were known main reasons they preferred them. While synthetic crystals hit harder, they were notoriously unstable. In fact, because they were artificial, they were more prone to shorting out, or in extreme cases, literally exploding if not perfectly tuned. Maneuverability. Some sources noted that the high energy outputs made the blades feel heavy and less maneuverable. So the trade-off further increased for cutting the power. There were rare naturally occurring red crystals such as found in Dantonine inside Kenrath eggs. However, most of the Sith viewed inferior to the superior engineering versions that proved their mastery over technology and the Force. Follow this up with... So yeah, so that is an explanation about how they used to do the crystals from Star Wars. Okay. Now, something I was curious about was like the planet that Yoda was from, but it seems that actually no one knows. One of George Lucas' hard rules for the franchise is that the Yoda's birth planet and the name of his species must never be revealed. He wanted to keep the character mysterious and magical, appearing and disappearing with no documented background. Because there is the baby Yoda, and they must originate from somewhere, I think. Because of this rule, we only know about the planets where he lived in later life. The Coruscant during the prequel trilogy, Yoda lived in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where he led the Jedi High Council. Dagobah. After the fall of the Jedi Revenge of the Sith, Yoda went to exile in a remote swamp planet. It was a strong in the Force, which helped mask his presence from the Empire. Legendary mistake. An early reference book, The Essential Guide to Characters, once incorrectly listed Dagobah as his home world, but this was later corrected and not true in current canon. Since he lived for 900 years, Right, exactly. Exactly. He was something from the Force. Like that. And his existence came, you know, as the Force willed it to come into it. That's a good analogy. I remember he said, one of the lines he said as a Force ghost is that failure is the greatest teacher. And so, like, he was acknowledging he learned from things from their past that they had. Yeah. And the two members of his species. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Hello, the white man. It is great to see you. Thank you for all that you do. And I hope that you've been doing well. It's always nice to see you in chat. Right now we're watching some trial stuff a couple hours ago, and now we're talking about things from Star Wars. Alright, so in the current Star Wars canon, there was only 3 known members of Yoda's mysterious species. George famously mandated that they would remain unknown, be a mystery, but what were these things? Okay. Yaddle, a female Jedi Master who served in the Jedi High Council during the Phantom Menace. Her backstory was recently explained in the Tales of the Jedi, which revealed she was deleted killed by Count Dooku while investigating his betrayal. Gorgu, the child. Born around 41 BBY, the same year as Anakin Skywalker, Gorgu was a youngling at the Jedi Temple who survived Order 66. Being 50 years old during the events of The Mandalorian, he is still technically an infant. Yeah, because the way the species, whatever it is, it develops, it ages slower than the other ones. You know, a really controversial Star Wars character was Jar Jar Binks. He was really disliked. No one liked him. And he had and his voice was different. And because I think he and Anakin were both not liked. It was interesting, especially with the CGI the character was. And people were thinking it was unnecessary and random. But it was a funny character, though. It was funny. Fan theories. Since Lucasfilm refuses to give any official answer, fans have developed their several theories about where they come from. Embodiments of the Force. One popular theory suggests that they aren't traditional biological species from planets, but they instead are creations of the Force itself, appearing only when the galaxy's in extreme need of balance. The Yoda and the Yaddle theory. Because they were the only 2 known adults for decades, the common theory that Gorgu is their secret love child hidden away in a temple to avoid the Jedi Code's ban on attachments. Interesting. Extragalactic origin. When the introduction of the planet Peridia and Ashoka. And Ahsoka, some fans speculate that the species might actually originate from other galaxies entirely, explaining why no star charts or droids in the main Star Wars galaxy have ever been recorded of them. This one right here. So that is Yoda. See. All right, so there is Master Vander Takar. I've not heard of this one before. It's an old legend from the series. In the Knights of the Old Republic era, about 4,000 years before the movies, Master Vander Takar was the Yoda of his time, but with much more active administrative edge. Well, he looks exactly like Yoda. He operated quite differently within the Jedi Order. Head of the Dantanine Council, while Yoda presided over the high-profile temple of Coruscant, Vander ran the Jedi enclave of Dantanine. This was the training academy focused on the open market style of the Jedi, where it talked about the ones that went out and actually fixed things in the galaxy. Lighter personality, Vader lacked Yoda's cryptic riddle talk. Now, the thing with his riddle talk was that the Japanese language reverses things, so he's talking like how a Japanese person would sound in English. Rather than he is very strong he is. They put the subject first in their language. It's reversed. So, and as we know, we talked about earlier with Darth Vader and the samurai, they do certainly have a Japanese theme to the franchise, and I also think some Middle East stuff too mixed in there. It's a very diverse, culturally diverse series, because it's almost like its own thing. It's rather than being from one thing. So that part was pretty cool. How they were able to make like its own culture to it. He was known for being more direct and approachable, and even possessing a dry sense of humor. He treated his students more like a mentor and less like a mystical enigma. The dual-wielding master. Unlike Yoda, who famously used a single short blade, Shoto, Vander was depicted as a master of various forms, emphasizing the Jedi sential philosophy of versatility. The Ravian connection. And they don't need to be opened, so let's close some things. All right. here we go. So, it has returned. Lighter personality. So, yeah, it was a buffering. Let's see. It might, if it doesn't, have to switch the server. Let's see. How's that going? All right. Dual wielding master. So, unlike Yoda, who famously used the signal to short blade Shoto, Vander was often depicted as a master of various forms, emphasizing the Jedi Sential philosophy of versatility. Revan connection. Vander was one who made the controversial decision to reprogram the captured Darth Raven's mind and retrain him as a Jedi. He believed in redemption through the practical utility, which was the core theme in the era's council. His fate. Sadly, Vander's story ends tragically. He was one of the few Jedi who survived the Jedi Civil War, but was eventually killed by Conclave of Qatar. The Sith Lord Nihilius consumed the life of the entire planet, including Vander and hundreds of other Jedi, effectively wiping out the council of that era. Alright, and you see the person that killed Vander was this other person right here. Let's see. Darth Nihilus, basically the black hole of the Star Wars universe. While the other Sith wanted to rule galaxy, Nihilius just wanted to eat. He was a wound in the Force, a concept that ties back into the living crystal and Force sensitivity property lore. We're talking about the origin of Shadow Mass Generator. Nihilus wasn't born a monster. He was a survivor of the Battle of Malachor. 5. The climax of the Mandalorian Wars. When Shadow Mass Generator weapon was activated, it crushed thousands of lives instantly. The sudden void of such life dying at once created a hole for the Force. Nihilus survived, but he was left an unstable hunger that could only be fed by consuming the Force energy from other living beings, devour worlds. Nihilus, famous for the destruction of Qatar, event where he killed Master Vander. He didn't use the fleet of the Death Star. He simply put his ship, the Ravager, into orbit and spoke. His voice was a series of discordant echoes that bypassed physical ears and struck the Force itself. He ate the life force for every living thing on the planet, Jedi civilians, and even the planet's flora, leaving the dead's sterile rock. the armor is the man. Eventually, the hunger became so great that Nihilus' physical body began to dissolve. To survive, he used the Sith alchemy to bind his consciousness to his iconic mask and robes. Reminds you of Harry Potter with the Horcrux. He literally ghost trapped in armor. This is why the lightsaber combat is so eerie. There is no person behind the blade, just a void of dark energy. Interestingly, Nihilus' lightsaber had unique property in the game mechanisms. It was often associated with the force points, regeneration, life steal, because he was a void. Every strike on his blade was designed to pull energy out his opponent and back into his bottomless hunger. Now that is a really interesting character where he basically became the dark side itself. That's what he basically became. You know, I mean, with the lore, it is really intriguing what they're able to, what some of these characters have done. Right, and let's go to here. And let's go to this next part. Alright, the Knights of the Republic, the Second Era. The betrayal that ended Darth Nihilus wasn't just physical fight, it was the philosophical collapse orchestrated by his own master. Darth Tria, also known as Kyria, or Kirai. Darth Tria, the master who hated the Force. Tria is the most complex characters in the Star Wars because she didn't want to rule the galaxy. She wanted to kill the Force itself. Motive. She viewed the Force as a malevolent, semi-sentient entity that played the Jedi and the Sith against each other in the endless cycle of war for its own balance, costing trillions of lives. Trillions of lives, it's a lot. Method. Her plan was to use wounds in the Force, people like Nihilus and the Jedi exile Metra Surik, who had survived the massive trauma, to create an echo so loud and painful that it would essentially defend the galaxy and force stripping it away forever. Betrayal. Okay, thank you. Passion. Understood. Created echo loud and powerful that was essential to defend the galaxy and the force stripping it away forever. Betrayal. Tria initially formed the Sith Triumvirate, who Nihilus Darth Sion, but they grew tired in her philosophical whispers and betrayed her, stripping her of her powerful and exiling her. She spent the rest of the game manipulating everyone to get her revenge and to finish her plan. Assassination of Vizas Mar. The betrayal that physically weakened Nihilus came from his apprentice of Mar. Survivor Vicius was the sole survivor of the planet Qatar, and Nihilus eaten. He spared her not only for mercy, but force her to witness the forceless galaxy. Turning point. Nihilus sent Vizas to assassinate the Jedi exile, but exile defeated her as a shadow her compassion. This broke the Sith's psychological hold on her. The killing blow. During the final aboard Nihilus flagship Ranger, Vizas used their deep force bond against them. By serving the bond at critical moment, she destabilized his connection to the force, making him vulnerable enough for the exile to land the final blow. The ending. When Nihilus finally died, his spirit didn't leave the body. His armor simply collapsed into a void and dissipated. Vizas looked beneath his mask and remarked that he was, in the end, just a man who had been consumed by his own addiction to power. Alright, let's go here. Alright, let's start right here. The Knights of the Old Republic era, the third member of the Sith was perhaps the most unsettling. Darth Sion knew that the Lord of Pain was a warrior who literally too angry to die. Now, anger can be a powerful tool. It can be of force used for quite many things. Alright. And see, power and rage. So, unlike Nihilus, who was a ghost of armor, Sion was a physical man who was beyond, who's a body that had been broken for thousands of pieces. Let's go here. Power and rage. Every bone in his body was splintered, and his flesh was in a constant state of decay. He stayed alive by using a dark side to bind his shattered remains together through a sheer force of will of agonizing pain. Combat immortality. The game, you can kill him in combat multiple times, but he simply stands back up, drawing on the dark side of Malachor 5 to heal his wounds instantly. You don't defeat Sion by hitting him harder. You defeat him through dialogue, the Jedi exile, Metra, Surik. Kind of an old trope. Evil magic keeps me alive. Right. Exactly. Eventually he convinces his immortality is actually a weakness, a life of endless suffering and dependence on hatred. Realizing the futility of his existence, Sion finally let go of his anger and allowed him to die. After the triumvirate was defeated, Darth Treya's plan to delete kill the Force failed, but the galaxy was forever changed. Defining the galaxy, Treya's goal was to create a Force echo so loud that it would define all the Force, freeing them from its influence. Survivors. It looks like she was trying to do a pitch, but she had to do it at 5,000 miles per hour, and she didn't get it quite there. The survivors, because the exile defeated Treya and chose to stay connected to their friends rather than embrace the void, the Force remained active in the galaxy. The future. Before dying, Treya's used her last moments to predict the future, foretelling the rise of the New Jedi Order and eventual fate of the Republic. Alright, let's see next part. Okay, let's see Darth Vader. Alright, Vader is the ultimate example of why the dark side healing is a trap. While he did try to use his rage to heal his body, he was sabotaged by the very nature of the dark side. Both Legends, novel Shadows of the Empire, and modern comics, Vader attempts and followed a tragic cycle. Power of hate. Inside the meditation chamber, Vader would focus on his intense hatred for Obi-Wan, himself, and the pain of his injuries. The surge of dark side energy was so powerful it would actually begin to knitted his scar lungs back together and clear his air passages. The moment of failure. A few seconds he would be able to breathe unaided without the mask. However, the physical relief and the joy of being able to breathe again would cause his anger to fade, the regression. Because the dark side required constant suffering and rage as fuel, the moment he felt happy or relieved, his connection to the power would break. His lungs instantly collapsed back into their scorched state, forcing him to pull his mask back on in a state of self-loathing. It's kind of like the fine print of something, or like a drug. The contrast of Sion. Unlike Darth Sion, who was too angry to die, stay alive, through constant agony, Vader still had a spark of light, Anakin, that allowed him to feel relief. This prevented him from ever achieving the permanent brute force immortality Sion possessed. Basically, the Vader could only heal as long as he stayed miserable, but healing inherently made him less miserable, which will cancel out his power. There's a way he could have worked around it if he had been angry about something else, maybe achieving more power, and maybe that could have helped him recover completely. Now, this is some stuff about Darth Vader's suit according to modern legends. Palpatine didn't just build a life support system, he built a mobile torture chamber. While the suit kept Vader alive, it was specifically designed to ensure he remained in a constant state of agonizing physical, psychological stress to fuel his dark side connection. The stabbing systematics. Vader's suit functioned through a series of invasive interfaces that were painful as they were functional. Neuralink needles. When the suit was sealed, dozens of needles and probes pierced Vader's skin and eyes to link his nervous system directly to the suit's computers. Synthetic skin. The inner lining was made by the coarse, itchy material that constantly irritated his burned flesh, preventing the skin from ever fully healing. Chemical regulation. The suit pumped a mixture of nutrients and life support chemicals into him, but the delivery system were also noisy and jerky, making it impossible for him to ever truly sleep soundly. The Emperor intentionally used the outdated technology to make the suit like a cage. Now, this is, according to the modern legends. The armor was heavy and restrictive, forcing Vader to change his lightsaber style from acrobatic to a slower, more brutal style that relied on raw strength. Shout out to Mary Toodles. The electronic weaknesses. Most critically, the suit was vulnerable. Force lightning, Palpatine kept electrical insulation minimal so that he could instantly kill or captivate Vader if he ever attempted a coup. Vader was capable of upgrading the suit himself. He was a master mechanic, after all. Although depending on different legends, alright, Palpatine often forbade it from framing the suffering as a gift that helped stay focused on his hate. Yeah, so Palpatine, the idea was that the suit would help him stay focused on his hate and be more in tune with the dark side. Logically, and Passion said, a weird assumption in the rage would be the default response to pain each and every time as an anchor to the dark side. Yeah, yeah. That's a good point, because it could be other things. But sometimes these modern legends deal in absolutes, it seems. Let's see. Sneeze something. Right. So okay, Mindy. All right. And thank you for stopping by, Mindy. Have a good day. Shout to you. All right. So, see the anchor of the dark side. Yeah, Passion, and all right. So we have with Vader. He will. Yeah, facts. Yeah, shout out to Mindy. Yeah, all hearts, indeed. Yeah, I definitely think that sometimes these legends will, not legends, but some of the will contradict themselves a little bit. But yeah, it was basically to fuel it closer to the dark side. I think strategically it was more of a helping him be more in tune with the dark side, because he was too comfortable, he would not be as in tune with it. Or it could be a combination of things. And one time he told Palpatine that he liked his suit. And other times it was an agonizing thing. So it's different interpretations about it. But yeah, if he was too comfortable, he wouldn't have been in tune with it. Alright, see how he eventually hacked his own suit in the comics to fight against Palpatine. Yeah, let's see how he had a fight without the suit entirely. Yeah. Vader had a weakness to electronic attacks, and nobody ever noticed. Nobody. I know, it's... Now, there's a theory that Palpatine put that in there for him to do that to Vader if he ever, like, fell out in line. He was going to zap him. Now, Vader was supposed to have... He was supposed to have that type of ability if he kept his human form. Now, there has been instances where he can produce Force Lightning on some rare claws that he's able to do that, but under certain circumstances. But yeah, he had no one ever that fought him noticed that he had a weakness to electrical attacks. One of the most insane moments in the recent comics, the Dark Droid series, shows Vader pushed a limit where he literally replaced his messaging parts with the raw Force energy. The Scrooge, I just said Scrooge, it's the Scourge ambush. Well, Vader was vulnerable in his Bacta tank on Mustafar. A droid hive mind known as the Scourge hijacked his royal guards and shattered the tanks, and he was dragging out into the floor limbless, unable to breathe, and nearly dead. Passion said, R2-D2 has an electronical attack used for petty annoyances. Imagine if that killed Vader. That would be like a funny way to end it. It's like one zap, and the Frankenstein giant just falls over. Force manifestation. Limbs in a moment of pure blind rage, Vader achieved a feat previously thought to be impossible. He used the Force to levitate his torso and manifest glowing red limbs made of pure dark side energy. The attack. With the ethereal Force limbs he didn't just crawl, he levitated and began systematically force crushing the infected droids. He wasn't using a lightsaber. He was a spectacle engine of destruction, using the raw power to tear the metal apart. Metaphorically, it shows no matter like the passion and the determination, discipline can achieve something impossible. It'd be nice if they made movies of this, because there's so many things in the comics that they don't put. Well, they need to start putting them in movies. Sustaining life, just like Darth Sion, he used his hatred manually to keep his organs functioning in the shadows of the Empire novel. It's mentioned that he could technically breathe without his mask for a few minutes by focusing intensely on his pain, though physically exhausting. The limits. Even Vader, this was a temporary surge. Once the immediate threat was crushed, he fell back into the ground. He remains threaded to the suit because force breathing and force walking required 100% of his concentration, leaving him no room to actually think, lead, or govern. It's like an episode of Teen Titans where Cyborg became energy itself and rebuilt his body, and everyone forgot that he could do that. Yeah, exactly. I remember that episode. They definitely put that in there.